Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. Something was wrong with the house on Weaver's Mile. Wrong in a way people felt before they understood. Long before the missing kids. Long before the first scream someone swore they heard drifting out a window left open in the dead of winter. Long before the night the power across the whole street flickered, and for a moment the house shone from the inside with a pulse like a living thing. Folks who lived nearby didn't need stories to fear it. The house made fear rise on its own. And now, after what I found in the attic, after seeing that thing behind the cracked mirror, after hearing the voice whisper my name though I stood alone, I know the truth hiding in it. And I know exactly how many nights I have left. But that's not where the story starts. It starts on the night I returned home for the first time in 12 years, dragging memories behind me like rusted chains. I had no reason to come back except one, the letter. A plain white envelope with my name scrawled on the front in a hand I hadn't seen since I was 6. My mother's hand. The hand of a woman who wasn't supposed to exist anymore. Inside was a single message: the house is awake. You must come before it chooses. No return address. No date. The ink looked fresh, the paper clean, as if mailed yesterday. But my mother died in a fire when I was a kid, or so I had been told. The letter didn't bother to argue. It simply waited for me to read it again and again, until my curiosity outweighed my sanity. I arrived in town just after dusk, when the sky hung low like a bruise. The street was quiet, empty, almost expectant. As I walked toward the old house, the cold pressed around me harder than the November air should have allowed. Every step creaked against my nerves. I tried to steady myself, but something in the air pushed a faint tremble into my hands. Before I'd even reached the front gate, I noticed 3 things that would haunt me later. The attic window was open, though the house had been sealed for years. A figure stood behind that window for a split second before fading like smoke. And the front door, swollen and warped with age, was already ajar. None of that stopped me, though it should have. Instead, it pulled me closer. When I pushed the door fully open, the hinges groaned the way a person does when waking from a long, painful sleep. The darkness beyond felt crowded, filled with shapes that ducked, just out of sight. My breath slowed as if something in the house waited for me to match its rhythm. For a moment I stood on the threshold, staring into the gloom where my childhood ended. I didn't want to step inside. Yet I felt watched. No, studied, from somewhere deep within. The thought alone forced my foot forward. The foyer looked smaller than I remembered, crooked, sagging, splintered, but untouched by the fire that supposedly killed my mother. Dust clung to every surface in thick gray sheets. The grandfather clock in the corner stood silent, its hands frozen at 3:08. A draft swept past me, though no window was open on the ground floor. Then I heard it, a faint scrape above my head, slow, purposeful, like something heavy dragging across the attic floor. I froze. The attic was the one place in this house I had sworn never to enter again. As a child, I saw something up there. My first memory and my worst. A shape standing in the far corner behind the stacks of boxes, tall, bent, wrong. I never told anyone what I saw because the shape whispered that if I did, it would come back for me. My mother believed I had nightmares, but nightmares don't whisper your name through walls. Trying to steady my breath, I stepped farther inside the house. The floorboards moaned, announcing me like an intruder. I expected dust, covered silence in return, but instead I heard another sound. Low, rhythmic, almost like breathing. The sound came from deeper in the hall. The curiosity pulled me onward. The hallway felt stretched, longer than it ever had been. Walls bowed inward as though the house inhaled. Old picture frames hung crooked, their glass cracked. Faces blurred by age or something far more deliberate. My mother's portrait was missing from its frame, the nail empty. Halfway down the hall, my eye caught a flash of movement from the living room doorway. A figure, a shadow. It slipped back before I could form a shape from it. The air grew heavier with every step, pressing against my skull. The breathing sound deepened. Then something unexpected hit me. A sweet, familiar scent: lavender. My mother's perfume. I followed it into the living room. The room was exactly how I remembered it, yet not at all right. Furniture draped in white sheets looked like bodies frozen mid-motion. The fireplace was cold, its soot smeared, as if a hand had raked through it. An old lamp flickered weakly, though I hadn't touched a switch. On the mantel sat a small wooden box I hadn't seen since I was very young. My mother used to keep letters in it, letters she never let anyone read. She hid that box the night she died. When I reached for it, my fingertips brushed something wet. I pulled my hand back and saw a smear of dark red on my skin. Blood. Fresh. The breath left my lungs as I stepped back, heart hammering. The room seemed to tighten around me, shadows thickening. Then the lamp flickered again. Once, twice, and went out completely. I stood in the dark. Silence swallowed the house. Then a floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, straining to see through the black. Nothing. But the air shifted as though something moved closer. Slow, steady steps on the wooden floor. Another step. Another. Then the breathing sound returned. Now inches from my ear. I bolted into the hall, nearly slipping on the warped floorboards. My pulse pounded as I grabbed the banister and climbed the staircase 2 steps at a time, even though my mind screamed at me not to go up. But downstairs felt worse. Whatever followed me seemed rooted in the lower rooms. At the top of the stairs, everything was colder, colder than the weather should have allowed. My fingers numbed on the railing, and the attic door, paint peeling, lock rusted, wood sagging, stood wide open, as if waiting. A thin line of light crept down from inside, not warm like a bulb but pale, like moonlight filtered through dirty glass. The air carried a soft hum, a vibration at the edge of hearing. I should have run. Even remembering this moment now, I know I should have run. But something tugged me forward, a force stronger than logic or fear. The same force that brought me back after 12 years. The same force that sent the letter. I stepped toward the attic. With every inch I climbed the narrow steps, the hum deepened. It reached into my jaw, my bones, my teeth. My vision blurred as though heat rose off the wood. Shadows swayed around me, almost brushing my shoulders, retreating whenever I turned. Halfway up, I saw something that stopped me cold. A shoe print on the dusty step, small, barely the length of my palm. A child's footprint, fresh. I should have backed away, but the footprint told me something I had suspected since opening. That letter, my mother's death, wasn't the only lie. When I reached the attic threshold, the humming stopped. The silence was so complete it rang in my ears. The room was not how I remembered it. It wasn't full of boxes anymore. Everything had been cleared except for a single object standing at the center, a tall, cracked mirror, draped in a thin layer of white cloth that billowed though no breeze blew. As I stepped closer, dust swirled around my ankles. Something felt alive in the air, pulsing faintly. My heartbeat synced with it. I touched the cloth. It slid from the mirror like shedding skin. The glass was broken in several places, lines spreading like veins. But the cracks didn't distort my reflection. They shaped it, bent it, twisted it. The figure looking back wasn't me. Its shoulders were too broad, its neck too long, its eyes too dark. For a breath, I stared at what should have been my face. Then it blinked. I stumbled back, a gasp tearing from my throat. The figure in the mirror didn't mimic my movement. It stepped closer. Closer. Its hand pressed against the glass from inside. My pulse thrashed. The attic behind me groaned. Something shifted in the far corner. Something large. The mirror figure lifted its head, and its mouth twisted into a smile that stretched too wide. Then I heard my mother's voice from the corner of the attic. "Do not look at it too long." I froze. The voice was unmistakable, gentle, soft, warm, but filled with an edge of terror I had never heard in her before. I turned slowly. The corner was dark. Too dark. The kind of dark that eats surrounding light. I took one step toward it. The floorboard under me cracked. "Don't." Her voice snapped sharper now. "It listens." My throat tightened, Mom. My voice barely made it out. No answer. Only the sound of breathing again. Deep, slow, too close. I backed toward the mirror, unsure which terror was worse, the figure inside the glass or the unseen thing in the shadows. Then the attic door slammed shut behind me. I spun around too late. Something cold touched the side of my neck. A finger. Long, thin. It traced my skin lightly, almost curious. A whisper brushed my ear, soft, low, layered like several voices speaking through the same mouth. "You came back." My entire body froze, locked by fear so sharp it sliced through my lungs. The attic seemed to pulse around me, as if breathing with the thing behind me. My eyes darted to the mirror. The figure inside leaned forward until its forehead touched the glass. The whispers continued. "So many years, so many nights waiting. You brought the key back with you." My heart thrashed. What key? The words scraped out hoarse. The finger slid down to my collarbone. The voice in my ear shifted, almost amused. "You don't remember." Then the mirror figure moved, fast, slamming its palms against the inside of the glass hard enough to rattle the frame. The cracks spread farther, spiderwebbing toward the edges. Behind me, the unseen thing inhaled deeply, like drawing in my fear. The attic light flickered. The temperature dropped again. My mother's voice rose from the dark with sudden forced run. Not whispered, not soft, commanding. The thing behind me hissed, a sound like air escaping a dying body. The mirror figure twisted its head, staring at the corner as if afraid of the voice. That was the moment I bolted. I threw myself down the attic steps so fast I nearly fell. Something scraped after me, dragging across the wood. I reached the hall and slammed the attic door shut, but a hand. No, a shape. Pressed against the other side, making the wood bulge outward. I stumbled backward as the bulging wood sank back to normal, as if whatever pushed against it changed its mind. Silence followed. Long. Dense. Then the attic doorknob slowly turned on its own. I didn't wait. I sprinted downstairs, ran through the hall, and reached the front door just as every light in the house flared bright white. Blinding. Before snapping off again. Total darkness swallowed the house. In that darkness, something whispered from the top of the stairs, in a voice stretched thin but horribly familiar, "Come back. You forgot something." I burst out the front door and into the yard, gasping for breath. But even outside, I felt eyes watching me from the attic window. When I looked up, the cracked mirror leaned against the glass, reflecting nothing but darkness behind it. And as the wind tore through the trees, the house let out a low groan. Hungry, patient, waking. I should have left. I should have run until my legs gave out. But as I reached my car, I saw something on the windshield. A fresh envelope. My name. Same handwriting. Inside, only one sentence. "You did not imagine what you saw at 6 years old." You opened it, and below the words, smeared faintly, a child's bloody fingerprint. A single bloody fingerprint shouldn't have been enough to pull me back toward the house, yet I couldn't look away from it. The smear sat in the corner of the envelope like a small warning or a mark left by someone in a hurry, or someone trying to reach me before something else did. I wiped the sweat from my palms, though the night air was freezing, and tried to steady myself, but my pulse kept climbing. The message in the letter felt heavier the longer I stared at it, as if the ink weighed more than paper should carry. You opened it. I repeated the line under my breath, hoping it would make sense if I spoke it aloud. It didn't. It only made the fear inside me shift into something sharper. The house behind me creaked, slow and deliberate, as if listening. I slid the letter back into the envelope, and moved toward my car door, convinced that all reason pointed toward leaving. But something caught my eye through the windshield, something lying on the passenger seat. I froze. I had locked the car when I arrived. I remembered the sound of the latch clicking. Yet there, sitting where no one could have placed it without breaking in, lay a small wooden block with carved edges. A toy block. The kind children stack to spell words, and this one had a single letter carved into its face. M. My breath caught. A memory stirred, foggy, half-formed. A child's hand passing such a block to me in a dim room. A whisper floating in the air. My mother shouting from downstairs. And the attic door creaking open by itself. A gust of wind rushed across Weaver's Mile, rustling the dead leaves around my feet, making them skitter across the pavement. I looked back toward the house. The attic window, moments ago dark, now glowed faintly with a pale light, as if a lantern had been lit inside. Something moved behind the glass, slowly, tall, wrong in shape. The memory sharpened. The block in the car. The letter on the windshield. The voice in the attic. Something had followed me even all those years ago, long before the fire, and it wasn't finished. Fear and curiosity wrestled inside me until curiosity won, not because it was stronger, but because the questions clawing at me refused to quiet. My mother had warned me. She had tried to stop it, and she had died for it, maybe not in the fire, but in whatever came before or after. I had to know what I had opened. Leaving the car behind me, I stepped toward the house again, each footfall heavier than the last. The porch boards moaned under my weight, as if they recognized me. The door still stood open, yawning like a mouth ready to swallow. But this time, the air inside felt different, charged, waiting. I hesitated at the threshold. A whisper floated out faint, but unmistakable. Don't leave me. Not the voice from the attic. Not the layered, monstrous tone that twisted my name. This voice was small, high, trembling, a child. My stomach tightened. The block on the car seat. The tiny footprint in the attic dust. The whisper now. Against every instinct to run, I stepped inside. The door eased shut behind me with a soft click. I didn't touch it. The living room waited in its usual gloom, though something had shifted. The white sheets covering the furniture stirred slightly, as if something brushed against them. The wooden box on the mantel stood open now, lid raised like a jaw. Inside it, instead of letters, sat a single object, a photograph. I approached carefully, half expecting something to dart from the shadows. The photo showed the house years ago, brighter with clean windows and trimmed hedges. Standing on the front lawn were my mother and a little boy, maybe 4, maybe 5. Blonde hair, pale eyes, familiar face, mine. But in the photo I wasn't alone. Beside me stood another child, a girl, same age, dark hair, holding my hand. I stared at the image, confused. I had no memory of another child living with us or visiting us. No cousin, no neighbor, no friend. Yet there she was, smiling stiffly at the camera. Then I noticed something else. The girl's shadow didn't match her shape. While her body faced forward, her shadow leaned toward me, long fingers brushing my arm in the distorted outline. A low thump sounded from upstairs. I flinched, dropping the photo. It hit the wood floor face down. Another thump followed, heavier, closer to the stairs. I backed away from the mantel. The house seemed to hold its breath. The staircase loomed in the dim light, far darker than before, the shadows clinging to each step like they had mass. Something shifted at the top landing, a flicker of movement. Then a soft cry drifted down, a broken sound, child-like. Please, don't go. My legs stiffened. I knew that cry. I didn't know how, but the recognition was instant, deep in my bones. Like remembering a song you haven't heard since childhood. I forced myself toward the stairs. With every step, the temperature dropped further. My breath puffed white into the air. The boards creaked under my weight, but another set of steps echoed faintly. Lighter, like bare feet running ahead of me. By the time I reached the top landing, The air felt thick enough to choke. The hallway stretched into darkness, the bulbs overhead flickering weakly. The whisper came again, guiding me. This way. The voice belonged to the same child from before, I was sure of it. But hearing it now, so close, stirred another memory. A girl's laugh echoing through the house years ago, a hand tugging mine as we played hide and seek, her darting toward the attic, me following, her vanishing. No one believed me when I told them about her. They said I had an overactive imagination, that children see faces in shadows and hear things in quiet rooms, that I made her up to fill the silence of a lonely house. But the house never felt lonely. It felt full. I followed the voice to the end of the hall, where a doorway stood open. My old bedroom. The faint light inside flickered blue, pulsing like a heartbeat. When I stepped in, the cold hit me so sharply my teeth chattered. The walls were exactly as I remembered. Peeling paint, old posters, the faint smell of dust. But the room wasn't empty. A small shape sat curled in the corner, facing the wall. A child, a little girl. Her long dark hair hung over her face, her knees pressed to her chest. I stopped breathing. "Hello." My voice trembled. She didn't move. I stepped closer, slow, careful. With each inch, dread climbed my spine. The girl stayed perfectly still, but the shadows around her seemed to shift. I crouched down. "Are you hurt?" The girl's head lifted an inch. A soft crack sounded from her neck. She turned toward me. I stumbled back, hand flying to my mouth. Her eyes were wrong. Too wide, darkened by something that had seeped far beyond fear. Her skin looked pale, almost gray. But none of that froze me as much as one thing. She looked exactly like the girl in the photograph. Her lips trembled. She whispered my name. Daniel. A rush of cold swept the room, stirring the curtains though the window was shut tight. The girl reached a trembling hand toward me. I hesitated, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my ears. Her voice cracked. "You left me." Something moved behind her, fast. A shadow stretched across the wall. Tall. Bent. Wrong. The girl's eyes widened in terror. She dropped her hand and shrank back. No. Please, he's here." The shadow shape rose to its full height, towering until its head brushed the ceiling. Its arms lengthened unnaturally, fingers trailing along the wall as if searching. I grabbed the girl and pulled her toward me, just as the shadow lunged. The air split with a screech so sharp it pierced my skull. I dragged her through the doorway into the hall. The lights overhead burst, showering sparks. The shadow crashed against the wall behind us, warping the wood like it was breathing. "Run," the girl cried. We sprinted toward the stairs. The house groaned in protest. Something thundered behind us, each impact shaking the floor. As we reached the top step, the shadow's hand, long, thin, ending in sharp points, swiped past my shoulder, tearing the wallpaper as if slicing flesh. We barreled down the stairs. At the bottom, I lost my footing and crashed to the floor, but I held onto the girl. A cold, burning sensation raced up my arm where the shadow had brushed me, leaving a mark that throbbed with heat. The girl grabbed my shirt. "You opened the door. You let him in. He won't stop now." Her words hit me like stones. What door? The one in the attic. My stomach dropped. The mirror. The reflection that wasn't mine. The whisper calling my name. The child-sized footprint. The house shuddered violently. A loud crack echoed from upstairs as the shadow's form poured down the hall, flowing rather than walking, its edges shivering like smoke caught in wind. The girl's grip tightened. "We have to hide." "But where?" She pointed to the basement door, a door I hadn't noticed earlier. It was slightly ajar, a faint orange glow seeping through the gap, as if a dying fire burned below. I hesitated. The shadow moved closer, stretching across the walls like living ink. I grabbed the girl and rushed to the basement. We tumbled down the stairs. The door slammed shut above us. The glow flickered weakly across the basement walls, revealing shelves lined with dust, covered jars, stacks of old newspapers, broken furniture, and something else. A circle drawn on the concrete floor. Thick lines. symbols carved deep into the stone. At the center of the circle lay scraps of burned paper, melted wax, and a single object. A photograph frame. Inside the frame, charred around the edges, was a picture of my mother holding me as a baby. Her smile looked strained, her eyes tired. But behind her, faintly visible in the doorway of another room, stood the same tall shadow, long before the attic, long before any memory I had. My legs weakened. The girl knelt beside the circle, staring at it with shaking hands. She tried to stop him, she whispered. She tried to keep him inside the mirror. But you broke it. I didn't. You did, the girl said softly, when we were little. A chill settled over me. What happened to you? I whispered. The girl's eyes filled with something like sorrow. I followed you into the attic that day. He didn't want you yet. He wanted me first. My chest tightened. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I don't remember. She nodded slowly. He made sure you didn't. A slow scraping sound echoed above us. The shadow was searching. The girl grabbed my hand. We don't have long. If the house wakes completely, he won't be trapped to the mirrors anymore. The basement lights flickered. What do we do? I asked. She looked toward the burned circle. You have to finish what your mother started. Above us, the shadow's voice crawled through the floorboards, stretching into a horrid mockery of speech. Daniel, come back up. I found your mother. My blood turned to ice. The girl squeezed my hand. He lies. The floorboards bent as something pressed down from above. We're out of time, she whispered. Then the basement door creaked open. Slow, careful, deliberate, and something began to descend the stairs. The sound on the stairs wasn't footsteps. It was slower, heavier, like something dragging itself downward with too many limbs or not enough strength to move the way a body should. Each scrape rattled dust from the rafters, sending it drifting through the dim, orange glow like ash from an unseen fire. The girl tightened her grip on my arm, her fingers ice cold. Her eyes stared at the stairwell without blinking. Her breath held as though any sound from her might call the thing faster. A soft thud echoed as something reached the bottom step. Neither of us moved. The light in the basement flickered, dimmed, then steadied. The air thickened, stretching into a tense silence that made my heart beat, thunder loud enough I feared the creature could hear it. My palm grew slick in the girl's grasp. I tried to quiet my breathing, but each inhale sounded too sharp in the stillness. A slow scraping resumed, this time along the concrete floor. Not walking, sliding, pulling. The shadow moved into view, but its outline wavered as though made of smoke trying to hold a shape. Its elongated limbs bent at strange angles, one of them dragging behind it like a broken wing. Its head brushed the low ceiling, scraping faint lines into the wood above. I felt the tremor through the floor as it shifted its weight. Then its face lifted toward us, or what passed for its face. A deep hollow sat where features should have been, a pit that seemed to swallow the faint light in the room. The darkness pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, and though it had no eyes, I felt it stare at me, straight through me, as if it remembered something I didn't. My chest tightened. The girl stepped in front of me, trembling but defiant. Her small body shook like it couldn't bear the weight of her courage. She raised her chin toward the creature, and her voice, though barely above a whisper, cut through the heavy air. You can't take him. Not yet. The shadow stopped. Its shape flickered, twitching in small spasms like a glitching silhouette. Then it leaned forward, too far for any normal body, its neck stretching until the top half of its form hung over the circle on the floor. It stayed there, as if held back by something invisible. A barrier, the carved lines on the concrete, my mother's work. The shadow hissed, long, sharp, angry, as its limb attempted to cross into the circle. But the moment it touched the etched symbols, its shape recoiled in a violent jolt, scattering fragments of darkness like sparks from an ember. The girl didn't flinch. She stared straight at it. You're weaker, she said, as if testing a theory. You weren't like this before." A sound crawled from the creature, a rasping noise that vibrated in the air, almost words but not quite. The tone carried fury, but beneath it lay something else. Hunger. Its form bent toward me again, quivering with need. I stepped back before I realized it, nearly tripping over an old crate. The girl steadied me with a hand that felt far too cold for someone living. Her eyes flicked to my face, then back to the creature. "He wants the one who opened the mirror," she said quietly. "He wants you." "But why?" I whispered. The girl swallowed hard. "Because you didn't just open it. You cracked it." The words hit with a weight I didn't understand yet. My pulse quickened. Memories tried to surface from the murk of childhood. The attic, the games we played, the whispering sounds we followed. But every time a memory pushed close to clarity, another force shoved it away, like a hand covering my eyes. "What happened the day you disappeared?" I asked her. She shook her head. "Not disappeared. Taken." The creature hissed again as if the word offended it. The light flickered once more. Then another sound rose from above, soft at first, then growing clearer. A woman humming. The sound floated down the basement stairs, gentle and familiar, threading its way around the shattered jars and rotting wood. The tune was simple, steady, haunting. I knew it instantly. My mother's lullaby. My throat tightened. That can't be real. The girl's fingers dug into my jacket. "It's not her," she whispered. The creature hissed loudly, twitching toward the sound like a moth to flame. But the humming continued, drifting closer to the basement door, gentle as if calling a child to bed. My knees weakened beneath the weight of memory. She used to hum it to me on stormy nights, sitting beside my bed with a candle lit, the shadows on the walls dancing like playful ghosts. It was the only sound that ever made the old house feel warm. Hearing it now chilled me deeper than the creature's presence. The girl stepped backward, pulling me with her. "He's trying to make you look away from the circle," she whispered. The humming grew louder, stronger, impossibly familiar. My chest ached. Daniel, the voice, sang softly at the end of the tune. My mother's voice, perfect, gentle, loving. I took a step toward the stairs before I noticed I was moving. The girl yanked my hand back. "No." I heard her, I insisted, my voice trembling. "That's her. I know it. It's not." The girl stepped in front of me once more, forcing my gaze to hers. Her eyes glistened with a sadness too old for her face. "He did the same thing to me. He called me with my father's voice." The humming shifted abruptly, stopping mid-note. Silence engulfed the basement. Then, the voice spoke again, clearer now. "Danny, sweetheart, come to me." My legs wobbled. I nearly fell forward. The girl shook her head violently, tears forming. "He knows your memories better than you do," she whispered. "He feeds on them. He takes shapes you can't resist." A soft knock sounded on the basement ceiling. 3 slow taps, spaced evenly, as if delivered by someone waiting politely at a bedroom door. Tap, tap, tap. Then the voice returned, this time cracking with a tone that shattered me. "Baby, please, help me." My mother used to say those words to my father when pain took her breath away during her illness. I remembered it perfectly. I remembered standing in the doorway of her room, watching her cry quietly while she thought I was asleep. The creature's hollow head snapped toward the stairs, tilting with a disturbing eagerness. Tap, tap, tap. The girl stepped backward until she and I were both standing inside the protective circle. She pulled me fully inside, her fingers trembling. The creature recoiled as though the circle pushed it back. "We're safe in here," she whispered. But she didn't sound convinced. The humming returned, louder now, filling every corner of the basement. The walls seemed to vibrate with the sound. The creature shifted rapidly, its form flickering like a candle flame in a gust. Then it lunged toward the edge of the circle again, but stopped just short as the etched lines glowed faintly. A scream erupted above us, sharp enough to rattle the pipes. My mother's scream, not the soft pleading voice this time, a scream of agony. A raw, ragged shriek that ripped straight through my chest. I staggered. The girl grabbed me again, pulling me closer. He wants you to step out. Don't. Something slammed into the basement door with violent force. The hinges bent inward. A second hit followed, harder. The wood splintered. Then a third. The door burst open. But no creature stood there. Instead, a figure stood at the top of the stairs, framed in shadow. My mother. Or something wearing her shape. She descended one step at a time, her feet bare and pale, leaving faint reddish prints behind. Her head hung slightly to the side, as though her neck had broken long ago. Her hair draped around her face, hiding most of it. Her nightgown, one she used to wear on stormy nights, fluttered though the air was still. "Danny," she whispered, her voice trembling with pain. "Why did you leave me in the fire?" The girl gasped, horror widening her eyes. "That wasn't you," I whispered, shaking my head. "You died before. She's not your mother," the girl hissed. "Don't listen." The figure stepped fully into the basement. The creature near the circle slumped low to the ground, as if bowing to her, or fearing her. The woman, if she was a woman, lifted her face toward me, and I felt my knees buckle. Her eyes were hollow sockets filled with shifting darkness, swirling like liquid night. Tears trickled down her cheeks, but the tears were black, thick, like ink bleeding through paper. She reached a trembling hand toward me. "Come home, Danny," my voice cracked. "You're not her. You can't be." The girl pulled me deeper into the circle. The creature hissed in fury as the woman's shadow stretched across the floor, its fingers brushing the concrete just inches from the carved lines. "Finish it," the girl whispered, "or we all die." "Finish what?" "What your mother started. Binding him." She had almost trapped him inside the mirror again. But she needed two people. Two who had seen him. Two who remembered him. She needed you and me. "But you, I'm still here," the girl said softly. "In this house, bound to him. But I'm strong enough to help you now." The woman stepped closer. The circle lines glowed brighter. The creature surged forward, slamming into the invisible barrier and sending a shockwave across the basement. The girl dropped to her knees, shaking. We need to say her words. The ones she carved, the ones she whispered during the fire. "I don't remember them," I said helplessly. "You do," she insisted. "Buried in your head." He pushed them deep, but they're still there. The shadow woman reached the very edge of the circle and extended her hand toward my face. Her fingers stopped less than an inch from the barrier. "Baby," she whispered, "let me hold you again." I squeezed my eyes shut. A memory cracked open at the edge of my mind. My mother grabbing me, pulling me close, whispering words in my ear while smoke poured through the attic door behind her. Words I didn't understand then. Words I wasn't supposed to say aloud. But now they rose in my throat like something old waking inside me. The creature hissed loudly. The shadow woman shrieked. The girl looked at me with desperate hope. "Say it," she whispered. I opened my mouth, and the basement lights exploded. The house roared. The circle flared brighter, and something ancient inside me stirred. Forcing the first word out of my mouth, before everything went black, the darkness wasn't empty. It felt heavy, thick, almost warm, like sinking into something alive. I couldn't move at first, couldn't open my eyes. All I could feel was the echo of the word I'd spoken. One syllable, sharp as broken glass, torn from a place inside me I hadn't known existed. It vibrated through my skull like a struck bell, and somewhere in that suffocating black, something answered. Not a sound, not a voice, a presence, cold, patient waiting. I forced my eyes open. The basement was no longer washed in orange light. Everything had gone dim. Shadows pooling like spilled ink across the floor. The carved circle still glowed faintly beneath me, but the brightness had faded. Its edges flickered like a fire struggling for air. Dust floated through the room in slow motion, as if time itself had thickened. I tried to stand, but a sharp ache pulsed in my ribs as if I'd been struck. The memory of the explosion of light came back in fragments. Flashes of the shadow, woman screaming, the creature convulsing like a puppet with cut strings, the girl falling backward, blood trailing from her nose, the circle blazing white. Then everything snapping out like a blown fuse. The girl, I spun around, heart lurching. She lay on the far side of the circle, curled against the floor. Her chest rose and fell faintly. Alive, but barely. Her small frame trembled with each breath. Her face looked paler than before. Her lips almost colorless. Her dark hair lay scattered around her like a spilled shadow. I crawled toward her, hands shaking uncontrollably. "Are you okay?" Her eyelids fluttered. She opened them just enough for me to see faint recognition spark, or flicker, through her gaze. "You said the first word," she whispered. Her voice sounded frayed, thin as worn cloth. "What happened to you?" She gave a faint, exhausted laugh. "He heard you. The house felt it. That always cost something." My chest tightened. "Cost what?" "Pieces of us," she murmured. "Little pieces. If you're not careful, he takes more." A shiver crawled up my spine. "Then we stop before you can't." She forced herself up slowly, though her arms trembled. "Once you start the binding, you have to finish. The house won't forgive a half-closed door." My stomach dropped. "What does that mean?" She looked toward the stairs. That's when I realized the basement door at the top was open again. Wide open, swinging slightly, as if disturbed by a faint breeze. A strip of darkness waited beyond, thick and impenetrable. And from somewhere above, a new sound crept through the air, soft at first, like something brushing along drywall. Then it came again, a skittering, fast, too fast. The girl's voice dropped to a whisper I barely heard. "He's not alone anymore." Before I could ask what that meant, something thudded against the basement wall. A loud, wet slap, like flesh hitting concrete. Then another, and another. Something moved just out of sight, climbing downward in jerking motions, limbs scraping and rearranging themselves with sickening cracks. The girl grabbed my hand with sudden urgency. "We need to move before they reach the circle." "They." She didn't answer. Her head snapped toward the far end of the basement. The glow of the circle cast just enough light to reveal movement behind a row of old shelves. Twitching, shifting shapes pressing forward, their outlines bending as if joints didn't belong where they currently rested. I stood, pulling her with me, my heart hammering so hard it blurred my vision for a moment. Can the circle protect us from them too? She shook her head. It wasn't made for them. A cold line of sweat slid down my spine. "What are they?" Her answer came out brittle. "The ones he took before me." My breath left in a sharp gasp. There were others. There are always others. The scraping neared the shelves, wood groaning under shifting weight. Something pushed its face, or whatever replaced its face, between the slats. Pale skin, thin, wrong, like a child molded from clay and abandoned unfinished. A pair of black eyes blinked from a too smooth skull. The girl flinched and covered her mouth with her hand to hold down a sob. "They weren't meant to stay," she whispered, trembling. "He takes them apart and puts them back wrong." Another face pressed through the shelves. Then another. Their limbs tangled like roots trying to push through too much soil. At least 3 shapes moved toward us now, crawling, dragging, climbing over one another in a frantic effort to reach the circle. I grabbed the girl around the shoulders. "Tell me the next word." "You're not ready," she said, shaking her head. "You'll open something worse if you force it."
"If we stay here, we die!"
She squeezed her eyes shut. The second word comes only when you remember what you saw first. What I saw. And then something hit me. A memory I had buried so deep it barely felt like mine. I saw myself at 6, hiding behind a stack of boxes in the attic. The mirror gleaming faintly in the gloom. My small hand reaching toward it. A thin crack spreading across its surface as if something beneath the glass had pressed back. The girl beside me laughing nervously, unaware of the danger. Then, a whisper. Not hers, not mine, something else. Something behind us in the attic. I swallowed hard as the memory burned through me. I remember something. A word inside my head. Not spoken. Felt. The girl nodded weakly. Then say it. I focused. The memory pulling me deeper. The voice from the attic growing louder. The crack in the mirror spreading. The shadow forming. The girl's scream. My mother grabbing me, dragging me away. And the word. A second piece. Sharp and cold. I opened my mouth. But the moment the second word touched my lips, the entire basement reacted. The shelves collapsed outward, as if shoved by an invisible force. The twisted figures shrieked in unison, their voices cracking with rage and hunger. The circle flared again, brighter this time, a harsh white light that stung my eyes. The creature from before, the tall shadow, lurched backward as if struck by something unseen. And above us, the house shook violently. The girl's knees buckled. I held her upright as the light pulsed outward in a sudden surge, washing over the basement like a shockwave. But this time, the backlash hit me too. Pain shot through my skull. My vision fractured, splitting into flashes of the past and present. The attic, the fire, my mother screaming my name. The girl being pulled into the dark by a hand that was not a hand. The mirror cracking again and again. Then something else, something new. A memory I never had. A door inside a place that didn't exist. A door opening. On its own. Stop, the girl cried, shaking me. Don't let it pull you in. But I couldn't stop. The images kept flooding me, tearing through my mind with a force that felt like it would rip me apart. Then, suddenly, silence. The light vanished, and so did the circle. I blinked. The glowing lines were gone, erased. Only faint scratches remained on the concrete. The girl gasped, horror flooding her expression. No, no. No, without the circle, he can enter anywhere. He can take shape fully. Before I could react, something touched my shoulder. But it wasn't cold. It was warm, soft, human. I turned slowly. My mother stood behind me, her eyes no longer hollow. Her face no longer twisted, her skin warm, alive, familiar. A perfect memory reborn. She smiled gently, the same soft smile she used when comforting me after a nightmare. It's all right, sweetheart, she whispered. You can rest now. The girl beside me screamed. That's not her. But the warmth of the hand on my shoulder felt so real, so safe, so exactly like her. My eyes burned with sudden tears. I don't know anymore, I whispered. My mother tilted her head, smile widening just a little too much. Then her voice shifted, not loud, not monstrous, just slightly off. Come here, Danny. I've been waiting for you. The girl grabbed my arm, shaking hard enough to bruise. If you go to her, he takes you. Forever. My mother stepped closer. Her shadow stretched behind her, but not her shadow. Its shape was tall. Bent. Wrong. The girl pulled me toward the far corner of the basement. Footsteps echoed above us. More than one pair, many pairs. Children, adults, something moving down the walls themselves. The girl looked at me, tears streaking down her too, pale cheeks. Finish the binding, she pleaded. Or he will fill this house again. The false version of my mother extended both arms now, her voice tender as silk. Come to me, love. You opened the door once. Open it again. The basement lights flickered. The warped creatures crawled closer. The tall shadow rose behind the woman like a towering storm. And as everything closed in on us, the next memory slammed into me. The final piece of my mother's last words. The last phrase. The one that could either trap him or let something far worse out. The memory didn't return gently. It came like a blow to the skull, sudden, jarring, ripping through the fog in my mind with a violence that stole my breath. I staggered, clutching the side of my head as pieces of that night surged back, sharper than they had ever been. The smell of smoke, my mother's trembling hands, the sound of something clawing at the attic walls behind us, the mirror cracking as she dragged me away, her voice, steady despite her fear, whispering a final phrase she forced me to repeat even while tears streaked her face. And I remembered now why she forced it into me. Because the shadow had already taken the other child. and it wanted me next. The basement around me warped as the memory flooded back. The fake version of my mother froze in place, as if she sensed something shifting inside me. The tall shadow behind her slowly straightened, its long limbs tightening with anticipation. The smaller, broken figures crawling along the concrete paused mid-motion, their bodies twitching like startled insects. The girl tightened her grip on my hand. "You remember it," she whispered. My voice trembled. "I think I do." Her eyes widened with a brief flash of hope that vanished almost instantly. "Then say it before he changes shape again." But the false woman had already begun to shift. Her skin rippled like water disturbed by a dropped stone. A dark vein crawled across her cheek. Her smile twitched, stretching too wide. Her eyes dimmed, the warm brown fading into swirling black. Yet her voice when she spoke remained heartbreakingly soft. "Danny, don't hurt me, please." The girl stepped in front of me, shielding me with her small body even though she shook like she could collapse at any second. "You can't listen to anything it says now," she murmured. "He'll borrow every memory you have." A faint crack echoed above, followed by another. The house groaned as if stretching awake again. Dust fell from between the basement floorboards. Something heavy paced back and forth overhead. Many footsteps followed, some too fast, some too slow, some out of rhythm entirely. Children's giggles floated faintly through the air, then turned abruptly into choked sobs. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. The last phrase pulsed in my mind like a heartbeat made of words. But saying it meant binding the creature. And binding the creature meant I had to open something inside myself. Something my mother had hidden all these years, buried so deep the shadow itself had trouble reaching it. The girl tugged me backward. The false woman took another step toward us, and this time, the movement wasn't soft or gentle. It was jerky, like a puppet being pulled by too many strings. Her bones cracked loudly as her head twisted a little too far to the right. "You were supposed to stay with me," she said, voice layered now with something darker beneath. "We were supposed to burn together." My stomach clenched. The girl whispered, "Don't let him trap you with guilt." But guilt was a sharp thing, and it dug deeper than fear. I forced myself to look at the false woman fully, straight into the swirling darkness where her eyes should be. My mother didn't die because of me. The shadow behind her hissed, a shrill sound that skittered through the air. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a blank expression that lasted only a moment before her mouth twisted into a snarl. "She died saving you, and you wasted it." The girl stepped closer, her small frame tense. "Ignore it. Focus on the words." But the memories were loud now, too loud. They pushed and pulled inside me, dragging me back into the burning attic, the smoke choking my lungs, the shadow looming over us, the girl screaming as something yanked her into darkness. My mother's hand gripping mine so tightly it left marks. The final phrase she whispered. Then her voice again, this time the real one, faint but unmistakable, rose inside my mind. "If he breaks through, Daniel, you must seal him. You must finish the words. Promise me." My heart twisted. I whispered, "I promised her." The girl nodded. "Then keep the promise." The false woman's face flickered, her expression collapsing into something hideous. Her mouth stretched down her jawline like melting wax. Her arms elongated, the bones cracking under the strain. Her fingers sharpened, curling like claws. A low moan crawled from her throat, and the tall shadow behind her surged forward, rising taller, darker, hungrier. The girl backed up, pulling me with her. "Say it." Fear clawed at my throat. "If I say it wrong, if you don't say it now, he takes all of us." Before I could speak, the house itself seemed to inhale. Every light went out, every sound stopped. The dark deepened. The shadow woman tilted her head, listening. The broken figures froze mid-crawl. The tall creature's limbs tightened as if bracing for something monumental. Then, a soft hum, a familiar one. Not the creature's mimicry, something else. a voice I had not heard in years. The girl looked around frantically. No, no, he's calling them. The humming came from everywhere at once, above us, behind us, inside the walls. A chorus of children's voices joined it, humming the same lullaby my mother used to sing. They hummed out of sync, wrong in tone, like they had forgotten how human voices should sound. My hands shook violently. What is he doing? The girl shrank back, her face pale. He's filling the house again. The humming grew louder, rising until the walls vibrated. The floor beneath me trembled as the house responded, groaning from foundation to roof like something ancient was waking fully now. The false woman opened her arms wide, and her voice rose in a shriek that carried both command and hunger.
Comatose man!
That snapped everything back into focus. I stepped forward, not toward her, but toward the center of the room, letting the words settle on my tongue. The girl's eyes widened. Do you have it? Yes, she clutched my sleeve. Then say it strong. Say it like she taught you. The tall shadow reared, stretching its limbs so far they scraped long grooves into the concrete. The smaller creatures crawled faster, their bodies contorting into wild shapes, mouths gaping open in silent screaming. My chest tightened painfully, fear clawing at every breath. But I remembered my mother kneeling in the burning attic, smoke swirling around her like curtains, her hands pressed against my face, her hair sticking to her forehead, her voice cracking with tears as she whispered, "Finish what I cannot. Say the words together. Seal him. Promise me. Daniel, promise me." I inhaled sharply, the final phrase burning inside my throat. The false woman lunged. The tall creature broke into a sprint. The broken children scrambled forward in a frantic wave. The humming rose into a shrill chorus. And I spoke the last words. Words that tore out of me like they had been waiting years. The basement floor shook violently. A blast of air erupted upward, knocking me off my feet. The shadow shrieked, recoiling as the force pushed them back. But something went wrong. The light didn't flare across the basement like before. It burst upward. Through the stairs. Through the floorboards. Through the house. The false woman screamed, not in pain, but in fury. The tall creature convulsed violently, its limbs thrashing, its form unraveling at the edges. The broken figures scrambled backward, clawing at the concrete in panic. Something above us cracked, then broke open. A roar of wind swept down the basement stairs, swirling into a cyclone of dust and shadows. The girl grabbed my hand, but the force yanked her forward, pulling both of us toward the center of the storm forming in the room. "What's happening?" I shouted. Her hair whipped in the gale as she screamed back. "You didn't seal him." The tall shadow thrashed violently, its shape stretching, twisting. The girl continued, voice breaking. "You opened another door." The false woman lunged for me, her hands stretching like claws. But before she could reach us, the swirling force in the center of the basement exploded outward, shattering wood, crushing shelves, ripping through the concrete. And something stepped through, not the shadow, not my mother's imitation, not the broken children. Something else, something older, something waiting behind the shadow all along. The girl's scream drowned under the storm as the figure rose through the debris, taller than the shadow, darker than anything in the house, its form shifting like night-given shape. My heart stopped. My breath vanished. The thing turned its depthless face toward me and spoke my name, Daniel. The voice that spoke my name didn't sound like it belonged in the world. It was low, steady, and threaded with layers that vibrated through my bones instead of my ears. The syllables stretched, bending in ways language shouldn't allow, almost as if the creature was tasting every letter. I tried to breathe, but the air grew so thick my lungs barely moved. The shape in front of me towered over the tall shadow, swallowing what little light remained. Its outline shifted, never still, like smoke trapped inside a body that couldn't decide on a form. 1 second it looked human. The next something animal, then something with far too many limbs. My eyes couldn't settle on it for more than a heartbeat without my vision blurring. The girl clung to my arm, her nails digging deep. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "That's not him," she whispered, voice quaking. "That's what was behind him." "What do you mean behind him?" I whispered back, unable to tear my eyes away. He wasn't the worst thing in the house. He was just the door. The tall shadow creature. The one that had stalked me through the attic, that had chased us down the hall, that had mimicked my mother, had shrunk like a withered leaf curling in on itself. It knelt at the feet of the new figure, its limbs folded tight. Its once towering form now small and shaking, a pathetic servant rather than the monster I had feared. The new entity's face, or what passed for a face, tilted slightly. The motion alone sent a cold wave across the basement. The fake mother's shape collapsed entirely into ash, scattering across the floor as if the creature had no further use for the mimicry. The broken children scrambled backward, their limbs jerking, their bodies contorting, desperate to hide behind the debris. Even they recognized something far worse had entered. The girl pulled me toward the wall. "Don't speak to it. Don't answer. Don't even breathe too loudly." But the thing had already taken a full step in our direction. The concrete sighed under its weight. "Daniel," it said again, the name stretching in the air like a hand reaching. "You remember the words, but not the meaning." My stomach twisted. What does it want?" I asked the girl under my breath. Her face went pale. "You." The creature extended an arm, long and shifting, the edges flickering as though dipped in flames only it could see. "Your mother tried to bind him," it said, voice deepening. "But she never understood the truth." I swallowed, throat tight. What truth? That I was here long before him. The girl choked on a breath. "No." The figure's head turned toward her with a slow, deliberate motion. "He was the reflection," it said softly. "I was what waited on the other side." The basement shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. Something above moved fast. Something large, skittering along walls and ceilings, as though climbing toward a single point. The creature continued. "Your mother cracked the mirror when she tried to trap him." But she did not realize the crack weakened my side as well. I felt my pulse throb painfully in my ears. The girl's eyes widened in terror. "If you opened the wrong door, he came through." The creature took another slow step, closing the distance between us. The tall shadow, huddled near its feet, trembled with every word it spoke, as if its master's presence pained it. "Your words do not bind me," the entity said. "They free me." My heart lurched. "No, they were never a seal," it murmured. "They were a call." The temperature dropped so sharply I felt my breath freeze before it left my lips. The girl screamed, "Don't listen." But her voice cut off as the creature lifted a hand, not toward her. Toward me? My vision blurred. The edges of reality seemed to bend inward. The walls pulsed like a giant heartbeat. The floor rippled under my feet as though the concrete were water disturbed by an unseen tide. The girl grabbed my face with both hands. "Daniel."
Look at me! Look only at me!
Her eyes locked onto mine, wide, terrified, pleading. But the creature's voice slid into my thoughts in a whisper. "You saw me first, long before you understood what you saw." A memory hit me like a hammer. Not the attic, not the fire. Earlier, years earlier. I was 3, maybe younger. A crib, a nightlight shaped like a star, shadows dancing across the wall, my mother humming outside the door, and something tall watching me from the corner of the room. Silent, still, its head tilted the same way the creature tilted now. I had seen it. Before the attic, before the mirror, before everything. The girl shook me violently.
Don't let it in your head!
But I already felt it rooting through my thoughts like a hand, searching through drawers. The creature's voice wrapped around me. "You opened the door because you were always connected. I chose you."
Stop!
The girl shouted, stepping between us. "He didn't choose you. He marked you." Marked. The word dug deep, stirring another memory. My mother sitting on my bed, pressing a cloth to my arm. Blood. A deep scratch I couldn't explain. Her face pale with fear. Her voice trembling as she asked me again and again what made the wound. I had no answer for her then, but I saw the shape behind the crib now. The same height, the same posture, the same hollow presence. The creature came closer, and the tall shadow whimpered beneath it like an obedient dog. Your mother's ritual was incomplete, the entity whispered, because she could not seal what was already tied to you. I stumbled backward until my shoulders hit the wall. The girl stood in front of me defensively, but she was shaking too hard to appear brave. She didn't finish it, I whispered. She couldn't, the entity said. She didn't know the final truth. The basement trembled again. Above us, something cracked. A loud, sickening sound like the entire first floor shifting. The lights flickered, then burst in showers of sparks. Darkness swallowed everything, except the faint glow around the creature's shifting form. The girl gasped and grabbed my hand. We have to run, now, but the stairs were gone. I blinked, stunned. The staircase that led back to the first floor had vanished. It looked as though the concrete wall had grown over it, smooth and seamless. I reached out and touched the spot where the railing should have been, but the surface was solid cold. The girl's voice shook. He's closing the exits. The creature stepped forward again. Its shadow poured across the floor like spilled tar. You cannot run, it said. Its voice deepened, pushing into every corner of the room like a second presence filling the silence. You opened the calling. My skin crawled. You mean the mirror? The mirror was a window, it replied. Not the door. The girl spun toward me, gripping my shoulders. Daniel, what did you touch in the attic when we were little? Before I screamed. Before your mother came. The memory came back in sharp flashes. The mirror. The crack. The whisper that wasn't hers. But something else too. Something I hadn't remembered until now. A wooden panel behind the mirror. A latch, small, hidden, and I had opened it. My mother's scream echoed in my mind, desperate.
Terrified, don't to you at that!
I hadn't understood why then. Now I did. The creature loomed closer. You opened the panel, it murmured. You released the calling. You gave me a path. The girl turned ashen. You opened the wrong door. The entity slowly lifted both arms, and the basement walls cracked outward as if the foundation itself trembled before its presence. The shadow creatures wailed, covering their faces. The tall servant creature convulsed. The girl clutched me. Daniel, whatever you do, don't speak another word of the ritual. A cold shiver ran across my skin. Why? Because the last part doesn't bind him, she whispered. It binds you to him. The creature stopped only a few feet away, towering, monstrous, shifting like darkness alive. And with a voice so low it shook the air, it said, "You are the last piece." The room fell silent, too silent. Then, a hand, warm, trembling, slipped into mine. The girl whispered, "Don't let him take you. Don't let him finish what he started." My heart pounded. The creature stretched its hand toward us, and the basement shattered with a deafening crack as something else, something unexpected, slammed into the room from above, tearing through wood and concrete. A figure dropped into the basement, landing between us and the entity in a violent burst of dust and debris. And I froze, because I recognized the voice that rose from the dust, hoarse but unmistakably alive. Daniel, run! My mother, my real mother, standing between me and the thing that had hunted us both. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't think. Everything inside me froze as the dust cleared and the figure before us straightened. She was older than the memory I carried, her hair streaked with gray, her clothes torn and stained with soot, but her eyes were unmistakable, sharp, determined, alive. My breath caught in my throat as she pushed a fragment of shattered wood aside and stepped forward, shielding me with a familiarity I hadn't felt since childhood. The girl beside me grabbed my sleeve, stunned into silence. Even the twisted creatures cowering near the far wall shrank further into the shadows, trembling like animals sensing a predator. The tall shadow servant keeled, folding into itself, trembling violently in the presence of this new arrival. The entity, the towering darkness, did not move at first. It stared at her, its shifting shape flickering in slow, deliberate waves. Then its form crackled with a low, rumbling vibration that felt like anger held under coals. "You should not exist," it said. My mother stepped closer, her worn boots crunching against the broken concrete. "That's because you underestimate what desperation can do," she said, voice steady, even as her hands trembled slightly at her sides. The entity tilted its head. "You were consumed in the fire. My mother didn't blink. Not by you." A ripple shuddered across the creature's form, as if her words had pressed into it like a blade. The house shook, pipes rattling overhead, dust raining down like falling ash. The girl hid behind me, gripping my arm so hard it hurt. I stared at my mother, my heart pounding so violently I thought it might burst. How are you alive?" She didn't look back at me. Her eyes remained fixed on the creature, like if she broke focus for even a second, something catastrophic would happen. "Not now," she said softly. "We don't have time." "But," my voice cracked. "I thought you died in the attic." "I escaped the attic," she said. "Barely. And I've spent the years since trying to keep him from waking fully." The creature's form rippled again, growing taller, broader, filling the basement with its shadow. The edges of its shape curled like smoke burning at the tips. The tall servant whimpered beneath it, its limbs collapsing as if crushed by a heavy force. "You hid from me," the entity said. "No," my mother replied. Her hand brushed her jacket pocket, where something stiff and rectangular bulged from the fabric. "I hid him." She nodded toward me. "That's what you never forgave." The creature's voice dropped to a growl. "The child was marked." My mother stepped forward, placing herself directly between me and the entity. I removed as much of the mark as I could. "That's why you waited. Why you used the weaker one first. Why you needed the mirror and the attic and the cracked panel. You couldn't take him directly." The creature's shape contorted, twisting in fury. Its voice deepened until the entire basement vibrated with its tone. "I waited because he was meant to open the calling. He was meant to finish what began when he first saw me." My mother shook her head. "He didn't see you. He sensed you. Because you were already watching him." A deep rumble crept through the walls. The house groaned as if something enormous pulled at its foundation. The broken children shrieked and pressed themselves to the concrete. The tall servant collapsed fully, its limbs spread like a crushed insect. The creature pointed a shifting limb toward me. "He is the door." My mother's voice cut through the basement like a blade. "Not anymore." Her hand snapped from her jacket pocket, and she held a small object out in front of her. Old, scorched, but unmistakable even in the dim light. The mirror fragment, the same cracked shard from the attic. The same shard she had taken with her the night the fire raged. The piece of the mirror that held the last sliver of the original binding. My breath caught. The girl gasped. "You kept it?" My mother nodded slowly, her gaze never breaking from the entity. The only piece he couldn't reach. The fragment pulsed with a faint glow, white, blue, trembling as though reacting to the creature's presence. The entity recoiled slightly, a ripple of distortion spreading across its form. "You cannot bind me," it said, though the edges of its voice wavered. My mother did not step back. "I can't, but he can." My stomach dropped me. I whispered. The shard vibrated violently now, glowing brighter as my mother extended it toward me. "Daniel, the words you spoke weren't wrong. They were incomplete. The calling wasn't the end. It was the start of the binding. The mirror is the anchor. You are the voice. And the girl," she looked toward the child behind me, "is the memory he tried to erase." The girl's eyes widened, understanding dawning slowly, painfully. "He kept me to break the link." My mother nodded, and I kept the shard to keep the link alive. The creature roared, not with sound but with force, a blast of pressure that pushed us all back. The basement cracked along the ceiling. Wood splintered. Dust exploded into the air. "You while not finis it," the creature thundered. My mother shoved the shard into my hand. The moment it touched my skin, a surge of heat raced through my arm, up my neck, into my chest. I staggered, gasping. The words, the final words of the binding, flooding into my mind all at once. The same words my mother had whispered through tears, the same ones she never finished. The girl grabbed my other hand.
Say it! Say it now!
But the creature lunged. Its form unfurled like a storm. Its limbs stretching, wrapping around the walls, filling the room, pulling in every shadow. The tall servant let out a shrill cry as the entity consumed it, absorbing its form in a wave of shifting darkness. The broken children scrambled in panic, but they were swept up too, pulled into the twisting mass. Their cries echoed through the basement, thin, weak, haunting, before fading into silence. The girl squeezed my hand harder.
Daniel, please!
My mother stepped in front of me as the creature's massive shape surged toward us. Her voice broke. "Finish it, sweetheart." The words rose inside me like a scream trapped for years. The basement collapsed. Darkness swallowed everything, and with the shard burning in my hand, the final phrase tore from my throat, just as the creature reached for us. The last phrase ripped out of me with a force that didn't feel entirely my own, like someone else spoke through my lungs, dragging the sound from the deepest part of my memory. The moment the words left my mouth, the shard in my hand ignited with blinding light. Heat surged through my fingers, racing up my arm, spreading across my chest until my entire body felt like it was burning from the inside out. The creature screamed, its voice a thunderous, broken roar that shook the foundation beneath us. The basement's walls rippled outward, as if the concrete turned liquid under the sheer pressure of its agony. I fell to my knees, clutching the shard even as it seared my skin. My mother grabbed my shoulder, steadying me. "Keep going," she yelled, though her voice barely pierced the roar filling the room. The creature's form twisted violently, its enormous silhouette collapsing inward and expanding outward at the same time. The darkness around it spiraled like a tornado made of shadow and ash. It lunged for us, its limbs stretching further than anything alive should reach. But every part of it touched by the shard's light recoiled, as if burned by acid. The girl clung to my arm, her small hand shaking.
"You have to finish it!"
she cried.
I'd finish it!
I screamed back, my voice trembling with shock and pain. "No," my mother said urgently, leaning close to my ear. "You spoke the last phrase, but the binding isn't done until the anchor sinks." I blinked, my vision blurring. "What anchor?" "The shard in your hand." The meaning hit me so hard I forgot to breathe. "You mean I have to?" "Yes," she whispered. "You have to drive it into him." The creature shrieked, and the floor heaved like a living thing beneath us. Shards of broken concrete scattered like splinters across the basement. The air itself vibrated, making the lights overhead explode in a cascade of sparks. The girl tugged my sleeve. "It's your blood," he marked. "You're the only one he can't slip away from. You're the only one he can't hide from." My pulse pounded hard enough that my vision pulsed with each beat. The creature lunged again, its massive form whipping toward us with horrifying speed. My mother shoved me aside, taking the full brunt of the shockwave. The blast sent her crashing into the wall, knocking the breath from her. She slid to the floor, dazed, blood trailing from a fresh wound on her forehead. "Mom," I scrambled toward her, but the girl yanked me back. "No. If you go to her now, we're all done." The creature's shadow spread across the floor like ink poured from a bucket. It pulled toward my mother's feet, reaching to swallow her. She struggled to move, but her limbs shook too badly. A scream tore from my throat. "Stiop." To my shock, the creature paused. Just for a heartbeat. Just long enough for me to realize something crucial. It still wanted me alive. My mother used that fraction of hesitation to roll aside, collapsing into the remnants of the protective circle. Her breath came out in ragged bursts. The creature shifted its focus back to me, and its voice dropped into a deep, almost soothing whisper. "Come to me, Daniel." The voice crawled through my mind like cold fingers. "You opened the door. You called me through. You do not need to fight." My grip on the shard tightened. "Stay away. You were chosen," it purred. "Since the moment you could see shadows in the crib. Since the moment you reached for the mirror. I have always been near. I have always been yours." The girl screamed, "Don't listen!" But the creature moved closer, and its presence crushed the air around me. My ears rang. My lungs felt squeezed. My vision blurred as the edges of its form flickered like fire. "Let go," it whispered. "You don't need the shard. Give it to me. End the struggle. End the fear. Come home." The words pressed into my thoughts like 1,000 needles. And for a terrifying moment, I wanted to. I wanted the weight in my chest to stop. I wanted the fear to end. I wanted all of it. Everything I'd carried since childhood, every half memory, every terror, to fade into the creature's darkness and disappear. I lifted the shard slightly. My hand trembled. The girl sobbed. "Daniel, don't. Please. That's what he needs. If you give him the shard, he'll anchor himself here forever." Her words sliced clean through the fog in my mind. Forever. He wouldn't take just me. He would spread through the house, through the street, through the town, through anyone drawn to the whispers at night. I forced my hand back down, gripping the shard until the edges cut into my palm. Blood dripped across the glass, sizzling on its glowing surface. The creature recoiled again, hissing violently. My mother struggled to her knees.
Daniel, drive it into him. That's the anchor.
"Your blood ties the binding."
Finish it before he fully crosses.
The creature roared, the sound deafening. Its limbs extended, scraping every corner of the basement, tearing gouges into the walls. Darkness poured from its form like a storm cloud breaking open. I felt the ground tilt beneath me. The girl held my arm tightly, anchoring me as the creature's presence pressed us down. My mother forced herself upright.
Daniel, you don't need strength. Just M.
The creature lunged, and the house collapsed around us. Wood, pipes, wiring. Everything tore apart under the force of its wrath. The ceiling cracked open, sending beams crashing to the floor. Dust erupted into the air in thick waves. I stumbled, falling hard onto the concrete. The shard skidded across the floor, straight toward the creature. "No," I shouted, scrambling after it. The girl dove too, her small form colliding with mine as the creature's mass surged forward. The shard slid to a stop right beneath the shadow's reaching limb. For one frozen second, I saw a future where the creature picked it up, where everything ended. But before it could reach it, the girl threw herself across the floor, slamming her hand onto the shard. She let out a scream as the burning light lanced through her skin, tearing through her small frame. The creature reared back in surprise, and that split second was all I needed. I lunged forward, grabbed the shard from beneath her trembling fingers, and drove it straight into the creature's shifting core. The moment the shard struck, the creature let out a scream that shattered the air. Its form exploded outward. Light swallowed everything. The force knocked me backward, slamming me into the far wall. My ears rang. My vision pulsed white. My lungs burned with dust and heat. When the world finally stopped spinning, I saw the creature thrashing violently, its form folding into itself, collapsing inward like a whirlpool of darkness, shrinking into a single point. The shard glowed brighter, burning deeper into its center, pulling the monster's essence with it. The tall servant was gone. The broken children vanished. The basement floor cracked under the pressure, and the creature's voice, once deafening, now broke into a ragged, desperate whisper DNL. Then, silence. The creature imploded into a pinprick of light. The shard shattered. The house exhaled, and everything went still. I collapsed to the floor, shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in shallow bursts. The girl lay beside me, weak and trembling, her eyes barely open. My mother staggered toward us, dropping to her knees with tears streaking her soot-stained face. "You did it," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You sealed him. Daniel, you sealed him." But before relief could settle over me, a faint sound rose from the corner of the ruined basement. A whisper, soft, childlike. "Daniel?" The girl's eyes widened with horror. "That's not one of the broken ones," she whispered. My mother turned toward the sound, her face draining of color, and then the whisper came again, from behind the demolished wall, deeper in the shadows. "Daniel, are you still there?" I recognized the voice instantly. My voice, a child's version of it, calling from somewhere inside the house. For several seconds, I thought the whisper was an echo lodged in my skull, some leftover fragment of childhood trauma, stirred loose by the chaos we had just survived. But the sound came again. Soft, shaky, crawling through the ruined basement like a ghost, dragging its breath through the dark. "Daniel, where are you?" My mother froze mid-step, her face collapsing into an expression I hadn't seen since the night of the fire. Pure, helpless terror. The girl at my side squeezed my arm so tightly her nails bit into my skin. Her lips parted, but no words came out. It wasn't the monster's mimicry. It wasn't the creature's layered growl hidden behind a familiar tone. It was me. Me as a child. The voice carried the same softness, the same fear, the same wobbling breath I used to have when nightmares jolted me awake. Hearing it now felt like someone had reached into my throat and twisted, leaving my lungs empty and burning. My mother whispered, barely audible, "No, not him, not again." The girl trembled violently. "He shouldn't be here. Not after the binding. He should have been released with the others." "Released?" I rasped. "What does that mean? Who is that?" But before either of them could answer, debris shifted at the far end of the room. A low scrape dragged across the floor, followed by a faint sniffle. The child, my child self, spoke again. "I'm scared." The sound nearly knocked me off my feet. My mother reached for me with a shaking hand. "Daniel, stay behind me. Whatever you do, don't go to him." "But it's my voice," I whispered, barely forming the words. "It's me, no." She tightened her grip on my jacket. "That's what he took from you first." The girl slowly pushed herself upright, her limbs shaky from the blast that had nearly torn the house apart. She wiped dust from her face, smearing it across already pale skin. Her eyes followed the dark corner where the voice came from. "He didn't take just me," she whispered. "He kept pieces of you too." A cold shiver rippled through my whole body. "Pieces of me?" She nodded weakly. "He always marks two. One he pulls apart, one he watches. But he rarely lets either go." She swallowed hard. "That's why you forgot so much. He hid part of you inside the house." The concept made my stomach twist. "He kept a version of me?" "Not a version," she murmured. "A memory. A living one. Caught between time and place. Trapped inside the calling." My mother pressed her fingers to her temple, steadying herself. "When the fire tore through the attic, I hoped the calling would collapse. I hoped the part of you he kept would burn with it." Her voice cracked. "But he always keeps what matters most to anchor himself. When you cracked the panel, you didn't just open the path to him." She looked at me with a grief that hollowed her eyes. "You opened the path to yourself." The room tilted slightly. My breath caught. The debris shifted again. A small silhouette stepped into view at the far side of the basement, right behind a fallen beam. A child, maybe 5 years old, bare feet coated in ash, hair blonde, sticking up the way mine used to. Wearing the striped pajamas I hadn't seen since childhood, he looked up. My heart stopped. The boy had my face. Not similar, not twisted or wrong. Exactly mine, down to the small scar on my eyebrow from when I fell off my tricycle at age 4. His eyes met mine, wide and glistening. "Daniel," he whispered. My knees nearly buckled. The girl clutched my sleeve. "Don't answer him." The boy flinched at her voice, shrinking behind the beam slightly. but his eyes never left mine. "You left me," he said softly. The words pierced me deeper than any monster's voice ever had. "I didn't know," I whispered before I could stop myself. My mother swore under her breath. "Daniel, don't engage. He's still tied to the house. He's still tied to him." But the boy's face crumpled with hurt. Real, raw hurt, and something inside me cracked. He took one small step forward. The house groaned as he moved, as if the very walls reacted to his presence. My mother stepped between us again, blocking him from view. "You stay back," she ordered the child, her voice edged with panic. The boy didn't listen. He took another step. This time, the ground beneath him sank for an instant, as though the concrete were softening under his feet. The air quivered with a faint, rhythmic pulse, like the heartbeat of something buried deep in the walls. The girl whispered, "The house isn't done." He was the anchor before. He's still connected. Another rumble shook the room, subtle but unmistakable. The binding had weakened something, or awakened something else. My mother spoke through clenched teeth. "If he reaches you, Daniel, the seal will break. Everything we just fought will come undone." The boy's voice cracked as he spoke again, this time with desperation. "I waited for you. I did what you told me. I hid. I hid from the tall man. I hid from the girl screaming. I hid from the fire. I hid so well." A trail of tears slid down his cheeks, carving clean lines through the suit. But you never came back." The girl stepped forward, expression torn. "He's not lying. He thinks he's you. He doesn't know he's trapped." My mother raised a trembling hand. "You can't reach him. He's not complete. And if you touch him, the door opens again." The boy looked between them, my mother, the girl, and then fixed his gaze only on me. He spoke with a trembling, small voice that belonged to a terrified child. "Please, I don't want to be alone anymore." A fresh crack echoed from the ceiling. A chunk of plaster fell near us, bursting into powder. The ground trembled beneath my feet. The girl's eyes widened. "He's waking the rest. The house is responding to him." My mother turned toward the stairwell, or what remained of it, assessing exit points with frantic urgency. "We need to leave. Now, before this place seals itself again." But the boy's cry froze me in place. "Daniel!" He ran, straight toward me. My mother lunged to intercept him, only for the floor between her and the child to split open with a violent crack. She fell backward as a dark fissure tore the concrete apart, widening fast. The girl screamed. I reached out instinctively, but the moment I stretched my hand forward, the house reacted. Every light that remained flickered. The walls pulsed. A long, low moan shuddered through the floorboards, as if the structure itself were waking from a long, hungry sleep. The boy skidded to a stop inches from the edge of the new chasm. His small frame shook uncontrollably as he stared across at me, tears streaming freely. "Don't leave me again," he whimpered. My breath hitched. "I'm not leaving you. I never meant to." "Daniel," my mother snapped, struggling back to her feet, "you have to let him go." "I can't," I whispered. "You must," she insisted. "He's not alive the way you think. He's a memory given form. He was made to hold the door open." The boy shook his head violently.
"No, I'm real. I'm real, Daniel. I remember everything. I remember you."
I remember us hiding in the attic together. My blood ran cold. I whispered, "I don't remember that." He sobbed harder. "Because he took it from you. He kept it in me. Everything he erased from you, I kept. I held on to it so you wouldn't forget." The girl pressed a hand to her mouth. "Oh God, he made the memory carry the missing pieces." The boy nodded frantically, tears dripping onto the cracked floor. "I did everything right. I kept all the things he took from you." A fresh tremor rippled through the basement. "But it hurts to stay here," he whispered brokenly. "It hurts all the time. Please take me with you." My heart felt like it was splitting open inside my chest. The chasm widened with a violent jolt. A beam fell from above, crashing against the ground behind the child. He screamed and dropped to his knees, covering his head. My mother grabbed my shoulders hard. "Daniel, look at me," she said, voice shaking. "He is not your past. He is not your guilt. He is what the creature built from the pieces it stole. If you take him with you, you bring the house with him. And if the house follows..." She didn't finish. She didn't have to. I knew exactly what she meant. The boy sobbed into his hands, small shoulders shaking. "Please, please don't go. Don't leave me here in the dark again." Every instinct in me screamed to run to him. Every memory of childhood fear burned behind my ribs. Every part of me wanted to reach out and pull him from whatever nightmare he'd been trapped in for years. But the girl gripped my arm with a strength I didn't know she had left. She whispered with tears in her eyes, "He's not asking to be saved. He's asking to be opened." The air left my lungs. The boy looked up, his face streaked with tears, and for a split second, just one, his shadow stretched behind him into a shape that was not a child at all. A long, bent, hungry outline, waiting. My stomach dropped. My mother screamed, "Daniel!"
Don't move it!
The boy reached for me, his small hand trembling. The house moaned, a deep guttural sound like something ancient stirring behind its walls. I stood frozen. My mind split clean down the middle, one part reaching for the child who carried pieces of me, the other knowing that if I took his hand, everything I had fought to seal would tear open again. He whispered my name one final time. "Daniel." The ground split wide beneath him, and he fell. The sound of the boy falling was not a single scream or thud. It was a rush of air, a sharp gasp, then a sickening silence that spread through the basement like ink bleeding through fabric. One moment he was there, small, trembling, reaching for me with a hand covered in ash, and the next he was swallowed by the widening chasm. His voice ripped from the air before my brain could register the drop. I lurched forward instinctively, reaching for him even though I knew I couldn't reach far enough, fast enough. My mother yanked me back so hard I nearly lost my footing. The concrete gave way where my foot would have landed, crumbling into dust as the cracks spread across the floor with a brutal groan.
Daniel, stop!
She shouted, her voice hoarse but sharp enough to cut through my panic. I fought against her grip. "I have to get him? I have to." She pulled me tighter, forcing me away from the edge.
You can't save what isn't whole!
The girl clung to my other arm, shaking violently.
Daniel, look! Look down!
Against every instinct screaming inside me, I did. The chasm wasn't dark anymore. A faint light glowed from deep below, pale, flickering, as if reflecting off water, but the surface wasn't water. It shimmered like broken glass floating on a pool of ink, and just beneath that shifting surface, I saw movement. Small limbs, a face, the boy's face. He floated just beneath the strange pale glow, suspended like a reflection caught in the wrong place. His eyes were open, staring up at me with wide, glassy terror. His lips moved but made no sound. Then, something moved behind him. Long fingers, a familiar outline twisting through the darkness like a shadow waking from sleep. My chest tightened painfully. No, another shape emerged, then another, each one a warped remnant of the broken children we had seen before. Their limbs stretched, their bodies trembling, their hollow eyes glowing faintly as they gathered around the boy's floating form like moths circling a dying lantern. The girl gasped, covering her mouth. He's being pulled into the rest, into what's left of them. But she stopped abruptly, horror washing across her face. My mother stiffened. I swallowed hard, unable to look away, because the boy, my boy's self, was changing, slowly, painfully. His limbs twisted, not breaking but bending in wrong directions. His fingers elongated. His eyes widened beyond normal shape, stretching into hollow black circles that reflected nothing. The striped pajamas hung loosely on his frame, distorting as his body shifted beneath them. His small hand reached up again, toward me, floating just below the strange mirrored surface. The girl whispered, voice cracking, "He's becoming one of them." My mother stepped forward and grabbed my face with both hands, forcing my gaze away from the hole. Daniel, listen to me. You cannot bring him back. You cannot reach for him. You cannot speak to him again. Tears burned my eyes. He's me. No, she said, her voice shaking. He is a remnant of you. A piece carved out and kept alive for one reason only: to open the door if the creature ever needed another path. The chasm shook violently, widening another foot. Cracks raced across the basement, splitting old floor tiles and tearing through the last intact beams holding the ceiling above us. The boy's voice, warped now, stretched and layered, echoed faintly from the pit. Daniel. I staggered back, but my legs nearly gave out. The girl pressed herself against me, trembling. He's calling you the same way the creature did. My mother's grip tightened. He's no longer separate from the house. If you answer, the ground will take you too. The glow below flickered. Then the boy's shifting form suddenly convulsed. His chest caved inward, ribs folding like paper, before swelling outward again in a grotesque wave. The other twisted children pressed against him, merging into him, their shapes overlapping until they resembled a single sprawling form. A mass, a hive, built from stolen pieces. My stomach turned. The boy's face surfaced again, no longer a perfect copy of mine, but stretched trembling, his mouth too wide, eyes too hollow. He pressed his hand against the underside of the shimmering surface, and thin cracks spread outward from the point of contact, like something trying to push through glass. I stumbled back further. It's breaking out. No, the girl whispered. It's testing. It wants to know how thin the barrier is. My mother moved beside me, placing her body between me and the pit. We need to get out. Now, before the house rebuilds itself. But what about Daniel? She locked eyes with me, her stare fierce through the fear. What fell was not you. What fell was something he kept to take your place. A fresh tremor rocked the basement. Dust poured from the collapsing ceiling. The far wall slanted inward with a groan that told me the house had minutes, or less, before crushing itself. The girl tugged on my sleeve urgently. The upstairs door. Look! I turned. Above us, where the staircase had once been sealed, a narrow opening pulsed with faint daylight, or maybe moonlight. It was impossible to tell. A breath of cold air seeped through the gap, carrying the smell of pine and wet earth. My mother grabbed my arm. That's our exit. He's weak enough that the house can't hold the walls closed. Behind us, the boy's voice rose again, sharper now, fractured, carrying the tones of multiple children all layered together. Daniel, don't leave. Come back, you promised. The words dug into my skull like claws. My chest ached so hard I gasped. The girl shook me. He's using the memory voice now. That's not him at all. But I couldn't move. Not until a hand, long, thin, impossibly pale, broke through the shimmering surface, glowing upward. The girl screamed. My mother shoved me toward the exit. Go! Cracks raced across the entire basement. The concrete floor buckled, dropped, then tilted sharply toward the pit. Both the girl and I lost our footing and slid several inches toward the drop before my mother caught the girl's jacket and braced her against the wall.
Anda!
She roared. I scrambled toward the half-open passage as another violent tremor buckled the basement. The pit widened into a jagged mouth, swallowing broken beams and furniture as it expanded. My mother shoved the girl toward me, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her along as we climbed up the slanted floor toward the opening. Bits of debris fell past us, clattering into the deep void behind.
Mom, come on!
I shouted, reaching for her, but she didn't climb. She was staring at the pit, frozen. Her expression, not fear, recognition. The boy's warped face surfaced again, just beneath the glowing cracks. His eyes fixed on her, not me. He whispered, Mom. The girl gasped. I froze too. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. Oh God. Another memory slammed into my chest like a hammer. My mother's face the night of the fire. Her scream, not calling for me.
But calling not him! Now to him! My head spun!
The creature hadn't only marked me, it had marked someone else. The girl squeezed my arm and whispered, "Horrified Daniel, I don't think you were the only child he kept." The pit roared. The boy's distorted form pushed upward, rising, growing, changing. My mother whispered, barely audible, "He was my second child." And then the boy, my brother I never knew existed, rose from the pit, calling my name with a voice that wasn't his anymore. The house screamed with him. The scream that tore out of the pit did not sound like a child at all. It was deeper, layered, carrying the strain of something forcing itself into a shape that didn't fit. Dust exploded from the floor as the edges of the chasm crumbled inward. A cold rush of air blasted across the basement, so sharp it stung my face like hundreds of tiny needles. The girl clung to the wall beside me, eyes wide, her nails digging into the peeling paint behind her. My mother stumbled backward, her hands trembling violently as she stared at the rising figure, her breath frozen in her throat. The glowing cracks across the pit widened, the shimmering surface shattering like ice under pressure. Each fracture pulsed with a pale light that flickered and dimmed in uneven rhythm, like a fading heartbeat. Through the widening gaps, the boy, no, the thing he had become, pushed upward piece by piece, dragging itself closer to us. His small hands gripped the crumbling concrete, but they were no longer shaped like a child's. The fingers were too long, the joints too sharp, bending at angles that made my stomach turn. His face lifted last. It was him. And it wasn't. The boy's features flickered between two states. One innocent, wide-eyed, frightened, clinging to hope, and another twisted, stretched, hollow, carrying the weight of something older and darker behind it. The shifting made me dizzy, like trying to look at two people occupying the same face. He blinked. Both sets of eyes blinked. Then his mouth opened slowly, far too wide for a child's jaw. "Daniel." The basement moaned as if the house itself answered the call. I swallowed hard, my throat painfully tight. "Mom, how? How is he alive? Why didn't I remember him?" My mother staggered, gripping the edge of a fallen beam for support. Her eyes glistened with a torment I hadn't seen before. Not when the creature attacked, not when she watched the monster twist the house into madness. This was different, old, buried, heavy. He wasn't supposed to exist anymore, she said quietly, her voice cracking on every word. "I thought the fire took him. I thought it was mercy after what that thing did. He was so scared, Daniel. He cried for you all night. I told him I would keep you both safe. I lied. I failed him." The boy tilted his head at her voice, moving with a jagged snap, like his neck had too many hinges. His chest rose and fell shallowly, each breath a strained wheeze that sounded both human and not. "Mom," he whispered again, soft, shaky, heartbreakingly familiar. My mother broke, her hands flying to her mouth as tears streamed down her face. "I should have protected you," she whispered. "I should have stayed." The girl shook her head violently. "Don't go to him. That's not him anymore." But my mother took one step forward. Just one. The boy's eyes widened, too much, stretched by something behind them, as if he responded not to her love but to her proximity. His mouth curled upward into a trembling smile that didn't reach his eyes, or didn't reach the eyes beneath. He lifted his hand toward her. "Help me," he said softly. My mother's knees buckled. She braced herself against the wall but kept her gaze fixed on him. "I can't lose him again," she whispered. The girl grabbed her wrist. "He's not lost, he's taken." There's a difference, but the boy's whimper pierced the girl's warning. "Mom, I'm cold." A tremor rolled across the floor, shaking loose chunks of plaster from the collapsing ceiling. The crack widened further, and a deep rumble echoed from within the pit, like something immense shifting its weight below. My mother's voice broke. "He needs me. He needs you because something else needs him to reach you." The girl snapped, her tone sharp with fear. "He's a bridge. He's a lure. He's not alone in there." The boy's face warped again, flickering into the second shape, the hollow one. A long, jagged smile split across his features before fading back into the softer, childlike expression. "Don't leave, Ma, please." The switch was too fast, too deliberate. I forced my legs to move, stepping between my mother and the pit. "Mom, stop, please." She shook her head, tears streaming unchecked. "Daniel, you don't understand. He was just a baby when all this started. He didn't know. He didn't deserve this." "No one did," I said. "But you're reaching for something wearing him like a mask." She choked on a sob and pushed weakly against my chest. "Get out of my way." I didn't move. The girl pressed her back against the other side of me, and for a moment, all three of us stood in a narrow pocket of space between two collapsing walls, the pit yawning open beneath us like a giant throat. The boy, or the thing pretending to be him, tilted his head again. He spoke my name, but this time his voice twisted, shifting mid-syllable as if multiple tones fought for control. "Daniel, come back." My vision spun. "He knows everything I ever feared." "He is everything you feared," the girl murmured. The glow below pulsed, brighter now. The surface shimmered again, not like glass, but like thin fabric stretched too tightly over something pressing upward. Cracks spread across it in a web of faint light. My mother gasped, stepping back as the floor beneath her tilted. "He's trying to climb out. He's trying to drag us in," the girl corrected. She was right. The pull from the pit was no longer subtle. It tugged at the air, at our clothes, at loose debris across the floor. Pebbles and dust skittered toward the chasm in thin streams. The house groaned in pain. Or hunger. I grabbed my mother's sleeve to steady her as she lost her balance, nearly sliding toward the edge. That's when the boy screamed. It wasn't a child's scream. It was a layered howl that tore through the basement like a living blade, vibrating through the floor and walls. The glow below flared violently, blinding white for an instant, then collapsing into darkness. And from the depths, something massive moved. A limb, long, skeletal, dragging itself upward. The girl gasped, her voice cracking. "He's not alone in there. That's not just your brother." My heart hammered. "What is it?" She swallowed hard. "The part of the creature that never crossed. The part the binding didn't touch. The part that hid inside him." The pit roared. The air thickened. The boy rose, now fully, his feet planted on the shifting surface as if standing on solid ground. But it wasn't solid. It wreathed beneath him. Alive. He smiled at me, and this time it was fully the wrong smile. Too wide. Too knowing. And behind him, rising like a tower of darkness crowned in twisted bone, something far older than the shadow creature we sealed began to climb into view. My mother shrieked, "Run!" But the boy, my brother, reached for me with a voice that cut my soul open. "Daniel, you're the only one who can finish opening the door." The creature behind him reached too, and the house answered with a low, hungry moan. The moment the creature behind the boy rose fully into view, the basement shifted from a collapsing room into something more like a living throat closing around us. The air thickened with a pressure so heavy I could barely suck in a breath. The glow under the boy's feet flickered like a dying lantern trying to stay alive in a storm. But the shape climbing out from beneath him needed no light. It made its own. Thin, hairline cracks of pale brilliance crawling up its twisted frame as if its bones glowed from the inside. My mother stumbled backward, slamming into a half-collapsed support beam. She didn't scream this time. She didn't speak. She stared at the creature with a look of horror, so deep it hollowed her face. The girl pressed closer to me, trembling from head to toe. "That's not the same monster we fought," she whispered. "This is what it used to be." "What does that mean?" I asked, voice breaking. She swallowed hard. "The tall shadow, the one you sealed, that wasn't its full form. That was just the part that escaped through the mirror. A sliver. A branch." Her gaze drifted to the rising shape. "This is the root." The creature's limbs unfolded upward, long and thin, almost elegant in their smooth, impossible movements. Its body stretched into a towering silhouette that nearly brushed the broken ceiling. At its center, beneath shifting layers of darkness and bone, like ridges, I caught glimpses of something pulsing. Like a heart without a beat, a core that only lived when it sensed fear. And right in front of it stood the boy. My boy self, my brother, staring straight at me. He lifted his hand again, palm upward. "Please," he whispered, his voice trembling between human and something far colder. "Don't leave me. You're supposed to come with me." The ground trembled as if agreeing with him. My mother lunged toward me, grabbing my arm. "Daniel, don't answer him. Don't look at him." But I was already looking. I couldn't help it. His face was mine. His fear was mine. His pain, some part of it felt like something I had felt once, long ago, but forgotten under layers of forced silence. The boy's eyes darkened. Hollow in an instant, the softness gone. His head tilted in a way no living neck should bend. "I kept your memories safe," he whispered. "All the ones he took." Another tremor. Not just the house. Under the pit. The creature. The girl tugged my sleeve hard. "He's trying to pull your mind into his. That's how he opens the rest of the door." "My mind," I echoed, stunned. She nodded. "You were marked young. All he needs is a crack. Just a crack. And he can climb through you the same way he climbed through the mirror." Behind the boy, the larger creature lifted one of its limbs, the end tapering into a point, like a spear carved from shadow and bone. It didn't strike. It hovered, waiting, watching, waiting for me. The boy stepped closer to the edge of the pit. His foot sank slightly into the shimmering surface, as if it were soft clay. He held out both arms. "If you take my hand," he whispered, "I'll be whole. And you'll remember everything." My heart hammered so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. "What happens if I take his hand?" I asked quietly. The girl's face went pale. "You merge. You join whatever he is now. You become another piece of this house. Another anchor." My mother's grip tightened painfully. "If you take his hand, you won't come back." But the boy's voice shifted again, gentle, familiar, soaked in desperation. "Daniel, you left me once. Don't leave me twice." The creature behind him extended a limb toward me, inch by inch, stretching with slow, calculated patience. My skin crawled. The girl stepped in front of me. "Don't listen. Whatever the boy used to be, it's gone. It's all part of that thing now." She pointed at the towering creature. "That's the real face of the house. The one your mother tried to seal long before the mirror cracked." My mother flinched, as if slapped. "You weren't supposed to know that," she whispered. The girl didn't turn. "He marked two. He always marks two. One to hold the past, one to bring the future. He did it to me. He did it to your brother, and he tried to do it to you." The basement rumbled again. The glowing cracks beneath the creature spread out like a web, forming a circle that pulsed outward with each breath the house took. The shimmering surface rippled as the boy stepped closer still. He reached out again. "Daniel, I waited for you in the dark. I held your voice so you wouldn't forget me." I closed my eyes, but the boy's voice followed, sliding into my thoughts like a whisper slipping under a door. "I'm still you, and you're still me." A sharp crack split the floor behind us. A support beam collapsed, and part of the wall caved inward, sending debris crashing to the ground. The girl pulled me backward, coughing from dust. "We have to go," she shouted. But the exit, the narrow opening at the top of the slanted floor, shrunk right before our eyes. The wood bent inward like a mouth closing. My mother sucked in a sharp breath. "The house is sealing again. We have seconds." The boy's trembling voice rose behind us. "Daniel, I'm scared." My heart lurched. The girl looked at me, eyes fierce despite her shaking. "If you turn around, you're done." "I can't just leave him," I whispered. "He's my blood." "He was your blood," she corrected. "Now he's a lock. And you're the key." The creature behind him let out a low rumble, deep enough to rattle my bones. Its towering form stretched higher, rising through the broken ceiling. I heard the house above us crack and strain as the monster's mass pushed its way upward. The boy's final plea came soft, fragile, like it had been rehearsed in thousands of lonely nights. Daniel, don't let me be alone anymore. I snapped. I turned.
My mother screamed, no!
The creature lunged. The pit swung open wider. The house wailed, and the boy, my brother, smiled as his hand finally reached mine. Except, something grabbed my wrist first. The girl. She held on with a strength that didn't match her size, dragging me backward so hard the bones in my shoulder popped. But it wasn't enough. A hand closed around my ankle. Cold, small, childlike. The boy's hand. I felt it before I saw it. Then it yanked. The floor vanished beneath me. My mother threw herself forward, clawing at my arm. The girl wrapped both arms around my waist, screaming my name. But the pull from below was stronger. Much stronger. And as I slid toward the pit, the boy's face rose beside me, twisted now, no innocence left. And he whispered through a smile that wasn't mine at all, "You opened the first door." Daniel, now open the last. The creature behind him surged upward, and the world dropped out from under me. I didn't feel myself fall at first. I felt the pull, sharp, cold, undeniable, like a hook had lodged itself behind my ribs and yanked with a patience so cruel it almost felt gentle. One instant the basement was under me, the next it tilted, stretched, and peeled away like wet paper. My mother's scream tore through the air. The girl's arms locked around my waist, fingers digging so deep they almost broke skin, but the force dragging me downward didn't weaken. It wanted me, not them, me. The pit rushed up like a mouth opening wider and wider, swallowing the crumbling floor with a hunger that shook the entire house. The shimmering surface broke apart in a violent splash of light, no longer glass-like, more like a thin membrane snapping under too much pressure. Cold air blasted my face, colder than anything I had ever felt. It wasn't the cold of winter. It was the cold of places without air, without time, without life. My ankle burned where the boy held me. His grip was impossibly small and impossibly strong. I looked down and saw his eyes staring up at me through the swirling chaos, wide, empty, hollow. A child's eyes wearing a void behind them. His mouth twisted into that same too wide smile. "Don't fight," he whispered. The girl screamed as the floor cracked further, her body sliding toward the pit with mine. My mother braced her back against a beam, straining with every muscle she had left as she held onto my wrist. "Daniel, don't look at him. Don't listen to him." But he kept talking, voice soft, steady, familiar. "You opened the first door for me," he murmured. "You were supposed to open the second. You promised you would come back." Pain shot through my arm as the girl slipped, losing her grip for a moment. She scrambled desperately to catch hold again, her fingers brushing the fabric of my shirt before she grabbed tight. My mother yelled, "Pull! Now!" Together they heaved upward. I felt my shoulder nearly tear from its socket, but I didn't rise. If anything, I dropped faster. The boy's hand tightened, dragging me toward the churning light beneath him. The creature behind him moved closer, towering like a mountain of shifting limbs and ridged bone. Each movement sent waves of pressure rippling through the pit. It wasn't rushing. It wasn't frantic. It knew I was already caught. All it had to do was wait. The girl screamed my name again, but her voice sounded far away, distorted by whatever force twisted around me. The boy leaned closer, floating just above the glowing fractures. "You shouldn't have left me," he whispered. "You shouldn't have let me burn." The sentence hit me like a blow to the chest. I didn't know. I gasped, fighting to breathe.
"I didn't know you existed!"
He tilted his head, not like a confused child, but like something mimicking a gesture it remembered. That's the point. He hid me so you wouldn't share the burden. The creature behind him moved again, its long limbs curling inward, like a predator preparing to strike. Its presence pressed against my skull, against the inside of my jaw, as if it were knocking politely on the walls of my mind. I felt something slip, not physically, inside. A memory fluttered loose, one I didn't ask for, a crib, a tiny shape curled beside me, a hand reaching for mine in the dark, a soft giggle, a whisper, "We stay together." My breath caught. My brother, my real brother. The boy's face flickered, briefly soft, briefly human. Briefly the same child from that memory. "See," he whispered. "I remember everything you forgot." The light around him pulsed violently, climbing up the walls of the pit like a frantic heartbeat. My mother cried out, "Daniel, don't let him show you anything." But it was too late. More memories burst through. Running down the hallway with another child beside me. Playing hide and seek in the attic. 2 children running up the steps. My mother calling plural, not singular. Her voice cracking, "Where are my boys?" My throat tightened unbearably. I can't remember all of it." "You will," the boy said, his voice growing eerily calm. "Once you're here with me. Once we're one again." The creature stirred behind him. The boy pulled. And for a moment I slipped so far that my fingers slid from my mother's grip. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound that ripped through every inch of me. The girl lunged, grabbing my shirt with both hands. Her legs braced against a beam, her teeth clenched with effort.
Daniel, look at me!
She yelled, her voice cracking. "Not him."
Me!
I forced my eyes upward. Her face swam in my vision. Dust, covered, terrified, determined. "You're not his door," she said fiercely. "You're not his path. You're not his anchor." Her words hit something inside me like a slap. "You were marked, yes. You were touched, yes. But you killed the part that owned you." Tears slid down her cheeks. "He's trying to make you forget that." Below, the boy's voice hissed. Not a whisper now, but venom. "Liar." The girl ignored him. "What he's showing you, it's not the full truth. It's selected pieces, chosen to break you." The boy's grip tightened around my ankle, and pain blinded me. "Don't listen to her," he said. "She wants you to abandon me again." But the girl leaned closer, shouting over him, "You didn't abandon him. He was stolen before you ever had a chance to know him." The pit roared. The creature's limbs snapped upward. The boy screamed. And my ankle, already burning, flared with a sharp, electric cold. The girl's face twisted in fear.
"He's binding to you!"
"Daniel,
"You have to kick him free!"
I can't." My leg wouldn't respond. "He has your brother's memories and your childhood voice," she cried. "But he's not your brother anymore. He's the vessel for what's left beneath him." The boy snarled, not like a child, but like something feral. His mouth stretched wider, revealing rows of thin, needle-like shapes beneath his human teeth. My heart nearly stopped. He was no longer pretending to be harmless. "You belong to us," he rasped. A surge of cold shot through my spine.
My mother yelled, "Daniel, Kaiskem!"
I dragged in a breath, braced myself, and kicked with everything I had left. My foot struck something soft, then something hard beneath it. The boy shrieked. His grip slipped. The girl and my mother pulled at the same moment, yanking me upward with a force that tore me clean from the pit's pull. I rolled onto my back as the floor buckled beneath us. My mother collapsed beside me, gasping. The girl grabbed my shoulders, shaking. "You did it," she whispered breathlessly. "You broke the contact." But her face suddenly fell. Her eyes shifted past me, back to the pit. I turned, and the boy's expression, no longer human, twisted into a razor-edged grin. "You closed the door you meant to open," he said softly. But that wasn't the last one. The creature behind him lifted higher, its true form now towering fully above the pit. My stomach dropped. My mother's voice cracked with pure dread. "He isn't trying to pull you in anymore. He's trying to come out." The pit exploded upward, shattering the rest of the basement floor, and everything collapsed beneath us. The world didn't fall in one clean motion. It tore apart in violent lurches, as if the house were trying to decide whether to swallow us whole or spit us out into the dark below. Floorboards snapped like ribs breaking under heavy pressure. The concrete buckled with a groan so deep it shuddered through my bones. Gravity twisted wrong for a moment, pulling sideways instead of down, and then the entire basement floor gave way beneath us. We fell. Dust exploded upward like a dying breath. Chunks of debris spun around me in slow, disorienting arcs. Splintered beams, shattered tile, rusted pipes, pieces of the circle my mother carved years ago. A jagged slab of concrete shot past my head, missing me by inches. My mother grabbed my arm mid-fall, her fingers locking so tightly I felt nails break skin. The girl clung to my other sleeve, her small hands trembling violently. But the drop didn't feel like falling through open space. It felt guided. The air pressed around me like cold hands pushing my body toward a specific point. A direction. A chosen destination. The pit was no longer just a hole in the basement. It sucked us inward with purpose, as if we were being funneled down the throat of something enormous. The boy's voice echoed behind us, overlapping with itself in warped layers. You can't run. You're the last one he needs. Then the glow beneath us vanished, swallowed by a suffocating black. We slammed into something that wasn't solid ground, but wasn't air either. More like thick fabric stretched tight. It absorbed some of the impact, but then buckled, dropping us another few feet, before finally stabilizing under our weight. My elbows scraped something soft but gritty. My shoulders ached from the landing. The air tasted like mold and old wood soaked in damp, stale breath. I blinked hard. The space around us came into view, the faintest outlines lit by a soft, pulsing glow leaking through cracks in the walls. Not basement walls. These were wooden, old, warped by time and moisture. They leaned inward unnaturally, as if the entire room were bending under unseen pressure. My mother coughed beside me, pushing off the ground with difficulty. We're still inside the house, she rasped. The girl's expression twisted in confusion. But this room wasn't here before. It wasn't meant to be found, my mother answered. I ran my hand along the floor. Not concrete, wood, a rotting subfloor, hidden beneath the basement level, far older than the house itself, judging by its texture. And beneath the wood, something pulsed, slow, steady, like a giant heartbeat trapped under the boards. The girl whispered, dread soaking through every word, "We're in the root cellar." My stomach tightened. There's no cellar on the blueprints. That's because he didn't build it, my mother said. It built itself. Before I could ask how a room built itself, a distant scraping echoed above us. A hollow, drawn-out drag that sent a chill racing down my spine. Something was descending slowly, carefully, like it wanted us to hear every second of its approach. My mother pulled me close. He's coming. The part that stayed behind. The part the binding didn't touch. I swallowed hard as the scraping grew louder, vibrating through the wooden beams overhead. Dust drifted down in thin streams. The house groaned like it was straining under a weight it could barely hold. The girl grabbed my sleeve. We need to move. Now, she pointed to a narrow passage splitting the far wall. It looked barely wide enough for a child to crawl through, let alone adults. But it was the only opening in the room, besides the jagged hole we'd fallen through. A hole now sealed by some thick, shifting darkness. The boy's silhouette appeared behind it. He stood in the center of the blockage, no longer flickering between states. His face had settled into a smooth, uncanny version of mine, but his smile remained wrong, stretched, hungry. You keep running from me, he said softly. That's pointless. I felt something tug at my ankle again, phantom memory or something worse, and jerked my leg back on instinct. My mother stood in front of us, shielding us with her body. You don't belong here, she said. The boy tilted his head. Neither do you. The darkness behind him rippled like a curtain touched by wind. A massive limb pressed through, long, segmented, ending in a curling point like a hooked finger. The rest of the creature squeezed in behind him, slowly filling the space above us with towering shadow and bone, like ridges. The girl's breath caught. He's forcing himself through the floors. The house can't hold him anymore. Another limb crashed down, cracking the floor just feet away. Splinters shot across the room. "We have to go?" the girl yelled. My mother nodded, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the narrow crawl space. I hesitated, looking back at the boy. Is he really my brother? My mother's voice shook. He was. Before the house turned him into something else. The boy's expression softened. Childlike again for a fleeting moment. "I waited for you," he whispered. "I kept your memories safe so you'd come back for me." Then the smile returned, wide, sharp, hollow. "And now you're here." The creature behind him pushed harder, its form warping the wooden beams like bending metal. A groan echoed through the house. Seconds left. No choice. My mother shoved me toward the crawl space.
Daniel, move.
I dropped to my hands and knees and crawled into the narrow opening. The wood scraped my shoulders, and the air inside was so tight I could barely breathe. The girl crawled behind me, and my mother followed last, pushing us forward as debris crashed down behind her. The passage twisted like a tunnel bored through the house by something that didn't care for human shape or movement. The walls pulsed with faint light, breathing in a slow, steady rhythm. I felt the heartbeat again, stronger now, almost guiding me. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. The girl whispered back, "Yeah, it's him, the real him. The house is just the skin." My stomach clenched. Behind us, the boy's voice echoed into the narrow space, distorted by the twisting wood, but clear enough to send ice through my veins. "You can't run from what you opened." The house shuddered violently. My mother gasped.
He's collapsing the passage!
I crawled faster, splinters slicing my palms. The glow pulsed brighter with every inch we moved forward. Wind rushed past us, cold, like unnatural wind, like breath inhaling and exhaling through the walls. The tunnel suddenly widened into a small chamber, and what sat in the center made my blood turn cold. A mirror, but not the cracked one from the attic. This one was whole, tall, old, dust-covered. Covered in carvings I didn't recognize. The girl froze. No, not this. My mother paled. "It's the first one." "The first what?" I whispered. Her voice came out barely audible. "The first mirror he used. The one that brought him here." Behind us, the creature roared. The mirror hummed. And the girl whispered the one sentence I didn't want to hear. "This isn't an exit. It's another door." The mirror stood in the chamber like it had been grown rather than built. Its frame carved with twisting patterns that almost moved when I blinked. The glass was old, fogged in places, streaked with thin trails that looked like fingerprints dragged downward. The air around it was colder than the rest of the tunnel. Not normal cold, but the kind that crawls under your skin and sits behind your bones. A breath that wasn't ours passed through the chamber, brushing the back of my neck, like someone whispering close enough for their lips to graze my skin. My mother pulled me away from the mirror with a force that bordered on panic. "Don't touch it," she whispered. "Don't look too long either." But the girl was staring at it with trembling eyes, her breathing uneven. "I thought the attic mirror was the first one," she said. "I thought that's where everything started." My mother shook her head, her face pale. "No, that one was just the strongest. This is where he first made contact. Before you were born. Before the house was even finished." The chamber trembled as a violent crash echoed behind us. The creature forcing itself further into the hidden level, beneath the basement. Dust showered the tunnel we'd crawled through. A low moan vibrated through the wood, rising like something waking from a long sleep. The boy's voice followed, soft and too close. "Daniel, I'm coming." The girl flinched, stumbling backward until she nearly tripped over a warped floorboard. My mother positioned herself between the tunnel and the chamber, her breathing sharp, her eyes fixed on the passage in case the creature broke through. I stared at the mirror again despite her warning. Something about it pulled at me. Not visually, not like a hypnotic lure, but deeper, like a memory I didn't know I had calling my name. The glass shimmered faintly, a ripple moving across the surface like a sigh. The girl grabbed my arm. Stop looking. It's reacting to you. It's reacting to the mark, my mother said, teeth clenched. Even though you severed most of the connection, the house still sees you as a door. Another crash shook the chamber. The tunnel walls bulged inward as a massive weight pressed against them. A thin crack split the corner behind us, letting through a shadow that moved like liquid. My mother hissed, "We don't have long." "But we can't go back," the girl whispered. "He blocked the crawl space. He's coming through." "We're not going back," my mother said, her voice low, tired, and full of something close to dread. She turned toward the mirror. "No," I said immediately. "No, absolutely not. That thing isn't a passage. It's a trap." She looked at me with eyes that carried years of pain, guilt, and determination. "It's a door, Daniel. And right now, it might be the only one that leads anywhere but death." The girl shook her head violently. "It's not just any door. It's his door. You think stepping through it is going to save us? It'll drop us right where he wants us." "We don't have another option," my mother said. Another roar split the tunnel. The sound was so loud it rattled my teeth. Something heavy slammed into the opening, shattering the wallboards. A pale, long-fingered limb pushed through the cracks, groping blindly along the wood. More boards splintered. Dust poured into the chamber like falling snow. The girl grabbed my hand. "He's almost here." My mother turned fully to the mirror. "Daniel, listen to me. This isn't just a door. It's a link. It leads back to the place where he first came through. The original opening." "You mean," I swallowed, my voice shaking, "where the creature entered this world?" "Yes," she whispered. "If we can cut the connection there, everything collapses. The house, the link, the marks. All of it." Another limb punched through the tunnel wall. This one larger, jointed impossibly, scraping the ground in long arcs as if feeling for us. A low rumble followed, the creature pulling its bulk closer. The girl shook her head firmly. "If we go through, we're trapped. We won't be able to get back. That place isn't like this one. It doesn't follow rules." "Neither does he," my mother whispered back. Then, the mirror flickered. A light pushed through the center of the glass, faint and pulsing like a heartbeat. The surface distorted, rippling outward in slow waves. I felt a pull, not physical, but deep inside me, as if something behind the glass recognized me and reached. The girl's voice cracked. "It's waking up." My mother stepped closer, her hand trembling inches from the mirror's surface. "This is how he came. This is how he stays. And this is how we stop him." The creature outside the tunnel screamed, a sound so sharp the chamber lights flickered. The walls buckled under its weight. Splinters flew. A massive, hollow-eyed face pressed against the cracks. Too many teeth, too wide a mouth, too many shadows behind its skin. The boy crawled through its ribs, his face lit by a sickly glow. He looked at me with that broken, human smile. "Daniel," he whispered, "we're almost together again." My mother grabbed my wrist, pulling me toward the mirror. "We don't have time. Step through." The girl grabbed my other arm, pulling back hard. "Don't! If you go through before he's cut off, you'll drag the mark in with you. He'll follow. You'll bring him into the first world he ever touched." The mirror pulsed again, stronger this time. The creature roared, tearing the last barrier apart. My mother screamed, "Daniel, no!" The girl screamed, "If you go through now, you doom everything!" The creature lunged, and I was forced to choose. I took one step. The mirror's surface rippled, stretching toward me like hands reaching out of water. Another step. The girl's cry broke behind me. My mother pulled. The creature crashed into the chamber, and I stepped through the mirror. The world folded. Silence swallowed everything. Stepping through the mirror was not like passing through glass or even water. It was like being swallowed by a memory that did not belong to me. The moment my foot left the wooden floor of the chamber, the world folded inward, compressing sound, color, breath, and gravity into one thin point. Then everything snapped outward in a violent rush. I stumbled forward into a cold so absolute it felt like time froze around me. The air was still, too still. No wind, no breathing house, no echo of the creature's roar. My hands shook as I steadied myself. The floor beneath me uneven and gritty like old stone. The chamber behind me was gone. The mirror was gone. Even the sound of my mother's scream, her hand gripping mine as I fell through, gone. I stood alone in a dark expanse so wide it pressed against my senses. The girl wasn't with me. My mother wasn't with me. No debris fell from above. No limbs cracked through walls. Nothing stirred. For a brief, sickening moment, I wondered if I had died. But no, death wouldn't feel like this. Death wouldn't vibrate through my bones with a pulse not my own. Death wouldn't whisper faintly in a voice that did not use words but still formed meaning. You returned. The message slid through the air like a breeze that wasn't real. I spun around, searching for the source, but the darkness didn't shift. It didn't respond. It didn't produce a body or a shadow. Instead, a faint glow flickered in the distance, a small, trembling light like a lantern in thick fog. I took a cautious step toward it, and the ground reacted. A faint ripple spread outward from my foot, as if the stone floor were not solid but stretched across some deep, invisible void. The echo of my step lingered too long, bouncing back with a delay that made it feel like someone else walked parallel to me. The glow brightened, and a silhouette appeared. A small one, child-sized. My breath caught in my throat. No, but as I drew closer, the shape sharpened into something familiar. Not the boy I had just fought, not the twisted creature he became. This version was still, silent, motionless. A child sat on the ground with their back to me, knees drawn to their chest, head resting on folded arms. Their hair was blonde, their pajamas striped. My heart thumped painfully. Brother. As if hearing a forgotten name, the child lifted their head, slowly, as if waking from a long sleep. The movement was too soft, too natural, too tragically human for what I had come to expect. No flickering limbs, no hollow smile, no bone like ridges beneath the skin. This child looked real. Small, cold, alone. He turned just enough that I could see half his face, tear-streaked, cheeks pale, eyes wide with confusion rather than corruption. Daniel, he whispered, voice trembling like it did before everything went wrong. Are you here too? I stepped forward, barely breathing. Is it really you? The child blinked, tears clinging to his lashes. I think so. I don't know. He looked around at the endless dark. Am I supposed to be here? It's so quiet. His voice cracked. My chest tightened painfully. This wasn't the creature's copy. This was too soft, too honest, too frightened. This was the real one, the piece of him that hadn't been twisted, the part hidden before the creature fully took him. Where is he? I whispered, fighting the lump in my throat. Where's the thing that took you? The boy hugged his knees tighter. Everywhere, he whispered. He likes to hide in the quiet. He paused, voice trembling. But it's quieter now than it should be. Like he stepped away. Like he's waiting for something. My stomach churned. He was waiting for me. The moment I stepped through, something shifted in the mirror's world. Something paused. The boy looked up at me, eyes full of tears and confusion. Did I do something wrong? I tried to stay hidden. I tried to stay small. You didn't do anything wrong, I said softly. None of this is your fault. He shook his head vigorously. He said it was. He said I opened the door because I was weak. The words pierced me like splinters. He lied. The boy shrugged, the movement tiny and defeated. I didn't know what was real anymore. I didn't know what memories were mine and what he gave me. He kept whispering things to me, showing me things, telling me everything was my fault. His voice cracked. Sometimes I believed him. I knelt beside him. Listen to me. He used you. He hurt you. But you were just a kid. You didn't choose any of this. His lower lip trembled. Then why am I still here? My breath caught. Because something still tied him to this place. Because he wasn't fully dead. Because the creature used him as a vessel. Because the mark that touched me touched him first. I opened my mouth to answer, but a sound shifted in the dark. A long, low scrape, soft at first, then louder. The boy's body stiffened. He's back. The light flickered violently. Footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate, stretching from every direction at once. There were no walls for the sound to bounce off, but it still echoed like a twisted chorus. Then, a whisper. Not a voice this time, a breath. A long exhale that brushed across the back of my neck. I froze. The boy squeezed my sleeve. "Don't turn around," he whispered. But something behind me shifted. The same slow, calculating movement I had felt in the attic as a child. When I stared at shadows thinking they stared back. The boy trembled against me. He doesn't like being ignored. And then the presence moved again. Closer, heavier. A shape materialized in the dark, not fully formed, not bone or shadow, not even limbs. Just a suggestion of movement, something too large to fit into a single outline. Then a voice, not in my ear, not in the air, but inside my thoughts, slid through like it had always belonged there. "You came back to finish the opening." The ground beneath me rippled. The boy whimpered, and the darkness solidified into a towering shape, twisted, shifting, its edges crawling outward like ink spilled in water. But this wasn't the creature I saw in the house. This was older, bigger, closer to the source. Its form flickered between silhouettes. Sometimes human, sometimes monstrous, sometimes something for which I had no frame of reference at all. Its presence crushed the air, squeezing my lungs until each breath came sharp and painful. "You're not supposed to be this big," I whispered, unable to keep my voice steady. The creature leaned, its massive shape bending in a slow, predatory curve. "I am what I was before mirrors." The boy clutched me tighter. "Don't answer him. Don't make him real here." But the creature continued. "You came through the first door, just as he did. As she did. She..." I echoed. My heart stopped. My mother, I hadn't realized she crossed this place once, maybe more than once. Maybe this was how she found the shard. Maybe this was how she survived the fire. The creature lifted a limb, long, thin, branching like cracked glass in the dark. "She came here to hide you," she failed. The boy squeezed my arm hard. "Daniel, we have to move. He's not whole yet, but he's close." "How do you know?" I whispered. The boy's face twisted with fear. "Because when he's whole, this place stops breathing. The air around us stilled, completely." My throat tightened. "Is he?" "Yes," the boy breathed. "Run." But the creature did not lunge. It tilted its head, almost curious. Then came a whisper that rattled the dark. "Bring me the missing piece, Daniel." My blood turned cold. "Bring me your mother." Before I could react, the ground beneath us cracked open, wide, jagged, hungry. The boy screamed as we fell. Darkness swallowed everything again. There was no rush of wind as we fell this time. No sensation of air whipping past. No instinctive tightening of my stomach. The darkness didn't feel like a descent, but like being absorbed, pulled inward by something that didn't follow the rules of height, or depth, or gravity. The boy's fingers clamped around my wrist, both of us tumbling soundlessly, until the void itself decided to stop our fall. We hit ground, or something that pretended to be ground, so softly it felt wrong. My feet sank into it slightly, like stepping into damp soil mixed with ash. The boy steadied himself beside me, trembling violently but still clinging to my sleeve with the fragile instinct of a child lost in a nightmare. Above us, the crack we fell through sealed shut as quickly as it had opened. No light seeped through, no echo of escape. The creature's presence remained, spread around us, behind us, beneath us, watching without eyes. The boy swallowed hard. "He's closing the layers." "What does that mean?" I whispered, my voice too loud in the thick stillness. He hugged his arms around himself. "It means we're going down." Closer to the first place he woke up, the place your mother tried to cut away from the house. My pulse hammered. She was here too. He nodded slowly. Before the fire. Before you even saw him. Another memory brushed my thoughts. My mother pacing late at night, locking doors, checking windows, touching a mirror's edge with shaking fingers. I always thought it was stress, or fear of losing us after Dad left. But now I realized she wasn't afraid of something outside. She was afraid of something trying to get out. A faint glow flickered in the distance. Dim, inconsistent, like a candle struggling to stay lit in wind that didn't exist. The boy tugged my arm. We need to stay ahead of him. He's slower in the deeper layers, but stronger too. How do you know all this? I asked quietly. He stared down at his bare feet. I grew up here. The weight of that truth settled over me like cold iron. We began walking, not because the ground led anywhere, but because standing still felt like begging the creature to reach us. The glow ahead pulsed faintly, casting a thin line of silver across the strange surface underfoot. Each step sent small ripples outward, like the ground was stretched tight over something vast. The boy spoke again after a long silence. Do you remember the game we used to play? In the attic. My chest tightened. A little. We crawled behind the old trunks, he said softly. You said it was our secret hideout. You said if anything ever scared me, we'd go there and you'd stay with me. A sting spread behind my eyes. I didn't remember. Not until now. That's because he didn't want you to, the boy whispered. We walked farther, and the darkness shifted around us, bending inward, then outward, as if the place were breathing. The faint glow ahead grew larger, forming arches of dim light that framed a structure I didn't recognize. A door. A tall, narrow door carved into the dark itself. Not wood, not stone, something else. Something that shimmered faintly, like it was made of sharpened memory or frozen thought. The boy stopped abruptly. That's where it started, he said. I stared at the door, unease crawling up my spine. What's behind it? He hesitated, then whispered, where he woke up the first time. I stepped closer. The air chilled. My breath fogged even though this place shouldn't have had temperature at all. He wants my mother, I said quietly. Why? The boy's voice shook. Because she's the one who closed the door on him the first time. She cut off the oldest path. She broke the first mirror. My heartbeat stumbled. She never told me. She didn't want you marked, he whispered. She didn't want you to be like me. I turned toward him sharply. You're not what he made you. You're still you. He smiled weakly, almost sadly. Some days I was. Some days he let me pretend. Silent dread spread through me. The glow around the door pulsed once, then went dark for a heartbeat, then pulsed again. He knows we're here, the boy said. Can he get through? The boy's face paled. He doesn't have to. This door isn't for him, it's for you. For me? He nodded. Because you're the last part he needs. He marked 2. But only one can open the oldest door. One who remembers the first name, he whispered. A chill dug into my spine. I don't remember any name, I whispered. But the boy shook his head. You do. You buried it. But he didn't. And neither did I. My throat tightened. Tell me. The boy stepped back, eyes filling with tears. If I say it, the door opens. If you say it, he steps through you. If he says it, everything ends. The glow flickered a third time, this time brighter, illuminating the carved lines on the door. They twisted in patterns that hurt to look at, looping into shapes that shifted as soon as I tried to trace them. The boy whispered, "We have to find her." My mom. He nodded, gripping my hand tightly. She knows how to seal this door. She did it once. She can do it again. But how do we get back? The mirror is gone, he swallowed. We go deeper. Deeper. My voice cracked. He pointed behind the door. He made more than one entrance, more than one path. If she's in here, she'll be heading for the same place we are. My pulse quickened. She came through after us. She followed you, the boy said. She always did. I took a slow, steady breath, forcing my shaking legs to move toward the door. But the moment I touched it, a shockwave burst through the ground, sending us both tumbling backward. The door trembled, symbols burning bright for a few violent seconds before fading again. Then a voice, soft, deep, impossibly close, rolled through the dark around us. Daniel. The boy scrambled to his feet. He's getting through. He's using your name to push against the door. Another whisper followed, bring her to me. I froze. The boy grabbed my sleeve, his face full of terror. He doesn't want to kill her or you. He wants both of you on the same side of the door. Why? So he can't be sealed again. The ground shuddered beneath us. The door behind me cracked down the center. A thin line of white light spilled through. The boy screamed, "Run!" I pulled him with me as the door split open wider, and a figure stepped through the crack. Not the creature. A person, disoriented, covered in dust and blood. My mother. She stumbled toward us, gasping for breath, eyes wide with horror. He's coming, she choked out. He's almost whole. The boy whispered, shaking violently. What do we do now? My mother's voice broke as she looked at the door behind her. We close it. How? I asked. She looked at me with a pain I'd never seen before. With you. The door roared open behind her. The roar that came from behind the door wasn't a sound. It was a force. It pushed the air forward in a thick, crushing wave that made my ears ring and my vision shake. The ground trembled under our feet. Dust swirled upward in spirals, dancing in the pale glow leaking through the cracked door. My mother staggered forward, bracing one arm against the dark, shifting surface of the wall, her breath coming out in short, ragged bursts. The boy pressed against my side, clinging to my sleeve, trembling so hard I felt it through my ribs. He's almost through, he whispered. He's using your name. He's using mine. He's using everything he ever took. I stared at the widening crack in the door. The light behind it wasn't warm like fire or daylight. It was white in a way that felt empty, like a place with no sky, no ground, no time. As the gap grew, faint shapes moved inside, silhouettes bending and forming, then dissolving again. Some looked almost human. Others looked like shadows ripped from bodies that never existed. My mother grabbed my shoulders suddenly, snapping my attention toward her. Her eyes were wild. Not from fear alone, but from urgency, a silent plea twisting behind them. Daniel, she gasped, listen to me. The only way to stop him is to close the first door. I stared at her helplessly. But you said I'm the key. If I close it, won't that? Yes, she cut in sharply. It will break you. But if you don't, he'll step through whole. And he won't need a house next time. The boy looked between us with shattered eyes. You can't let him, he whispered. He takes whatever world he touches. The door behind my mother cracked wider, just a few inches, but enough to reveal something beyond it. A shape began to press through the light. Not a limb, not a face. A shadow, thin at first, then bigger, swelling outward like a dark wave preparing to break. My mother pulled me closer. There's something I didn't tell you, she whispered. My pulse lurched. Mom, what? She swallowed, her voice raw. When I closed this door the first time, I didn't do it alone. The boy froze. No, he whispered, shaking his head. You didn't. My mother cupped my face with trembling hands. He took part of your brother, but he didn't take all of him. I used what he left behind, the smallest piece, the one that still remembered love, and I gave it to the door so it would listen. Horror punched me in the chest. What are you saying? She shook her head hard. It's not what you think. I didn't sacrifice him. He had already been taken. I only used what was left. The boy stepped forward, eyes filling with tears. She means me. The ground quaked as the first limb of the creature behind the door pushed through. Thin, skeletal, dripping with something like smoke. The air around it shook, vibrating with a sound that wasn't quite a growl and wasn't quite a whisper. My mother kept her grip on me, tears streaming down her face now. Daniel, the door responds to blood. It responds to memory. It responds to the bond between the ones he marked. My voice cracked.
Then we can use both of us to close it.
She shook her head violently. No, he wants you together. If you both touch the door at the same time, he'll drag you through instead of closing. The boy backed away, shaking. Then how do we shut it? I asked. Her voice dropped to a broken whisper. Only one marked child can seal a door at a time. It felt like the air punched me. You're telling me I have to choose. My mother's voice trembled. You can't both survive this. One of you closes it, and the other must stay beyond it. She looked at the boy, with such grief it almost broke her in half. I failed him once. I can't fail both of you. The boy stared at the door as the shadow behind it thickened, growing limbs, stretching outward. He'll pick me, the boy said softly. He always did. I was the spare. I was the one who stayed behind. That's not true, I said, grabbing his shoulders. I didn't even know you existed. I didn't choose anything. He looked at me with eyes too old for his face. But you remember the attic now. You remember what you said when we hid behind the trunks. The memory slammed into me like a blow, two small boys, huddled behind crates. Whispers. Fear. My voice sang, I'll keep you safe. I staggered. The boy whispered, you promised. The creature behind the door pushed through further, its form reshaping, expanding, building itself like a nightmare, finding its own body. The chamber shook violently. Cracks spread across the ceiling and ground. Dust rained around us. My mother pulled both of us close, her voice hard despite the tears. We don't have time. He'll break through in seconds. A long pause, one breath. Then she spoke the sentence that shattered everything. Daniel, you have to take the piece he left inside your brother. The boy gasped. Mom, no, he doesn't know how. What piece? I cried. She held out her hand toward the boy's chest. The part he didn't get to steal. The part that remembers. The part that loved you. Take it and the door will take you instead of him. The boy's face broke. No, don't make him do that. The creature's massive form pushed its head through the crack. A shape so huge and distorted it swallowed the chamber's light. Tendrils of shadow spilled across the floor like roots, seeking something warm to cling to. My mother grabbed my hands, pressing them to the boy's trembling chest. There is no other way, she said through tears. If he comes through, no world is safe. The boy whispered, Daniel, I'm scared. I held his face between my hands, choking on my own breath. Me too. Will it hurt? He whispered. I couldn't lie. I don't know. The creature roared. The door split wider. The ground buckled. The boy pressed his forehead to mine. Then, do it fast, I closed my eyes and pulled. The moment I pulled, the world convulsed. Not just the chamber. Not just the ground beneath us. The entire place, every layer of dark. Every breath of cold, every faint echo of memory, twisted in on itself with a shudder that rattled through my bones. The boy arched forward, his small hands gripping my wrists with a strength that surprised me. His breath hitched in sharp, broken sounds that cut straight through my chest. I felt something inside him, something faint, warm, painfully fragile. Detached like a thread being tugged loose from a tangled knot. And then I felt it enter me, a flash, a spark, a fragment of something that wasn't mine, but fit inside me as if it had been waiting for a place to finally rest. The boy gasped, doubling over, clutching at the ground. His body flickered, just for a second, between solid and shadow, as if part of him no longer knew which world to stay in. My mother caught him before he fell, cradling him against her chest with a broken sob. Hold on, she whispered. Please, sweetheart, hold on. His eyelids fluttered. It's okay, Mom. Hearing him call her that, soft, gentle, trusting, nearly split me open. I hadn't even known him, yet the fragment he passed to me carried enough feeling to fill years I never lived alongside him. I felt his laughter, his fear, his small hand gripping mine in the attic, his confusion the night the creature first whispered to him, his long wait in the dark, believing someone would come back. My chest throbbed painfully under the weight of memories that weren't mine, but felt like they had always belonged. Behind us, the door roared. The creature pushed through farther, the crack widening until the chamber shook so violently I could barely stay upright. Its massive head forced itself into the open, skin stretching in shapes that shouldn't exist. Teeth, if they were teeth, pressed against the edges of the doorway, scraping the frame with a shrill, metallic sound that made my vision swim. Tendrils spilled across the chamber floor, curling around broken stones and beams, reaching blindly for anything warm, anything living. My mother held the boy tightly. "Daniel, the fragment, it's inside you now. You have to move. You have to finish this before he comes through." I staggered backward, still reeling from the surge of emotion inside me. "Finish it how?" She pointed toward the slitted crack in the door where the light pulsed, touched the frame. "The door reacts to the marked. And now the mark is in you." The boy lifted his head weakly, his face pale and shimmering like he was already halfway into shadow. "Be quick," he whispered. "He can feel it missing. He's angry." As if responding to the boy's words, the creature's roar thundered through the chamber. Its massive limbs slammed down, cracking the ground so deeply that a line split toward where we stood. The boy winced. "Go, Daniel, go now." His voice, shaking, thin, cracking at the edges, pushed me into motion. I ran. The chamber floor lurched beneath my feet as I sprinted toward the door. The glow around it pulsed faster now, reacting to the fragment burning inside my chest. My hand shook violently as I reached forward. The door's surface rippled like liquid light, but the creature sensed me. A tendril whipped across the floor, snapping toward my legs. I jumped just in time, but the end of the shadow grazed my ankle, cold, sharp, searing into my skin like frostbite shoved under the bone. I stumbled. The creature shoved its massive head through the gap, forcing the door wider. The light fractured around its form, bending and breaking as if the door itself resisted letting him through. My mother screamed,
Daniel, movie!
I pushed myself upright, teeth clenched, and lunged for the handle, or what passed as a handle. There was no metal grip, no latch. Instead, the door pulled inward with the weight of a sigh, like a mouth ready to swallow. I pressed both palms flat against the surface. It burned. A white, hot pain shot through my arms, my chest. My spine felt like fire cracking through my ribs. But beneath that pain, I felt something else rising. The fragment. My brother's last piece of himself. It pulsed once, then again. Voices, his voice, my voice. Echoes of our mother's voice flooded my mind in a wave so fierce my knees buckled. Keep him safe. You stay with me. I'm scared. I'm here. The door responded. It began to close. Slowly at first, resisting, groaning under the force of the creature trying to push through. The gap shrank a fraction of an inch. Then another. The creature roared, slamming its limb into the opening. The impact sent me flying backward. I hit the ground hard, my breath knocked out of me. The chamber rippled with each of its blows. The door shuddered, struggling to seal, but it remained open, just barely. My mother screamed, Daniel!
GTUP!
I struggled to stand, but my legs shook violently. That's when the boy, fragile, flickering, half shadow, pushed himself out of her arms. He stood on unsteady feet, swaying, but he managed a small smile. I'll help, he whispered. No, my mother cried, reaching for him, but he was already moving. He stepped toward the door, toward the very thing that had taken most of him, and laid his small hand against the glowing frame beside mine. The door responded instantly. Light exploded from the crack. The creature howled, a sound of deep, ancient rage. The boy looked at me with soft eyes. We keep each other safe, remember? I remember I whispered, voice breaking. Together, we pushed. The door slammed shut with a thunderous crack. A shockwave burst outward, throwing me across the chamber. The creature's massive form shattered into splinters of shadow that dissolved into nothing. Silence crashed over us. The glow faded. The ground stopped shaking. The door was sealed. But when I looked toward the boy, he wasn't standing anymore. He was fading. Slowly, quietly, like a candle in dying light. My mother crawled toward him, sobbing. No, no, no. Please, stay. Just stay a little longer. The boy smiled at her gently, touching her face with a fading hand. It's okay, Mom. I'm not scared anymore. He looked at me next. Thank you for remembering me. And then he closed his eyes and disappeared. The moment the boy vanished, the chamber felt wrong in a new way, wrong in its stillness. The air had been thick, trembling, alive with pressure while the creature fought to enter. But now it settled into a quiet that wasn't calm at all. It felt like the silence after a scream, the deafening pause after something irreversible has already happened. My mother remained on her knees long after the last trace of him faded, her hands cupped in front of her as if holding the warmth that was no longer there. She rocked slightly, her breaths coming sharp and uneven, like she was trying to keep herself from breaking into pieces. Mom, I whispered, stepping toward her. She didn't move. Not at first. Her fingers curled slowly into her palms, nails digging into her skin. He deserved more time, she whispered, voice thin enough to snap. He should have grown up. He should have had birthdays, scraped knees, good days, bad days, everything I stole from him by not stopping that thing sooner. Guilt weighed on her shoulders so heavy it twisted her posture, bowing her under it. I knelt beside her, placing a shaky hand on her back. You didn't steal anything. You fought for us. You survived what he didn't. I left him, she choked. I ran from the fire. I ran because I thought getting you out was enough. I thought I had time to go back for him. Her voice broke. But I didn't. And then he wasn't him anymore. The pain in her words carved through me. Until now, I hadn't realized how much she had carried alone, how much she had kept buried out of fear that giving shape to it would make everything worse. But we didn't have the luxury of standing still. The chamber trembled faintly, subtle, like distant footsteps traveling across the unseen layers beneath us. My mother's head snapped up, her eyes widened. That shouldn't be happening, she whispered. The doors closed. A second tremor rolled through, stronger, vibrating through the strange stone under our feet. I stood quickly, scanning the chamber. The sealed door loomed in front of us, dull now, no glow leaking through its cracks. It looked dead, lifeless, but something in the distance moved. A faint shimmer of darkness, a ripple, a shift in the air. My throat tightened. He's still here. My mother stood, wiping her face with trembling hands. The door we closed sealed his oldest path. But we didn't kill him. He's still in this place, and he's angry. The ground vibrated again, this time with a slow, rhythmic pulse. It wasn't a quake. It wasn't an impact. It was footsteps, heavy ones. Getting closer. My mother grabbed my hand. We have to move. We need to find a different exit. If he's sealed from this door, he'll try to push through any cracks left in the layers. But where do we go? I asked. She pointed into the darkness, away from the sealed door. Deeper. The word dropped into my stomach like a stone. Deeper meant closer to the parts of this place even the creature didn't show freely. Deeper meant older rooms, older memories, older wounds the house wore like bruises. Deeper meant going further from anything human. But we didn't have a choice. We began walking. The ground under us rippled, responding faintly to our steps, as if it were thinner than it appeared. The walls, or whatever passed for walls here, shifted subtly, as though adjusting themselves to guide or mislead us. The dark wasn't empty anymore. It hummed, faint at first, then louder, like a low note vibrating through a massive hollow structure. That sound, I whispered. What is it? My mother didn't answer right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was low. It's him. Gathering what's left of himself. Rebuilding. He lost the piece your brother carried, so he'll pull from the layers instead. How long do we have? I asked. She looked at me, eyes dark with tired certainty. Not long. A faint whisper drifted toward us, no words, just breath. The hair on my arms lifted. My mother tightened her grip on my wrist, pulling me behind her, as she moved quickly along a narrow path that hadn't existed moments earlier. The path bent in unnatural curves, as if tracing an outline drawn by a shaking hand. Parts of it disappeared behind us, dissolving into shadow as soon as we stepped off them. There was no going back. "Mom," I whispered, watching the floor blink out behind us. "This place is changing. It always does," she whispered back. "It's not meant for us to walk through. It rearranges itself to keep him alive, or to trap what it wants." "And what does it want now?" She didn't answer. We reached a widening in the path, a circular hollow with a faint glow seeping upward from cracks in the floor. My mother stepped cautiously around it, eyes scanning every direction. "This is the place he broke through once," she said quietly, "before you were born, before your brother was taken." I shivered. What happened here? Her jaw clenched. "Your father brought something home. Something he thought was harmless. A mirror." She swallowed. "Not the one from the attic. An older one. The one that first connected this place to ours. My father knew." I whispered. "No," she said firmly. "He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what it carried. He just thought it was an old family object worth saving. And when he brought it home," she nodded, "this place reached through it. Touched your brother first because he was closest. Because he answered when something whispered his name." A cold ache spread across my ribs. I struggled to imagine my father. A man who loved us. Who left because fear ate him alive, bringing that thing unknowingly into our world. "What happened to him?" I asked. Her breath hitched. "He saw what was touching your brother. He tried to break the mirror. It cut him. He watched the thing climb through the wound." Her voice trembled. "He didn't survive long after that." The ground shook again, harder this time. The glow beneath the cracks brightened. A voice rose behind us, a voice that came from the walls, the ground, the unseen space above, layered and hollow and furious. "Daniel," my mother pushed me forward. "Don't look. Don't stop. He's trying to find you through the bond." "But the bond is gone," I said quickly, fear tightening my throat. I pulled the fragment out. "No," she whispered. "You took it. You didn't kill it. He can still sense it in you." The chamber behind us changed. The sealed door cracked, not open, but cracking with thin lines of spiderweb fractures as the creature forced its rage into the structure of the place. The voice came again, closer. "You took what was mine." The glow beneath us pulsed violently. Then the ground split open. My mother shoved me aside just as a massive shape burst through the crack. A limb, skeletal and long, almost human, shaped but twisted in ways that defied structure. It scraped the floor, searching, feeling, tasting the air like a starving animal. Another crack split the ground. Then another. He wasn't stuck behind the sealed door anymore. He was rising from beneath the layers. My mother grabbed my wrist and ran.
"Daniel, run!"
We sprinted across the shifting floor as cracks chased us like lightning. The creature's limbs tore through the ground behind us, dragging shards of light and shadow with them. He was forcing himself back together, piece by piece. Even without the fragment, even with the door sealed, he wasn't done. My mother pulled me into a narrow corridor that cracked open just in time to let us through. The walls folded inward behind us, closing the path before the creature could follow. Her breath shook. "He's coming from below. That means he's using the oldest parts of this place. We're close to the core." I swallowed hard. "What's at the core?" She stopped, turned, looked at me with an expression full of pain and truth and fear she had kept hidden for years. "Daniel, the core isn't a place." "Then what is it?" She exhaled, her voice barely audible. "It's a person." My heartbeat stalled. "Who?" Her next words came out like a confession she never wanted to speak. "Your father." The ground shuddered again, and behind us, something alive moved in the dark. My legs nearly gave out when her words settled. "My father. Gone for years, broken long before he died, wasn't just part of the story. He was the core of it. The air in the shifting corridor grew tight, heavy, pressing against my lungs as if the place itself reacted to the truth spoken aloud. My mother kept walking, tugging me along, but her steps had changed. She no longer moved with blind urgency. She walked like someone approaching a grave they never wanted to see again. I forced the words out, my voice cracking. What do you mean he's the core? What did he become? What did this thing turn him into? She didn't stop, didn't look at me, but her voice trembled. He didn't become anything. He was used, taken the way your brother was taken. Except he was taken deeper. He didn't fight it the same way. He didn't have anything left to fight with. The corridor twisted, bending sharply as if forming steps downward, even though no incline existed. Gravity felt wrong again, tilting slightly to the right even, while my feet stayed on level ground. The walls pulsed in slow, sickened breaths, the structure alive but weakened. Like this place strained to keep itself from collapsing now that the oldest door had closed. The boy's fragment inside me stirred, reacting to our descent. His last emotions, fear, longing, sadness, surfaced like whispers in my ribs. It didn't speak, but I felt it tug toward something ahead, something familiar. My mother finally slowed, running her hand along the wall, as if touching memories carved into its shifting surface. He was the first one to be marked, she whispered. Not your brother. Not you. It was him. My heartbeat thudded painfully. How? He never acted like anything touched him. He hid it, she said. Or he didn't understand it. When he brought the mirror home, he already had the mark sitting beneath the skin. It called to him because it recognized its own. Her voice grew quieter. When you were born, the mark moved. It tried to choose. First you, then your brother. I fought it. I fought everything. But your father, he let the mark stay. He believed it was nothing. He didn't want to admit something was wrong with him. He wasn't weak, I whispered. No, she said. He wasn't. He was tired. The corridor widened into a space larger than the last chamber, an open hollow lit by thin beams of pale light leaking from cracks in the air itself. Not from walls or ceiling, the air. The place bent under pressures I couldn't see, rippling subtly like heat waves over asphalt. At the center of the hollow stood a structure. Not a door this time. A shape. Something halfway between a tree trunk and a pillar made of thick, blackened wood and bone, like ridges spiraling upward. Thin tendrils wrapped it like roots gripping a dying heart. My pulse quickened as I stepped closer. What is that? My mother didn't answer at first. She approached slowly, stopping only a few feet from it. Her hands trembled at her sides. That, she whispered, voice breaking, is what's left of him. I stared. Horror crawled up my spine slowly, coldly. The shape, once I looked closer, wasn't entirely wood or bone. It had textures of flesh, places where something like skin stretched over parts of the structure. A chest, like shape, bulged outward. A hollow cavity sat where a rib cage might once have been. And at the top, just beneath the spiraling tendrils, something curved inward like a distorted head. And there, deep inside the shape, glowed faint traces of faint blue, white light, pulsing at the slow rhythm of a dying heartbeat. My mother lowered her head, her voice shaking. When he broke the mirror trying to save your brother, the wound opened him to this place. It pulled him in and kept him. It didn't consume him all at once. It used him. Used the part of him that already lived in the dark. The ground shook faintly beneath us. A low groan rumbled through the chamber, the sound of something ancient rolling in its sleep, reacting to our presence. I took another step forward, unable to tear my eyes away. Is he alive? My mother let out a sound somewhere between a sob and a breath. In a way, not the way we understand living. He's bound to the layers. His memories, his fears, his pain, all fuse to hold the structure together. He's the center of the web. The creature built itself through him. The realization struck me in a wave, that nearly knocked me to my knees. He's keeping this place alive. My mother nodded slowly. Yes, and the creature is using him as its anchor. Yes, and closing the first door didn't stop it because the core is still intact, she whispered. Because your father is still here. The chamber trembled again, harder this time. Tendrils wrapped around the pillar like structure tightened, as if sensing something. An intruder, a threat, a missing piece. The voice returned, but not in its monstrous tone. Not the layered, hollow growl of the creature. This time, it sounded like him, like my father. Broken, distant, distorted by pain. Daniel, stop. My breath hitched so violently I choked. My mother stumbled backward, tears spilling as her hand flew to her mouth. No, no, no. He shouldn't be able to speak anymore. The voice cracked again, echoing faintly through the chamber. Don't come closer. He's watching. I staggered. Dad. The pillar shuddered, the faint blue, white glow fluttering rapidly like a candle under a gust of wind. A groan, low, agonized, rose from deep within its center. My mother grabbed my arm desperately. Daniel, listen to me. This isn't him. Not really. It's whatever pieces of him are still conscious, still aware, and the creature is using that awareness to reach you. I pulled away, staring at the pulsating structure.
But he's in pain! He's trapped in here!
Yes, she cried, and if you touch that thing, it will take you too! The chamber darkened suddenly as long shadows spilled from cracks in the floor. The creature's presence surged through the layers. Heavier, faster, angrier, he was coming. Now, my father's broken voice echoed again. Louder this time, run. Before, finds you. But the boy's fragment inside me pulsed with a different message. One that wasn't words, but feeling, finish it. My mother grabbed both my shoulders, forcing me to face her. Daniel, there is only one way to stop him completely. Tears streamed down her face. You have to destroy the core. I froze. You mean kill what's left of Dad? She shook her head, crying harder. No. You'd be freeing him. The chamber roared as the creature's shadow coiled around us. And I realized. This wasn't a choice I could run from. This wasn't a choice I could delay. This was the moment everything had been dragging me toward since the attic. My father groaned again. Please end it. I stepped toward the core, and a massive limb burst through the chamber wall. The wall didn't crack open. It tore apart like wet leather. A massive limb punched through, curling inward with smooth, unnatural precision. It was far thicker than the tendrils we'd seen before, ridged like exposed bone, but bending with the flexibility of muscle. A cold gust blasted through the chamber as the creature forced more of itself inside, the air twisting around its shape in a suffocating rush. Dust spiraled upward. The ground vibrated under the weight of each advancing movement. My mother pulled me back, shielding me with her body, even though the force pressing into the room was big enough to crush both of us without noticing. Daniel, she whispered, her voice shaking, don't let it pull you toward him. He'll use anything you feel. Anything you regret. Another limb tore through the opposite wall, stretching across the chamber like a giant arm feeling its way along a cavern. The creature wasn't rushing this time. It didn't charge or thrash. It entered slowly, deliberately, as if savoring each inch it reclaimed. The pillar, my father, or what was left of him, shuddered under the creature's presence. The faint blue, white glow inside it flickered violently, then dimmed until it seemed ready to extinguish altogether. I stepped forward despite the shaking floor. I couldn't stop looking at the pillar. My father's broken voice echoed faintly inside the chamber, a sound so fragile it cracked apart mid-breath. Daniel, look at it, don't come closest. My throat tightened painfully. Dad, I can't leave you like this. I won't. The creature's limbs lunged suddenly, slamming into the ground between my mother and the pillar. The impact almost sent me flying backward. My mother grabbed my arm to steady me, then shoved me behind her again. her instinct to protect me stronger than any fear of the thing invading the chamber. But the creature didn't strike us. It moved around us, circling, blocking the pillar from sight. At first, that confused me. Why hide it? Then the boy's fragment inside my chest pulsed with startling clarity. He wants the core intact. My breath froze. He doesn't want me to destroy it, I whispered. My mother nodded grimly. If your father dies, the anchor collapses. This place unravels, and so does he. A deep, resonant groan rippled through the chamber as the creature's distorted head began to push through the torn wall. Its form twisted sickeningly, bending at angles that made my stomach twist. The shadow around it thickened, gathering like fog pulled toward its shape. It was bigger now, far bigger than in the house. The sealed door had weakened it, but not stopped it. Here in the deeper layers, it had more to draw from, more to claim, more to rebuild. My father's voice struggled upward again, strained and nearly lost son. Please, don't let him use me, find a way. My hands curled into fists. I turned to my mother. If I destroy the core, he collapses too. Everything collapses. Yes, she whispered, but destroying it isn't easy. You need something that can cut deeper than this place can heal. Something it can't twist or rebuild. She looked at me with a tense, desperate expression. Daniel, the shard you used before, do you still have it? I froze. My hand instinctively brushed the inside of my jacket. I hadn't thought about it since falling into the mirror world, but the moment my fingers touched the fabric, I felt it. The cold, dull thrum of the shard resting against my ribs. The girl must have shoved it into my pocket before we were separated. I pulled it out with trembling hands. The shard didn't glow now. Instead, it pulsed faintly, matching the heartbeat of the fragment inside my chest. It felt heavier, as if the mirror world had fed it something, some part of the creature's presence, while I carried it. My mother's eyes widened. It survived the crossing, so can it kill the core? I asked. She pressed her lips together. It can cut through him. She gestured to the pillar, and through what he built. But it will kill what's left of Dad. Her voice broke. Yes. I stared down at the shard, its cold surface seeming to breathe. My father's voice echoed faintly again, rising through horrible layers of pain. Daniel, please in this. Don't let him stay. The creature's head finally forced itself fully into the chamber. Its mouth opened in a long, silent scream. Not sound, just pressure. It pushed the air aside with so much force it warped the space around us. My vision blurred at the edges. My chest tightened hard enough to make breathing painful. My father's pillar shuddered again, cracks spreading across it like fractures in ice. The creature lunged. My mother shoved me to the ground as the creature's massive limb swept across the room like a scythe. The force tore a chunk of the floor away, sending it crashing into the darkness below. The pillar shook violently, pieces falling from it like pieces of charred wood breaking from a burning structure. He was weakening. Fast. Too fast. My mother pulled me to my feet. Daniel, he'll tear this place apart trying to stop you. You need to choose now. A small voice inside me, the fragment of my brother, rose suddenly, carrying panic and urgency. If you wait, he takes the core. If he takes the core, he becomes the new anchor. My chest tightened. My mother saw the decision forming on my face. Her expression changed, not in fear, but acceptance. And pain. So much pain I almost couldn't look at her. She took my face in both hands. What you're about to do, she whispered, is not killing your father. It's freeing him. My voice cracked. I don't know if I can. You can, she said firmly. Because you're strong. Because you survived everything he couldn't. Because your brother believed you would. The creature reared back for another strike. The pillar trembled violently, blue, white light flickering like a dying pulse. My father's voice came one last time. Faint, but clear. Daniel, I love you, please help me go. Tears blurred my vision. The creature lunged. I ran. The shard burned in my hand. The pillar stood in front of me, shaking under the shadow of the monster towering behind it. I raised the shard. The creature screamed, and I drove the shard into the core. The chamber exploded in blinding light. The light didn't burst outward in a single blast. It poured, flooding the chamber in slow, climbing waves that swallowed shape, sound, and reality piece by piece. Every inch of the world around me dissolved under the glow. My hand burned where it gripped the shard, heat searing through skin, tendon, bone. But I couldn't let go. If I did, the strike wouldn't finish, and the creature would pull the core back into itself before the damage set. The pillar, the twisted form that held what remained of my father, shuddered violently. Cracks split across its surface, spilling narrow beams of light that pulsed in sync with the fragment inside my chest. The chambers above and below us vibrated with a deep, low moan. Like the whole place was finally waking from a nightmare it spent years building. My mother shielded her face with her arm as shockwaves rippled outward. The ground rolled under us like a wave crossing through dark water. Splinters flew from the pillar. The blue, white glow inside it flickered faster, like a frantic heartbeat. Behind us, the creature reeled as the light climbed up its limbs, twisting its body away, slamming against the chamber walls hard enough to tear new holes into the layers. The monster screamed without sound. Its jaw stretched open in a jagged shape that bent more than bone should allow. Its shadow recoiled from the spreading light as though burned. But the light didn't chase the creature. It focused on the core, on my father. The cracks widened. Thick chunks broke away, revealing glimpses of something beneath the warped shell, something like the memory of a man's shape curled inward. Not flesh, not bone, more like a shadow of someone who had once been whole. My chest tightened painfully. "Dad," I whispered, my voice shaking. My father's broken voice echoed faintly from the cracking core, each word splitting apart like it came through shattered glass. "Thank you." The creature lunged toward him, toward the core, toward me, trying to close its limbs around the pillar before the fracture completed. A massive arm struck the ground inches from my feet, sending cracks racing outward. I lost my balance and fell hard, skidding across the stone like floor. My shoulder burned from the impact, but I pushed myself back up before the creature could reach again. My mother sprinted to my side, grabbing my arm and hauling me upright.
Daniel, keep going! The strike isn't complete! I hit it! I gasped. What else do I have to do?
Her eyes darted to the pillar. "It's not enough just to cut it. You have to finish the break." "How?" "Pull the shard out." My heart lurched. "If I do that, the light stops." "No," she whispered. "That's when it spreads." Another roar tore through the chamber. The creature's body twisted and folded like a collapsing tower of muscle and bone. Its limbs struck wildly, smashing the floor, ripping open the walls, trying to reach the pillar-like core. It was frantic, more frantic than anything we had seen from it before, because it understood. It was losing. My father's form flickered inside the cracked structure, shifting between shadow and dim light. His outline was thin, trembling, barely held together. The cracks around him glowed brighter, sizzling like sparks waiting for ignition. He whispered thickly, voice trembling in this. "Please," I stepped toward the pillar and wrapped both hands around the embedded shard. The heat was unbearable, like holding a burning metal rod. My skin blistered instantly. Pain shot up my arms, searing down to the bones. My mother reached for me. "Daniel, don't stop me," I gasped. "You said it yourself. He needs this." The creature lunged again, shoving more of itself through the torn wall. Its head pushed into the chamber fully, massive, twisted, filled with vibrating shadow. Its hollow eyes locked onto me, the space inside them swirling like a storm. It reared back, then struck. My mother threw herself in front of me, bracing for the impact, but the light from the cracking pillar flared violently outward. The creature jerked back, as though struck by a force it couldn't withstand. Its massive arm turned translucent, then fractured into shards of shadow that dissolved into dust. It screamed again, this time in a sound that resembled fear. The core answered with another pulse. A surge of strength shot through me from the fragment inside my chest. My father's last thread of memory, his plea, his hope, flared inside my ribs. I pulled. The shard broke free with a sickening crack. Bright, blinding light erupted from the pillar, surging upward in a column that swallowed everything. The ground shook violently, gaps opening beneath us. Layers unfolding like pages ripped from a book. The creature thrashed, limbs flailing, its form collapsing inward as the light tore pieces off it. Its roar split into fragments, becoming less and less cohesive, until it sounded almost like dozens of voices screaming at once. My father's silhouette glowed softly, his shape peeling away from the pillar, dissolving into light instead of shadow. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I saw him clearly. Not twisted, not broken, not consumed. Just my father, standing as the man I half remembered from childhood, whole and unburdened. He smiled at me, proud, gentle, free. As he dissolved, he whispered something I felt rather than heard. "Thank you, son." Then the core exploded. The chamber tore apart. The creature's body splintered into dust. The walls split open like cracked eggshells. The ground fell away. Light swallowed everything, and the world collapsed beneath our feet. There was no sensation of falling this time. No wind roaring past, no gravity dragging me down. It felt instead like the world had scooped itself inside out and pulled me with it. A twisting, stretching shift that made my stomach roll and my vision break into fragments of color and shadow. The blast of light from the shattered core consumed everything, but as it dimmed, the place we were in didn't resolve into clarity. It sank into a gray that felt neither bright nor dark, like the moment just before dawn, frozen in permanent hesitation. The first thing I registered was my mother's hand squeezing mine. The second was her breathing, sharp, panicked, but alive. The third was the silence. A heavy, deadened quiet that didn't belong to the creature's world. It wasn't the oppressive hush of something hiding. It was the silence of something ending, like the last echo in a vast, empty cathedral. The floor beneath us wasn't solid stone anymore. It felt softer, textured like old wooden boards under a thin layer of dust. When I pushed myself up, small clouds drifted upward, catching faint streaks of light coming from nowhere. My mother rose beside me, her face pale, streaked with dirt and tears, but awake enough to look around with wary disbelief. "Daniel," she whispered, "this shouldn't exist anymore." I followed her gaze, turning slowly in a full circle. We were standing in a room I recognized, the attic, or a version of it, not the ruined, warped attic from the old house, not the decaying place where the mirror had cracked open. This one was cleaner, simpler, a skeleton memory of a room. No dust on the beams, no boxes stacked high with forgotten things, no dark corners where things hid. Just an empty attic filled with gray, unnatural light. I swallowed. "Are we back?" "I don't know," she whispered. "It feels like a copy, a leftover impression. The real house shouldn't be connected anymore. Not after the core collapsed." She stepped forward cautiously, pressing her palm against the nearest beam. Her hand didn't sink in. It felt solid to her. But the wood didn't react the way normal wood should. No crake, no give, no temperature. As if it weren't really wood, but the idea of wood, a memory. "We're inside what's left of the layers," she murmured. "He built so much of himself through our house that pieces of it survived the collapse." Pieces, leftovers. But something was missing. The air felt hollow, too hollow, as if something that had always watched this space had finally blinked out and left the world around it uncertain whether to fill the void or collapse into it. A sudden ache pulsed inside my chest. Boy, his fragment. The last part of him that had stayed with me since the mirror world. It had gone quiet, not gone. Just quiet in a way that felt final. I lowered my head, pressing my hand over my heart. He's gone. My mother looked at me, sadness flooding her expression. He got what he needed. Peace. My throat tightened. But now I can't feel him. Not even the memory. That's because the memory belonged to him, she said gently. Not to you. It was never meant to stay forever. I nodded slowly, even though the emptiness where that last trace of him had been felt like losing him twice. Before I could speak again, a faint sound drifted from the far corner of the attic, a thin whisper of movement. A soft scrape like a foot sliding across the floor. My mother's body tensed immediately, her hand gripping my arm. Stay behind me. The sound grew clearer, a shuffle. A weight pressing gently into the floorboards. My pulse spiked. We braced for something attacking us, something returning through this leftover space, something furious and wounded and afraid. But instead, a figure stepped out from behind the nearest beam. A girl. The girl, covered in dust, hair tangled, shirt torn at the sleeve, breathing hard, but alive. Relief punched me so sharply I almost stumbled.
You made it!
She stared at me, blinking fast, as if confirming I was real. Then she let out a ragged breath that was halfway to a laugh. Barely, she said. When the floor gave out, I thought I was done. Something grabbed me, pulled me sideways through a crack. I was stuck between layers for a while. Her gaze wandered around the attic, and then I woke up here, but you weren't with me. She walked closer, examining us from head to toe. What happened? Did you close the door? Did the creature? It's gone, my mother said quietly. At least the version tied to our world. The girl's eyes widened. Then we're safe. My mother hesitated. Not yes, not no, something in between. The anchor is gone, she said. The core holding the layers together collapsed. The door we sealed cut off its oldest path. But creatures like that don't just stop existing. They break, they scatter, they fade into places that aren't here. The girl swallowed. So it can't come back. Not in the way it did, she answered. But pieces of it may still exist. Echoes, fragments, remnants of hunger or memory searching for something to cling to. The girl shivered. Great. So we're trapped in a ghost version of your attic. I shook my head. Not trapped. At least, I hope not. A soft creaking sound rose behind us. My stomach dropped. Slowly, we turned toward it. A door had appeared at the far end of the attic, an old wooden door with peeling paint. The same door that led downstairs in the real house, but here, its edges glowed faintly. Soft, warm, unlike the unnatural light filling the room. My mother exhaled slowly. That wasn't here before. The girl whispered, "Is it safe?" My mother studied it closely, her jaw tightening. It feels like an exit. A real one. Not a lure. How can you tell? I asked. She reached toward the doorknob. Her hand didn't shake. That thing spent years trying to open doors for us, she said. It never built one that felt like this. Before she could turn it, something shifted behind the door. A faint thump, a quiet breath. My mother froze. The girl stiffened beside me. I stepped closer. Is someone behind it? I whispered. The doorknob turned slowly, on its own. My mother grabbed my wrist. The door creaked open, and a shape stood in the doorway. A silhouette we knew. A silhouette I had not seen in years. My pulse stopped, my throat closed. Dad. The figure stepped forward. Not twisted, not monstrous, not broken. Whole, human. But his eyes. Something was wrong about his eyes. They weren't empty. They weren't possessed. They were sad. He looked at me the same way he used to. Soft, tired, protective. But his voice was thin when he spoke, as if carried from a long distance. Daniel, he whispered. You need to hurry. The exit is closing. My mother choked on a breath. You can't be here. The core is gone. You passed on. He shook his head gently. Not entirely. I stayed long enough to help you find the way out. He turned to me. But you have to choose quickly. Once you leave, this place can't hold together. What happens to you? I whispered. He smiled, a small, sad smile. I fade. The right way this time. The attic shifted. The walls cracked. The floor bowed inward. Time was ending here. My father reached out his hand, not to pull me, but to guide me. Go, he said softly. All of you. I stared at him, tears burning behind my eyes. I don't want to lose you again. You're not, he whispered. I'm just finally getting to rest. The room shook. The doors glow thin. He stepped aside, clearing the path. My mother squeezed my hand. The girl waited behind us. And together, we stepped through. As the door closed behind us, my father whispered one last thing live. And then, the world blinked. When the world blinked, it didn't return smoothly. It flickered, like an old bulb struggling to decide whether to shine or die. I felt myself stretched thin for a breathless second, as though my body were being pulled between two rooms at once, neither willing to let me settle. Then everything snapped back sharply, and I staggered forward as solid ground caught me. Real ground, cold dirt, damp grass. Night air sharp enough to sting my lungs. I blinked hard, the sudden darkness almost blinding after the strange gray glow of the attic echo. When my vision steadied, I realized we were standing outside. Not on the street. Not in some warped mirror world. But on the hill behind the old house. Except the house wasn't there. Not fully. Where the house once stood, where I had lived, where everything began. Only the foundation remained. Concrete edges cracked and splintered. Burned wood. Chunks of collapsed flooring. The house looked as though it had been abandoned for decades, and then collapsed from its own weight. And yet it hadn't been gone when we entered it. The creature's collapse had torn it apart from the inside. My mother stood silently beside me, staring at the ruins with an expression caught between sorrow and relief. The girl hovered close on my other side, gripping her own arms as if holding herself together. For a long time, none of us spoke. The wind did instead, cold, dry, real. It brushed my face the way real wind does, without the feeling of breath, without intention behind it. We were back. We were actually back, but not untouched. A faint, echoing ache pulsed across my ribs where my brother's fragment had rested. It wasn't pain. It wasn't presence. Just a reminder, like a bruise left by a memory that refused to vanish completely. My mother finally exhaled, long and shaky. It worked, she whispered. The door is sealed. The core is gone. The house can't hold itself anymore. The girl's gaze remained fixed on the rubble. So it's over. My mother lowered her eyes. Nothing that involved us, for this long ends clean. But the worst of it, yes. The worst is over. For the first time since stepping into the broken mirror world, I felt something unfamiliar settle in my chest. Not peace, not relief, something quieter. The possibility of normal, but that thought fractured when a soft, familiar voice drifted across my memory. Not outside, not within the wind, but inside me. Thank you. My breath caught. My brother not alive, not trapped, just saying goodbye. The ache faded a little, enough to breathe without breaking. My mother turned toward me, her eyes softening when she saw my face. What did he say? I swallowed the lump in my throat. Goodbye. She nodded slowly, tears shining but not falling. He deserved to be free. We stood there long enough for the darkness around the ruined house to settle into ordinary night. Quiet, empty. Stripped of the unnatural pressure that had suffocated it for years. If I hadn't lived through everything, I might have believed nothing strange had ever touched this place at all. But then the girl stiffened beside me. Do you hear that? She whispered. My mother tensed instantly. Where? Not here, the girl said, shaking her head. In me. Like a ringing. I turned to her sharply. Ringing. She pressed a hand to her stomach. It's faint, but it feels like something inside me is humming. My skin prickled. You were marked too. She nodded. But I broke most of the connection long before I met you. I thought I was clean. I thought I'd escaped. Something cold slid down my spine. The creature had scattered. Pieces of it clung to the layers. Remnants of what it consumed sometimes slipped into the people it touched. How strong is it? I whispered. She closed her eyes, concentrating. A whisper, nothing more. My mother stepped closer. Whispers grow. The girl opened her eyes again. Not this one. It doesn't feel alive anymore. It feels directionless. Lost, I said. She nodded. Yeah. Lost. My mother let out a breath. Then we stay alert. If anything returns, if anything stirs. The girl raised a hand. If something tries to grow again, I'll tell you. But right now, she looked out over the wreckage. Right now it feels like silence. The kind that comes after something stops breathing. We all felt quiet again. The ruins of the house whispered with settling debris. Crickets chirped faintly in the tree line. Far in the distance, a dog barked. Normal sounds. Real sounds. My mother placed a hand on my back, grounding me. We need to get away from here. This place will draw curious eyes soon. Where will we go? I asked. She managed a small, tired smile. Anywhere that isn't here. The girl huffed a weak laugh. I second that. We turned away from the ruins and began walking down the hill. The earth felt steady beneath my feet. No twisting, no breathing, no shifting. Just dirt and stone and gravity behaving the way they should. Halfway down, I glanced back. The house, or what remained, sat in moonlight like a body after a storm. Lifeless, heavy, quiet. For the first time in years, it looked like just a house. But then, at the far corner of the foundation, something moved. A single plank shifted, softly, not by wind, not by settling, shifted as if nudged. My breath hitched. Mom, I whispered. Look, she followed my gaze. The plank stilled. Nothing else moved. The girl whispered, it's probably just collapse. Probably, my mother said, but her voice lacked conviction. Another plank slid slowly sideways. My mother grabbed my wrist. Run. We didn't question her. We didn't wait. We ran down the hill, away from the house, away from the shifting rubble, away from anything that even might still breathe inside those broken bones. As we reached the road, I heard one last sound drift down from the ruins, a soft tapping, 3 beats, like knuckles on a mirror. Tap, 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 the girl froze. That's how he called me, she whispered. My mother pulled us both forward. Keep moving. We ran into the night, not daring to look back, not daring to acknowledge the truth forming quietly between us. We closed one door. But something inside the ruins was knocking on another. We didn't stop running until the hill faded behind us and the narrow road ahead stretched out in a quiet ribbon under the moonlight. Even then, none of us slowed fully. We moved fast, not a sprint, but a hurried, frightened walk. The kind where every step felt like a step away from something watching. My mother checked over her shoulder every few seconds. The girl stayed close to my side, her breathing sharp and uneven. I listened for sounds behind us. Footsteps, the scrape of wood, the distant ringing echo of that tapping. But the night stayed silent. Too silent. After everything we had just escaped, I didn't trust the quiet. My mother finally stopped beneath a street lamp at the edge of town. The flickering bulb cast weak circles of yellow light across the pavement, making her look smaller, older, like the years she'd been forced to carry alone had finally settled into her bones. She pressed a shaking hand to her forehead, catching her breath. We need a plan, she said once she steadied herself. We can't go home. Not now. The maybe not ever. The girl nodded without hesitation. I can move again. I've done it before. It won't be the first time I leave everything behind. But you shouldn't have to, my mother said softly. None of this should have been yours. The girl shrugged, wiping at a streak of dirt on her cheek. We don't choose what marks us. We just deal with the fallout. The honesty in her voice hurt in a place I didn't know existed. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to settle the rising anxiety. What if running doesn't help? What if whatever's knocking isn't bound to the house anymore? My mother looked at me sharply. It shouldn't be. The door is sealed. The core is destroyed. Whatever moved in that rubble was likely just the last memory of the place collapsing. The girl bit her lip. But memories can still call. The wind shifted. The air grew colder. My mother closed her eyes for a slow moment. as if thinking through 1,000 possibilities at once. When she opened them, her expression had changed, not panicked, not desperate. Focused. "We need to test something," she said quietly, "before we decide anything else." My stomach tightened. "Test what? If what we heard was a real call," she said, "then one of us will still feel it. Something as old as that creature doesn't just disappear without leaving a trace. It will reach for the closest mark it once held." She turned first to the girl. "Do you feel anything now?" The girl took a slow breath, closing her eyes. She stayed still for nearly 10 seconds, long enough that I started to worry, and then she opened them again. "Nothing," she whispered. "Just leftover nerves, like phantom static." My mother nodded and turned to me next. "What about you?" I hesitated. I wasn't sure what I felt. My chest still ached faintly where the boy's fragment used to live, but it wasn't the same. That ache wasn't a call. It was grief, a bruise left behind by love and loss. "I don't feel anything pulling," I finally said. No whisper, no pressure, no reaching. My mother exhaled sharply, relief softening her shoulders, but then her body went rigid. Her pupils widened. Her hand flew instinctively to her own chest. My heart dropped. "Mom?" She didn't answer. The girl stepped forward quickly. "What do you feel?" For a moment, my mother looked terrified, not by a threat outside, but by something moving inside her memory. Then she spoke. "It's faint," she whispered. "Weak, but it's there." My skin crawled. "What is the knock?" The girl's breath hit sharply. "But you weren't marked." "No," my mother said slowly, her face pale. "I sealed the doors. I bound the creature. I confronted the core. I battled everything connected to it. Even if I wasn't marked, I carried pieces of those places in me for years." My chest tightened. "So the knock is calling you." She shook her head. "Not calling. Echoing." "Echoing what?" I asked. She swallowed hard. "Echoing a warning." The girl's expression darkened. "Then we didn't finish it." "We ended the creature tied to the core," my mother said. "But we never destroyed the mirror that opened the first path." A cold wave rolled through me. "The mirror in the attic," I whispered. "No," she said softly. "The mirror before that. The very first. The one your father brought home decades ago." The girl's eyes widened. "I thought that mirror broke." "It did," my mother said. "But breaking isn't the same as ending. Pieces of it survive. Enough to hold a trace of whatever woke through it the first time." The street lamp flickered overhead, humming faintly. I stepped closer to her. "Where is it now?" She pressed her lips tightly together. "In the place he died." A silence heavier than anything yet settled over us. My father died in the old cottage he grew up in, a place miles from town, forgotten by anyone except the few who knew him before he drowned in his own fear. A place we never went back to. A place no one had touched in years. The girl shivered. "So that's where the knocking comes from." My mother nodded. "If something is still echoing through that leftover shard, it needs to be stopped before it finds another door. Or another child," the girl whispered. My stomach twisted. I glanced back toward the ruins on the hill. Though we were far away, one jagged corner of the broken foundation caught the moonlight, looking disturbingly like a shadow shaped into a hunched figure. My mother squeezed my shoulder gently. "Daniel, you destroyed the core. You freed your father. You did what I couldn't." Her voice softened, trembling. "But this last piece isn't yours to face alone." The girl stepped forward. "And it's not something she should face alone either." Her words held a gravity that didn't belong in someone her age. My mother looked between us, her expression shifting from worry to determination. "We do this together," she said. "But we do it smart." She pointed toward the quiet street stretching into the dark. "We have one last place to go. One last tie to cut. If we end the original shard, we end whatever's left." The girl nodded. I nodded. But before we could take a single step, the wind shifted violently. The street lamp flickered once, twice, then went out. A cold rush swept over us, carrying a faint, chilling sound. Not a growl, not a whisper, A knock, slow, deliberate, coming from the same direction my father died. My mother stiffened. He's warning us. We have very little time. The girl whispered, then let's move. We stepped into the darkness, away from the ruins, toward the place where everything began, and the sound followed us. Knock, knock, not loud, not threatening, just patient, waiting for us to listen. The road ahead stretched in a long, dark line, winding through empty fields that shivered under the night wind. Each step we took seemed to push us farther from the world we knew and closer to something older. Something waiting with the patience of a thing that had never needed to chase its prey because it knew the path always curved back to it. My mother walked slightly ahead, her posture rigid, the moonlight turning her silhouette into a thin, sharp blade cutting through the dark. The girl stayed beside me, her strides tight and deliberate, like someone trying to outrun her own shadow. The knocking sound, faint, steady, continued with an almost rhythmic certainty. It didn't echo across the ground or the air. It echoed inside us, a soft, hollow tap that landed somewhere deep in the chest instead of the ears. Every time it came, my mother flinched, a subtle twitch in her shoulders betraying the fear she tried to hide. The girl kept rubbing her wrist as if something cold were coiling around it. After several minutes, I finally broke the silence. How far is the cottage? My mother didn't look back. A few miles through the woods. We can't reach it by road. Not safely. Why the woods? The girl asked. Because the path bends, she said. Because if the mirror is calling from its remnants, it won't let us approach the direct way. The girl frowned. You mean it's trying to pull us somewhere else? No, my mother whispered. It's trying to guide us. Doors open more easily when you walk where they want you to. A chill slid through me. So if we ignore its pull, the woods will twist. We'll get trapped between spaces. We'll lose hours, maybe days, in places that pretend to be real. The girl shivered. So we follow the knocking. My mother nodded slowly. Yes, but we stay alert. We're not answering it. We're tracking it. We reached the turnoff where the paved road gave way to a narrow dirt path leading toward the forest. The trees stood like black pillars, branches swaying faintly even though the air around them was still. The moonlight barely penetrated beyond the first few rows of trunks. The girl hesitated. This feels wrong. My mother placed a hand on her shoulder. Everything connected to that mirror feels wrong. But we're not here to live in this again. We're here to end it. She looked over at me. Daniel, stay close. If you feel anything pulling, anything shifting, you tell me immediately. I nodded, though fear squeezed tight around my ribs. We stepped into the forest. The shift was immediate. The air cooled sharply, enough that my breath fogged. The ground beneath us softened, a damp mix of soil and moss that muffled our footsteps. The trees leaned closer together as if listening to us intrude. Between branches, thin streaks of pale light flickered in angles too sharp to be moonlight. The girl whispered, "It's watching." My mother didn't turn around. Then let it watch. As long as it watches, it's not moving. The knocking returned, louder now, not thunderous, not overwhelming, just closer. Knock, knock, see, knock. It came from the left. We turned left. Then it shifted to the right. We turned right. Soon the forest no longer resembled a forest. The trunks were too evenly spaced. The branches curled into shapes that mimicked reaching hands. The ground dipped and rolled like a living thing breathing beneath us. It was the woods, but not the woods I remembered. Something between memory and imitation. "What is this place?" I whispered. My mother answered softly. "This is what's left of the first layer the mirror reached. It clings to memories of the world like mold clings to damp walls." The girl grimaced. "So it's borrowing the forest from your memory?" "No," my mother said quietly, from his. She didn't have to say who. "My father's boyhood woods. The ones he used to wander before anything ever touched him. Before he was marked. Before the mirror. Before he lost himself." The forest creaked around us, shifting subtly as if listening to its own ghost. The knocking quickened. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Pause. It wasn't just a sound now. It had weight, direction, meaning. It guided us deeper until we reached a small clearing where the trees bent backward, creating a space where moonlight pooled unnaturally bright on the ground. At the center of the clearing lay a stone well. Old, cracked, covered in vines that had long withered into gray, brittle coils. The girl's eyes widened. That's... My mother nodded. Your father mentioned it once. He used to throw stones into it when he was little. He said the echo always felt wrong, like it didn't travel downward. I swallowed. Then where did it travel? Her silence was the answer. The knocking came again, but this time it came from the well, soft, patient, inviting. Knock, knock, knock. The girl grabbed my wrist. Don't go near it. My mother stepped closer, studying the stone rim. The mirror didn't start in the cottage. It was already calling to him before he brought it home. This is the first place it touched him. Something cold spiraled into my chest. So the mirror wasn't the beginning, I whispered. He was. My mother's expression twisted in pained understanding. The mirror was just the first doorway. He was the first hand that opened it. The girl pulled back slightly. If this well is connected to whatever's left, then where's the shard? My mother looked at the stones, the dark mouth of the well, the creeping vines. Below. The girl's face paled. You're not serious. My mother stepped back from the rim. We have no choice. If the first shard remains down there, it will never stop calling. Then, a voice rose from the well, a child's voice, broken, soft. Hello. My heart froze. The girl's hand tightened painfully around mine. My mother's face drained of color. The voice came again, thin, trembling. Is someone up there? Pleases, I'm stuck. The girl shook her head violently. No. No, no, no. That's not real. But the voice, it sounded so real, so human, so scared. My mother whispered, it's bait. The voice cracked, slipping into sobs. Please, help, I can't see anything. Tears stung my eyes despite every warning. My mother grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to meet her gaze. Daniel, listen to me. Nothing in that well is alive. Nothing in that well is a child. Another sob echoed upward. I'm cold, please. Don't leave me. The girl covered her ears, backing away. Make it stop, it sounds like. She shuddered violently, unable to finish. My mother held me tighter. It learned the shape of fear, she whispered. It's using echoes like hooks. Don't let it pull you. I stepped closer to her, grounding myself in her voice. But the knocking started again. Slow, dragging, as if someone were tapping from deep, deep underground. And beneath that knock, a new sound swelled. Something shifting, something rising. My mother's eyes widened with sudden terror.
Move back,
She yelled.
it's coming up.
The ground beneath the well trembled. The stones groaned. Something began to lift from the darkness of the well. Not a creature. Not a shadow, but a mirror. Shattered, bleeding light. Pulling itself upward like a body dragging a broken spine behind it. The girl screamed. My mother grabbed my arm. The mirror rose higher, and from its cracked surface, a hand pressed outward. The hand pushing through the mirror wasn't flesh. It wasn't shadow. It was something disturbingly in between. Translucent, pale, laced with thin fractures running across the surface like broken porcelain. Every finger bent with a slow, deliberate stiffness, scraping lightly against the edge of the well as though testing the texture of the world it was clawing into. When it curled over the stone lip, the sound it made, soft cracking like ice breaking under strain, sent a cold wave rolling through my entire body. The girl stumbled backward until her shoulders hit a tree. She grabbed her own shirt, gripping it tightly as if stopping herself from bolting. No, no, no. Mirrors aren't supposed to move like that. My mother stepped in front of me, shielding me instinctively, even though nothing about the thing emerging would be stopped by human strength. Her breathing tightened, her frame taut with dread and focus. Daniel. She said without looking back, "Don't let it hear you breathe." I held my breath instantly. The mirror continued climbing. Not upright, more like something limp being pulled by invisible strings. The frame scraped against the stones, dragging vines upward with it. The glass was cracked in dozens of places, fractured lines splitting into tiny jagged paths. Behind those cracks, faint flickers shifted like distant lightning, brief flashes that felt like glimpses into places we weren't meant to see. Then the voice came again. But now it didn't sound like a child in a well. It came from the mirror itself. "Help me, please, help me." Except the voice didn't echo properly. It stretched like words repeated in a shallow dream. Too slow, too desperate, too hollow to belong to anything real. My mother whispered, "It's mimicking. Don't respond." But the voice shifted again, bending in tone until it touched something raw inside me. "Daniel." My heart stopped. It knew my name. The girl recognized the change instantly and lunged toward me, grabbing my arm. "Don't listen to it. Don't even think toward it. It reads instinct." But the voice continued, "Daniel, why did you leave Mill?" My stomach twisted painfully. It sounded like my father. Not his broken voice from the core. Not the shadowed version. His real voice. The one from old memories, strong, steady, tired in the way only real people get tired. The one that told me bedtime stories. The one that apologized when he didn't mean to yell. The mirror lifted higher. A second hand pressed from inside the cracked glass, pushing outward until the surface bent like soft metal. My mother moved closer to the well, her eyes hard and determined. "This is not him," she said, voice firm. "This is not memory. This is not a soul. This is the first shard waking up because we got too close." The shard inside the mirror throbbed with a faint glimmer, almost like a heartbeat. Everything inside me recoiled. The girl whispered, "We need to break it." My mother nodded, but her jaw clenched. "Not yet. It isn't fully out. If we strike too early, it goes back down, and the woods twist to keep us here." A long, trembling crack shot across the mirror. A faint groaning noise, too soft for something solid, escaped the surface. The mirror flexed forward, bending at its center. A distorted face pressed against the cracks. Familiar. Wrong. My mother gasped softly. The face looked like my father, but not like any version of him bound to the creature. This face held no suffering, no torment. It held pleading. It looked at me with broken longing that punched a hole straight through my chest. "Daniel, don't leave me. Help me up." My vision blurred. Memories, real ones, flooded in. His arms around me at age 5. His laugh echoing through the hallway. His voice telling me I was safe. His apology after the fight with my mother. His shaking hands the night he cried and thought I was asleep. All of it. The mirror reached for me. My hand twitched toward it. My mother caught my wrist with a speed that startled me. "Daniel," she said sharply, "that is not your father. That is the echo of a door he opened long ago. It doesn't remember him. It learned his shape." Her grip tightened. "He's gone. You freed him. What you're seeing is a leftover hunger wearing his face." I sucked in a shaky breath. The girl stepped closer too, her voice trembling but steady. "Listen to her. Real things don't climb out of broken mirrors. Real things don't need to beg to be let out. If it gets a grip on you, it will pull you into the crack it crawled from." The mirror's face distorted suddenly, twisting into a stretched, grainy grin, like a glitching photograph. And then the voice shifted. Not my father's, not the child's, something deeper. Something old, something starving. "Open." My mother's eyes widened.
"Now!" she yelled. "It's fully out! Strike it!"
The mirror lurched upward, rising higher from the well, dragging its jagged frame into the clearing. The vines snapped under its weight, falling around it like dying snakes. A long, fractured limb extended toward us. I grabbed the shard we had used on the core, still tucked in my jacket, cold as stone, and pulled it free with shaking hands. It glowed faintly, just enough. "Daniel," my mother yelled, "aim for the biggest crack. Near the center. The girl moved beside me. Don't hesitate. It hesitates when you do. The mirror twisted, its jagged hand lunging toward me. The clearing dimmed as if the moon itself were sucked inward. I lowered my stance, raised the shard, and ran toward it. The mirror screamed. Nothing human, nothing even close. The sound bent the air, but I didn't stop. I plunged the shard into the center crack. A deafening explosion of light burst outward. The mirror jerked violently. Every fracture split wide at once. The face inside shattered, splintering into dozens of broken reflections of things that weren't real. A shockwave threw me backward. The girl grabbed me mid-fall, both of us crashing into the forest floor. My mother shielded her eyes as the light grew brighter, brighter, until the mirror's entire body fractured into 1,000 airborne shards, each glowing like burning ash. Then silence. Everything froze. No knocking, no voices, no movement. Just the soft settling of broken glass, drifting down into the well like snow. My mother approached the rim slowly. She peered inside, breathing carefully. "It's empty," she whispered. "There's nothing left. The first shard is gone." The girl stood, brushing dirt from her knees. "So that's it? It's over." My mother didn't answer right away. She stared into the well with a long, thoughtful silence. Then her eyes moved upward, toward the trees, toward the stretched shadows, toward me. "I think," she said slowly, "we ended the last piece that could pull us back." Before I could breathe relief, a low, distant creak drifted through the woods. Something shifting, something large, something waking. My mother's face changed instantly. "No," she whispered. "Not now. Not after this." The girl stiffened. "What is it? I thought we ended everything." My mother swallowed hard. "We did." "Then what is that?" She looked at me with a dread that hollowed her eyes. "That sound isn't an echo. It isn't him. It isn't the mirror." Her voice lowered. "It's the woods." I froze. "The woods," I whispered. "Why would the woods?" She grabbed my arm. "Because they were built from the creature's memory. And now that memory has nothing holding it together." Another creak rolled through the trees. Closer, louder, shaking the ground. My mother's voice trembled with a truth she didn't want to say out loud. "The forest is collapsing, and if it collapses with us inside it, we won't wake up anywhere." The girl grabbed my hand. "Then run." We ran. And behind us, the forest began to fall apart. The first thing I heard was the snap, not sharp, not clean, but deep, like an old tree trunk splitting under its own weight. The ground shuddered beneath us, as if something enormous had shifted just under the surface. Leaves shook loose from the branches overhead, spiraling around us in frantic circles as the forest exhaled a long, groaning breath that didn't belong to anything living. The girl squeezed my hand so tightly my knuckles cracked, and my mother grabbed my arm, nearly dragging me as she forced us into a dead sprint. The woods weren't just collapsing, they were folding. Branches whipped into twisted shapes, bending inward like fingers trying to close into a fist. The ground dipped and cracked, not like natural earth, but like a painted floor peeling away to reveal nothing beneath. Shadows rolled along the forest floor, not cast by us, but moving on their own, expanding, contracting, breathing. My mother shouted over the rising noise, "Don't look back!" Of course, I looked back, and I wished I hadn't. The clearing where the well had been was gone. Not destroyed, just gone. Erased as if someone had wiped a smear of charcoal from paper. In its place, the void shimmered, a black, trembling ripple spreading through the trees, hollowing them from the inside. The trunks crumbled into soot like dust. Branches turned transparent before snapping into curls of smoke that drifted upward and vanished. The forest wasn't dying. It was unmaking itself, piece by piece, root by root. A rush of cold swept past my ankles as the ground behind us sank a few inches, sucked downward. I stumbled, but the girl yanked me upright, her fear giving her strength she didn't know she had. My mother's voice tore through the chaos.
"We're close to the edge."
"Keep going." but the edge wasn't visible yet. Ahead was only darkness mixed with faint streaks of moonlight. Moonlight that flickered unnaturally, as if the sky itself were struggling to hold form. The branches overhead swayed without wind, creaking in slow, rhythmic pulses that matched the collapsing groans behind us. The girl yelled, "Why is the forest falling apart now?" My mother didn't look back, because that shard was the last thing stabilizing this layer. Once we shattered it, the only memory holding this place together snapped. So the forest isn't real, I shouted, breathless. It's half memory, half imitation!
And now it's losing the parts that tether it.
A crack split the ground to our right, zigzagging through the earth like lightning carving into soil. A burst of darkness erupted upward. Not smoke, not shadow, but absence, a slice of nothingness that swallowed a fallen branch whole. My stomach twisted violently at the sight. The nothingness churned, thickening, expanding, slurping up moss and stones like a hungry tide. My mother shoved us left.
Move faster!
We ran harder, dodging roots, sliding over wet patches of leaves, jumping over gaps that hadn't existed moments earlier. Every second, the cracks grew louder, more violent. A tree groaned overhead before splitting straight down the middle, collapsing into dust before it even touched the ground. The air filled with the scent of burnt soil and something metallic, something like the breath of a dying place. The girl pointed ahead, gasping.
There!
I see something. A faint glow flickered between the trees. Not moonlight, not the strange light of the collapsing layers. Something steadier, warmer. A doorway, or rather the memory of a doorway, blurry around the edges, but undeniably there. My heart leapt. Is that an exit? Not yet. My mother shouted. But it's the border. Once we cross it, the woods lose their hold. The border shimmered like heat rising from pavement. The trees on the other side looked more solid, more real. The sky beyond it didn't flicker. The air looked steady, stable. It was the threshold between the memory and the world, and it was closing fast, shrinking inward like a lens tightening. Behind us, the forest moaned. A deep, resonant sound, like the echo of something enormous collapsing in a cavern. Then, the ground split directly behind us. This time, the crack wasn't small. It tore open in a jagged line that stretched dozens of feet across, the fissure widening into a chasm. The edges crumbled into dust as the void gulped down stones and roots. The pull of it hit my legs hard enough to slide me backward. The girl screamed, gripping my arm. Don't let go! I dug my heels into the ground, but the soil under my feet turned loose, slipping into the widening gap. My mother lunged toward us, grabbing the girl's other arm and pulling with everything she had. The chasm widened. The void pulsed. For a heartbeat, all three of us were inches from falling into the collapse. Run! My mother screamed, pulling us forward with a strength she hadn't shown in years. We surged forward, stumbling, gasping, nearly falling again. The border ahead flickered, shrinking faster than we could sprint. The forest collapsed behind us in a massive wave, trees evaporating into darkness, ground crumbling like sand. We were seconds away. The girl shouted, "We're not going to make it!" I felt the woods tug at my ankles. One last pull, like a hand refusing to release its grip. My mother pushed both of us forward, her voice sharp with command.
Jump!
I didn't question it. We jumped. The ground disappeared beneath us as the chasm swallowed the last of the collapsing trees. For a split second, we were suspended in the air between the dissolving memory and the world waiting beyond. The border slammed shut behind us like a mouth. We hit solid earth on the other side, rolling through cold grass under an open sky that didn't flicker, didn't pulse, didn't breathe. Real. Alive. Stable. I gasped, chest burning. The girl lay beside me, staring up at the stars with wide, trembling eyes. My mother collapsed to her knees, hands shaking, breath ragged. Behind us, where the woods had been, there was nothing. Not a forest, not a clearing, not the well. Just an empty slope of land under the moonlight, as if no trees had ever grown there. The girl whispered, voice trembling, "We made it." My mother nodded weakly. But her face wasn't relieved. Not at all. She stared at the empty land where the forest had vanished, her expression tightening with dread. "Something's wrong," she whispered. My pulse quickened. "What do you mean?" She swallowed hard. "That collapse, it didn't just erase the forest." She looked at us. "It erased the path that tied the layers to this place." The girl frowned. "Isn't that good?" My mother shook her head. "No, because if the path erased itself," her voice dropped, then something else must have escaped before it closed." A cold, sharp fear stabbed through my ribs. I whispered, "What escaped?" She looked me in the eyes and said one word, "A name." She looked straight at me when she said the name, and the night around us seemed to tighten, as if the air itself leaned closer to listen. "Your brother." The world went still, not silent, still, as though even the breeze stopped moving, as though the grass froze mid-sway, as though reality itself held its breath. The girl flinched. "But," he passed on, "you said he crossed. You said he was free." My mother nodded slowly, her face pale, her eyes glossy with dread. "He did. The part of him trapped in the core was freed. The part he gave to Daniel left in peace." She hesitated, swallowing hard. But the forest wasn't built from the creature alone. It was a copy carved from pieces of memory, pieces of everyone it touched, pieces of him too. A shiver crawled up my spine, cold and immediate. "You're saying a memory of him escaped?" My mother shook her head sharply. "No, not a memory. A trace." She looked out over the empty clearing where the forest had vanished. When the layers collapsed, everything tied to the mirror should have gone with it. But the woods weren't collapsing into themselves. They were collapsing away from us, pulling back, releasing something before they dissolved. The girl stepped closer to my mother, her voice low. "What does a trace even mean, exactly? Is it dangerous?" My mother struggled to answer. "A trace isn't a spirit. It isn't a person. It isn't evil." She paused, then added, "But it isn't whole either. It is a lingering echo of emotion, pain, fear, want, leftover pieces without a home. It searches for familiarity. And since it came from him," I whispered, "it will search for you." She finished quietly. A heavy weight settled in my chest, pressing into my ribs like something trying to crawl out. I didn't know whether to be terrified or heartbroken. After everything, after freeing him, after releasing the last piece I carried, some fragment of him still wandered. Not with intention, not with identity, not even with memory, but with longing. The girl rubbed her arms, shivering. "A trace is harmless, right? Just a feeling drifting around." My mother didn't answer. Not immediately, and that alone made my stomach twist. "Traces can cling to the living," she finally said, voice thin. "Not out of malice, out of confusion. They gravitate toward the last familiar imprint they recognize." And Daniel, she placed a trembling hand over my heart. "You were the last place he rested." A knot formed in my throat, tight enough to choke me. "But he didn't mean to hold on," I whispered. "He let go. He chose to." My mother nodded gently. "He did. But a trace doesn't understand choice. It only understands attachment." The girl stepped back, eyes darting around the dark field. "Is it here now?" We all looked. The night was empty. Just open land, moonlight, and the faint outline of hills stretching in the distance. No shadows moving where they shouldn't. No flickers of unnatural light. No voices crying from a well. Just quiet. Just normal. Just wrong. "I don't see anything," I said, though the hairs on my arms prickled. My mother shook her head. "You won't see it. Not unless it wants to be seen." She rubbed her forehead with a wary hand. "And traces usually don't want anything except warmth. Familiarity. A place to settle. Like a stray animal," the girl muttered under her breath. "Exactly like that," my mother said softly, "but without a true body, without limits, without understanding boundaries." A strange sadness tugged at me, deeper than fear. "So what do we do?" She looked at me with a mix of caution and love. "We find it before it finds you." The girl exhaled shakily. How do we find something that isn't fully real? My mother glanced at the sky, then the ground, then at us. Traces drift. They follow emotional pull, not direction. They don't choose roads or paths. They choose feelings. She paused. Which means if it escaped, it will go someplace tied to him. But he died in the cottage, I said quietly. Yes, she replied. And that's where we were going anyway. The girl groaned softly. Great. More abandoned buildings. My favorite. I managed a weak, humorless laugh. My mother squeezed my arm gently. We're not going to confront a monster. We're going to guide something lost back to rest. Then her expression darkened, just slightly. But traces can change if they wander too long. They can twist. They can latch on to fear instead of comfort. And if it twists, I asked, barely breathing. She didn't sugarcoat it. Then we'll have to let it go the hard way. A cold wind moved across the hill, sudden and sharp. The girl shuddered. Can we start walking? I don't want to stay here any longer. We began moving toward the distant road that would eventually lead to the forgotten cottage. The night around us slowly shifted back into normal rhythm. Bugs chirping, the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through tall grass. But beneath those normal sounds I heard something faint, soft, barely there, like a breath, a sigh. A small voice carried on the breeze. Danny, I froze. My mother whipped around instantly. What did you hear? The girl stiffened beside me, eyes darting. What is it? What happened? I swallowed hard, my throat trembling around the words. It said my name, I whispered. Not Daniel. My mother's face drained of color. Danny, I repeated. He used to call me Danny. The girl stepped closer, fear tightening her features. Is it close? I didn't know. I didn't see anything. But the voice, it sounded warm, small, confused. Lunley. My mother placed a firm hand on my back, guiding me forward. We need to go. Now. The wind shifted again, brushing my cheek gently, and I heard it once more. Wait for me. The girl grabbed my arm. My mother pulled me faster. And as we moved through the grass toward the cottage road, the sound followed. Not loud, not threatening, not wrong, just heartbreakingly familiar. My mother squeezed my shoulder hard as she whispered, We must reach the cottage before he does. The road leading to the old cottage was nothing more than a strip of broken asphalt, half swallowed by weeds. Years of disuse had left it uneven and cracked, patches of gravel spreading like scars. The night pressed thick around us, colder than before, the darkness stretching out in long sheets that seemed to rustle under their own weight. Every now and then, the breeze picked up just enough to brush my ear, carrying hints of something soft, almost like a voice trying to shape itself out of the quiet. My mother walked briskly, her jaw tight, shoulders drawn inward, as if trying to protect herself from whatever she already feared was coming. The girl stayed close on my other side, glancing behind us every few steps, her fingers twitching nervously at the hem of her shirt. The farther we walked, the heavier the night felt. Not oppressive, not threatening, just full, too full. Like the darkness had grown thicker with something that wasn't quite sound or movement, but presence. After several minutes, the girl spoke in a low voice. Is he following us? My mother didn't slow. He's not following, he's drifting. That's how traces move. Like fog, like smoke, like memory trying to shape itself. The girl hugged her arms tightly. Is he dangerous right now? No, my mother said. Not yet. The yet made my skin crawl. I shoved my hands in my pockets, trying to ground myself. But the warmth of my palms did nothing to calm the shiver that had settled deep in my spine. The voice hadn't spoken again since the field, but its absence felt just as loud. Something about the silence made me feel watched, not by eyes, but by attention. Like the world had turned its head just slightly toward me. We walked another half-mile before the girl finally broke. I can't take this quiet, she whispered. Say something. Anything. I swallowed. What do you want me to say? Tell me what your brother was like. She paused, then added, the real him. The question pierced through my chest unexpectedly. Memories flashed, not the ones the creature had twisted, not the ones stolen by the layers, but the ones from before everything broke. He was gentle, I said quietly. Softer than me. He laughed at stupid things. He always tried to make Mom smile when she was tired. He was scared of thunderstorms. He loved drawing. He'd get frustrated and snap his pencils in half when the picture didn't come out right. The girl smiled faintly. Sounds like a good kid. I whispered. He didn't deserve any of this. My mother slowed her pace, turning slightly so her voice could reach us without echoing too loudly into the night. No one deserves to be taken by something hungry enough to carve itself into their memories, she said. But what happened to him wasn't your fault. It wasn't his fault. And it wasn't mine. I wasn't sure if she believed that last part. Before I could respond, the wind shifted again. Cold, sharp, focused. A soft whisper slid through it. Lighter than breath, almost airy. Danny. The girl jolted. There it is again. My heart hammered painfully. The voice sounded closer now. Too close, not behind us, not ahead, around. My mother's head snapped up. She scanned the fields flanking the road, her face growing taut. That didn't come from any direction. That came from the air itself. I clenched my jaw. He doesn't know where he is. No, she agreed. He doesn't. And he's trying to find us the only way he remembers, by calling. The girl shook her head slowly, horror creeping into her expression. If he calls enough times, and we keep answering by reacting, will it guide him right to us? My mother didn't sugarcoat. Yes. Silence fell again, not the stillness from before, a new kind of silence, a waiting silence. We pressed forward, walking faster now, our shoes crunching over gravel and broken twigs. My mind drifted to the last time I saw my brother alive, the real him, not the twisted echo the creature wore, his small hands clutching the stair banister, the frightened look in his eyes, the way he whispered my name when the shadows moved behind him. The helplessness of that moment clawed its way back through me. I could not abandon him again, even if the thing searching for me wasn't fully him anymore. The girl nudged my arm gently, pulling me back into the present. We're close, she whispered. I looked up. The road curved ahead, and beyond it, I could see the outline of the cottage. The place my father grew up, the place he died, the place where the first mirror fragment fell from his shaking hands. It sat hunched at the edge of a small clearing, half hidden by dead branches and overgrown brush. The windows were dark, the roof sagging, the door crooked in its frame. Time had starved the cottage of anything resembling warmth or life. Even from a distance, it looked abandoned not just physically, but emotionally, like a place the world had chosen to forget. My mother stopped at the edge of the clearing, taking a slow breath. Once we're inside, we need to stay calm. No matter what we hear, no matter what we see, a trace will cling harder if we give it emotional leverage. The girl nodded. I nodded. Then, the voice came again, soft, closer. Danny, I'm scared. My legs nearly buckled. My mother grabbed my arm instantly. Don't answer it. Don't think toward it. Just keep walking. I forced myself forward. We stepped into the clearing. The temperature dropped sharply, frost biting at the edges of fallen leaves. The trees swayed even though no wind touched them. Shadows stretched, not long but wide, as though the darkness under them was thicker than it should be. The cottage loomed before us, and from inside it, a faint thump echoed. Then a small, dragging sound, like feet, like little feet, moving slowly across an old wooden floor. The girl whispered, "He's inside." My mother's lips trembled, but her voice stayed steady. No. What's inside is looking for him, and for Daniel. Another sound drifted from the cottage, not footsteps, not knocking. A soft, wavering cry, childlike, but wrong, like someone trying to remember how to cry after forgetting what sadness feels like. My breath caught. My mother stepped in front of us, placed her hand on the doorknob, and froze. She didn't look at the door. She looked at me. Daniel, she whispered, before we enter, you need to promise me something. What? I whispered back. If what's inside reaches for you first, don't let it touch you. My chest tightened painfully. Mom, I mean it, she said, voice cracking. No matter how much it sounds like him, no matter how much it hurts, you pull away. The girl placed a hand on my shoulder. We're with you. We won't let anything happen to you. A new sound drifted from the cottage, a whisper. So faint I almost missed it. Let me in. My mother's hand trembled as she turned the knob. The door creaked open, and the cottage welcomed us with a breath of freezing air. The cold that poured out of the cottage wasn't normal cold. It didn't sting the skin or numb the hands. It slid deeper, slipping between ribs and curling around the spine like a breath made of memory rather than air. The moment we stepped inside, the temperature dropped again, sharp enough that I could hear the girl's teeth click together as she fought the instinct to retreat. My mother closed the door behind us slowly, not because she wanted to trap us here, but because leaving it open felt like an invitation for something outside to slip in. The cottage interior was small, narrow hallway, 2 side rooms, one larger space at the back, where the flickering remnants of moonlight seeped through cracks in the boarded windows. Everything smelled faintly of damp wood and long, dead fire. Dust coated every surface. The walls leaned in at odd angles, as though tired from years of holding themselves upright. A thin, wavering groan echoed from somewhere deeper inside, like the cottage was breathing through damaged lungs. We moved forward carefully, each step deliberate, almost soundless. The floorboards creaked under our weight, but the creaks were soft, gentle noises. Nothing like the hunger, sharpened sounds from the house we had escaped earlier. This place wasn't alive the way that one had been. It was old, empty, holding only leftover impressions of once living people, which made the movement we heard even worse. A faint shift, a dragging sound. Slow, careful, searching. The girl stiffened, grabbing my sleeve. It's in the back room, she whispered. My mother nodded, though her eyes remained locked ahead. He died in there. The words hit the air heavy and flat, sinking into the dust like stones dropped in water. I swallowed the knot forming in my throat. Then that's where the shard is. My mother's voice was quiet, and where the trace will go first. As we moved down the hallway, I felt it again. The presence I'd sensed on the hill, the whisper of him in the wind. It brushed against my thoughts in a way that didn't feel invasive or violent. Just desperate, like a hand reaching in the dark for warmth it could no longer remember how to hold. A faint sob echoed again from the back room. Thin, wavering. The kind of sob you hear from a child trying not to cry but failing. The girl whispered, "It sounds scared." My mother closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. It isn't fear, it's imitation. We reached the doorway. The back room was dim, lit only by the moon cutting through a broken slat in the wall. Dust swirled in the air, catching the light in slow, moving trails. The floorboards here were darker, stained from years of leak and rot. Against the far wall, I saw old marks. Scratches etched into the wood, faint but still visible. My father's last struggle. The girl sucked in a breath. Daniel looked. At first, I didn't see it. Then the dust shifted, and I saw a small figure curled near the back corner. Not solid. Not shadow. Something in between, flickering faintly, as though formed from half faded memory and borrowed light. A boy, small, still, facing away from us. The girl took a step back instinctively. My mother lifted a trembling hand. "Don't get closer yet." But the figure stirred. Its shoulders shook. And then, in a voice that cracked like a broken record, "Danny." I felt something tear open inside me. Every instinct screamed to run to him. To grab him, hold him, tell him he wasn't alone anymore. My legs moved on their own. One step forward before I could think. My mother grabbed my arm so fast it hurt. "No," she whispered fiercely. "Not until you know what it is." The figure began to rise slowly, its head tilting in small, uncertain motions. Something about that movement, hesitant, childlike, made my breath catch. He turned just slightly, enough for his face to come into view. My heart nearly stopped. It was him. Almost. Small eyes wide and watery. Mouth trembling the way it used to when he was frightened. Soft features shaped like the memory of a boy who never grew up. His expression was so familiar it hurt. And yet, something was off. Something in the edges. Like the outline of his body flickered a little too fast. Like the pupils of his eyes didn't quite match the size they should be. Like the shadow beneath him bent the wrong direction. It wasn't wrong enough to be monstrous. It was wrong in the way a dream is wrong, close enough to fool you until you pay attention. He blinked slowly, focusing on me. "Danny, you came back." The girl whispered a shaky breath behind me. "This feels different. It doesn't sound like the well. It doesn't sound like the forest. It sounds like him." I finished, my voice cracking. My mother stepped in front of me again, her voice gentle but firm. "It's a trace. Not a living child. Not your brother. It remembers only how it felt to need you." The boy, no, the trace, took a small, unsteady step toward me. I felt my body move without permission. My mother tightened her grip on my wrist. "Daniel," she whispered, "if it touches you, it will take your shape. Your warmth. Your memories. It won't mean to. It won't understand. It will just cling until you disappear." The trace took another step. More steady this time. Its face trembled with something that looked like sadness. "I'm cold, Danny, help me." The room pulsed. The dust swirled. My heart cracked. "Mom," I whispered, "I can't just." "You must," she said, her voice breaking. "You must resist." The trace reached out its hand. Small, familiar, fragile. My own hand lifted before I even knew I was moving. The girl grabbed my shoulder hard. "Daniel!" My mother's voice rose desperately.
Don't let it touch you!
But the trace looked at me with eyes so full of longing it nearly destroyed me. "Please," I froze. Because I saw something inside those eyes. Not hunger, not emptiness, not the creature. Something else. Something human. Pain, loneliness, fear. My brother's last emotions, trapped in a leftover echo. He stepped closer. I stepped back. He reached again. I hesitated. And in that fraction of hesitation, the cottage shuddered. The walls groaned. The flickering trace of my brother's form split at the edges, twisting slightly, as though pulled by an unseen force. My mother's eyes widened in horror. "No, no, no. He's changing. He's unstable. He's feeding on proximity."
Daniel, you need to step away now.
I stumbled backward. The trace convulsed. Its face warped, still childlike but strained, stretched into something pained and desperate. Its hand trembled violently, reaching for me with increasing urgency. The girl whispered, "If he keeps shifting like that, he'll tear." My mother whispered, "If he tears, he becomes something else entirely." The trace cried out, a sharp, broken wail, and surged forward. Toward me, the room shook. My mother lunged. The girl screamed. And I had to choose whether to run or reach back. The moment he surged toward me, the air in the cottage thickened, pressing against my lungs, as though the entire room tried to stop me from breathing. My brother's trace, this trembling, flickering version of him, moved with a strange mix of speed and unsteadiness, like a child trying to run on legs that weren't fully his. His small hands stretched toward me, fingers shaking, reaching in that familiar way that once meant, "Danny, wait for me." My instinct screamed to grab him, to hold him, to shield him, to be the brother I never got to be. But underneath that instinct was a deeper terror, one my mother had stamped into my bones with her voice. "If it touches you, you'll disappear." The cottage groaned again, the wooden walls flexing inward as if shrinking with the pressure of whatever the trace was becoming. The girl stumbled backward, her hand gripping my shirt with such force she nearly tore the fabric. "Daniel!" My mother lunged from the side, trying to pull me out of reach before instinct overruled reason. Her fingers brushed my arm, just barely, and then the floor buckled under her weight. The wood split, dropping her to one knee. The trace turned toward the sound, its head snapping too sharply, too mechanically. For a split second, its face flickered, my brother's soft features glitching into something stretched by emotion alone. "Don't leave me again." The words cracked. Not angry, not threatening, just broken. But the brokenness twisted the trace even further. The glow inside its body pulsed unevenly, leaking out from the seams like light bleeding through cracked glass. Its outline warped, the edges fraying into strands of shimmering static. The small hand reaching for me wasn't entirely solid anymore. Part fingers, part light, part nothing. My mother's eyes widened with sudden horror. "He's destabilizing." "Daniel, get back, no." But I couldn't. My feet were rooted to the floor, torn between fear and guilt and grief, between the voice in front of me and the truth behind it. The girl grabbed my sleeve, yanking hard enough to drag me sideways.
Don't lose yourself,
She shouted.
not after everything we just survived.
But then, the trace looked at me, really looked, and in that flicker of recognition, his face softened with something heartbreakingly human. Loneliness. Need. A child who didn't understand why the world kept taking things from him. I felt my chest crack open. Danny, hearing my name in his voice like that. That soft, frightened stretch nearly destroyed every wall I'd built. I stepped forward before I even knew I was doing it. My mother screamed, raw, panicked.
Daniel, no.
But I froze mid-step, because the trace suddenly convulsed. Its body stuttered, flickering like a dying light. The small hands curled inward, arms tightening around its chest as though in pain. A fractured cry ripped from it, rising in pitch until the cottage walls vibrated. The girl clamped her hands over her ears. "What's happening to him?" My mother's face twisted with anguish. "He's splitting, pulling from every emotion in the room. He's too close.
He's absorbing too much."
Absorbing, not feeding like the creature. Just clinging, frantically, desperately. The trace staggered toward me again, its form blurring in and out of shape. When its face came into focus, I saw both versions. At once, the little boy who'd once tugged on my sleeve, and a hollow shape made of longing too strong for its fractured existence. I whispered, shaking, "He doesn't know how to stop." My mother nodded, voice tight with pain. Traces don't understand boundaries. They only understand need. The trace reached for me again, and this time I didn't step forward. I stepped back, not out of fear, out of clarity. "If you touch me," I whispered to him, "you disappear. You'll tear yourself apart." The trace paused, just barely. Its small head tilted, movements uneven, glitching at the edges. A thin, soft sound slipped from its trembling form, a whimper. Something in it recognized my words. Or maybe, something in it recognized me. The girl whispered behind me, "Talk to him. Maybe he can understand intention." My mother swallowed, careful. A trace can latch onto emotion, even if the mind doesn't grasp the meaning. I steadied my breath, even as my heart hammered so violently it hurt. I lowered myself slowly to one knee, keeping distance between us. "I'm here," I whispered. "I never left. I'm right here." His face flickered again, momentarily becoming clearer, more whole, like my words stitched pieces of his outline into place. "Danny, don't go." His voice cracked in the middle, stuttering like a damaged recording. His hand twitched forward, stopping just inches from me, trembling with desperate hesitation. I held up my hand, palm facing him, careful not to close the distance. "I'm not leaving," I said. "You're not alone. But if you touch me, you'll disappear forever. You'll never feel anything again." His small chest rose and fell in uneven pulses. And then, a tear formed, not a real tear. Just a tiny droplet of light sliding down the flicker of his cheek. My mother gasped softly. He's still holding on to something human. The room shifted again, not violently, softly. The boards beneath us groaned, but instead of collapsing, they steadied. The air warmed slightly, just enough to loosen the hold of fear choking the cottage. The trace glanced around, its form trembling as if it were listening to something we couldn't hear. Then he looked back at me. The longing in his eyes softened, changed, not gone, just calmer. Danny, he whispered my name like a confession, like a release, like a goodbye. His outline flickered once more, brighter this time, but not with instability, with resolve. My mother whispered, "He's letting go." The girl covered her mouth, tears welling. I knelt there, breath shaking, as the trace, my brother's leftover pain, took one small step backward. Then another. He placed one hand over his chest, like he used to when he was nervous, and he whispered, "Thank you." The light inside him brightened, soft, warm, gentle. And then, he dissolved, not violently, not painfully, just quietly, like a candle flame flickering out, leaving only warmth in the air, an empty space where longing had stood. The girl sobbed once. My mother crumpled slightly, pressing a hand over her heart. I closed my eyes and whispered, "Goodbye." The cottage went still, completely still, until a sharp knock echoed through the room. 3 taps, slow, deliberate. My mother's eyes shot open, the girl's breath froze, and I felt every muscle in my body lock, because the knock didn't come from the door, or the walls, or the floor. It came from beneath the cottage, from below the dead house where my father had died, from something we hadn't disturbed yet, something we hadn't known was here, something that had been waiting. The knocking came again. Tap, tap, tap. My mother whispered, horrified that wasn't him. The knock that rose from beneath the cottage floor didn't sound like the echoes we had heard from the layers or the forest. It wasn't soft like the trace, or hungry like the creature, or fragmented like the mirror's call. It was heavier, more intentional, a slow, measured rhythm that carried weight, as though something real pressed its knuckles against the boards. The air thickened immediately, pressing against my skin like damp cloth, and all the warmth left behind by my brother's fading light evaporated. My mother's breath hitched. She stepped backward instinctively, grabbing my shoulder with a hand that trembled more violently than I had ever seen. No, this can't be right. The core collapsed. The doors are sealed. The girl's voice came out small, barely a whisper. If it isn't your brother, then what is it? My mother swallowed hard, fear carving lines into her face. Something older than the creature. Something that lived beneath the layers before any door opened. Something the mirror woke up. And something my husband never understood he touched. The knock came again, louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. The boards beneath our feet quivered, sending dust raining from the ceiling. The girl reached for my hand without looking, fingers cold with panic. My mother moved toward the door, her steps unsteady but determined. "We're leaving," she said sharply. "Now, before it reaches the surface." But the cottage had other plans. The lights, what little moonlight managed to slip through the cracks, flickered, bending into warped shapes on the walls. The shadows lengthened in unnatural directions, crawling toward the center of the room like dark vines. A low, moaning creak rose from beneath the floorboards, like something stretching ancient limbs after a long sleep. The girl tugged at my arm.
"Daniel, move!"
I took one step toward the door, and the floor throbbed. The wood pulsed under my shoes, swelling upward an inch, then settling again, like a heartbeat. My mother froze. "Don't speak," she whispered. "Don't breathe too loudly. It doesn't know our shape yet." Her words lodged in my throat. My pulse hammered so hard I worried it would draw attention to me on its own. I stared at the floor as the knocking resumed slower, now thoughtful. Tap, tap, a tap. Each sound spaced out, as if whatever made it were listening for a response. The girl whispered, "It feels like it's searching." My mother nodded slowly. "It is. What is it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't look at me when she answered. Her eyes remained fixed on the trembling floor. "The first thing the mirror touched," she whispered. Not a creature, not a person. The thing that drew your father when he was young. The thing that whispered under this house long before we knew it mattered. My heart sank like a stone. You said Dad was the first to be marked. My mother shook her head, her voice cracking. No, he wasn't the first. He was just the first to survive long enough for it to follow him home. She pointed at the boards beneath us. Whatever marked him started its call here, in this place, in this room, and your father mistook its curiosity for a child's imagination. The floor swelled again, this time violently enough that the girl stumbled backward. A long splinter cracked across the wood, revealing a thin black slit beneath it. My mother stepped closer to the door. We need to go before it pushes through. The slit widened with a slow, grinding groan. A whisper drifted up from it, low, broken, as if brewed from voices that didn't understand language, but tried to imitate it anyway. Dan, it wasn't my brother. It wasn't anything human. It felt like the echo of the forest's collapse, the residue of every broken layer. The emptiness left behind when doors closed and unfinished shapes were left without paths. My mother grabbed the doorknob. It didn't turn. The girl's voice cracked in panic. It's locked.
Why is it locked?
The boards beneath us split further. A dark hand reached through. Not childlike, not monstrous, not any form that made sense. A shape of pure absence, a silhouette without body. A hand formed from the negative space where light refused to exist. My stomach twisted into a knot. My mother slammed her shoulder against the door.
Open, damn it!
The creature beneath the floor, whatever it truly was, dragged its fingers across the wood. The boards blackened under its touch, curling upward like burnt paper. The girl screamed, backing against the far wall. The floor heaved upward again. The hand pushed higher. Its fingertips curled like hooks, and then it stopped. Its hand hovered still, frozen in place. The room fell dead silent. The girl whispered, "Why did it stop?" Then we heard it. A voice, not my mother's, not the girl's, not mine. A small, faint voice, soft as breath. No, the air froze. The hand trembled. No, not him. My blood turned ice. My brother's trace, not the shape that dissolved in the cottage, not the one that faded into light. A smaller piece, a quieter piece, one that survived because it attached not to need, but to protection. My mother whispered slowly, "He's stopping it." The hand jerked, twitching as though gripped by invisible fingers. The trace's voice grew stronger. Not Danny. The floor vibrated as the unseen force beneath us recoiled. A long, distorted groan rose through the boards, angry, ancient, frustrated. The trace whispered again, its voice growing softer with each word. "Go away." The silhouette, hand twisted sharply, then snapped backward. The floorboards collapsed inward, sucking the dark form down into the void beneath. A violent gust of freezing air surged up through the crack. Then everything went still. Completely still. No whispers. No knocking. No movement. Just silence. The cottage exhaled slowly, the tension releasing from the air like steam. The girl collapsed to her knees, shaking. He saved us. My mother pressed a trembling hand over her mouth. Tears spilled silently from her eyes. He did. I couldn't speak. Not at first. The weight in my chest shook every part of me. The idea that some final, fragile piece of him lingered long enough to shield me. Not cling, not consume. Not cry for help. Just protect. It broke something open inside my heart. My mother approached me, placing both hands on my face with gentle firmness. "Daniel, that was the last of him. The last thread." I nodded slowly, tears burning behind my eyes. "I know." The girl stood, wiping her face with her sleeve. "Is it over now? For real this time?" My mother looked around the room, the cracked floor, the dust, the empty corners where shadows no longer moved. "Yes," she whispered. "It's over." Not with triumph, not with relief, with the sad, quiet certainty of someone who knew the cost. She pushed open the door, now unlocked, now harmless, and the night air felt warm by comparison. We stepped out into the clearing together. The sky above was still and bright, the moon glowing full and steady without distortion. The cottage behind us no longer felt dangerous. It felt tired, as though something old inside it had finally stopped breathing. We walked until the cottage was just a dark shape behind the trees. The road stretched long in front of us, but not empty, not cold. A new kind of quiet settled in, a peaceful kind, not the kind that waited for echoes. My mother slipped her arm around my shoulders. The girl walked on my other side, silent but steady. I looked up at the sky and whispered into the open night, "Goodbye, brother." A faint warmth brushed my cheek, not wind, not breath, memory. Then the night settled fully, gently, and we stepped forward into a world that finally felt ours again.